Here we go. Good evening, and welcome to the City Council and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority special session of September 17th, 2024. Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Ball.
Present.
Councilmember Peacock.
Here.
Councilmember Montoya. Here. Councilmember Grant.
Here.
Councilmember Nash.
Here.
Councilmember Hinkle.
Here.
Councilmember Holman.
Here.
Councilmember Dixon.
Here.
Mayor Heikkila.
I am here. Would you all please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Oh, he's turning it on.
Okay, tonight's topic has drawn much community interest, and as a result, we have over 60 people signed up this evening to speak. Therefore, there will be modifications to the usual procedures. First, we will have a presentation by the project team. Item 1 is the public hearing for the Rock Creek Entertainment District Project Plan, and we'll cover public comment for items 2 and 3 as well. If you did not sign up for item 1, but you did sign up for items 2 or 3, your name has been moved to be included in the speaker's list. Everyone that registered to speak will get an opportunity to speak. When we will take public comment for items 4 and 5 under item 4, the zoning ordinance. And when your name is called tonight, if you do not wish to speak, let the clerk know and we will remove your name. I want to remind everybody of a few of our house rules. Please treat people with respect. Members of the audience should refrain from outbursts or clapping. Focus is on the issue, and please be concise and brief and take conversations outside the chambers. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and there will be no yielding of time to another. Opening the public hearing. Conducting and closing the second public hearing for consideration of approval, rejection, amendment, and/or postponement of the Rock Creek Entertainment District Project Plan and its proposed increment district number 4, City of Norman, a sales tax increment district, and increment district number 5, City of Norman and ad valorem increment district. I need a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
A motion and second. There's a motion on the floor to open the public hearing. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the vote is unanimous. The public hearing is now open.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to recognize Ms. Kathy O'Connor to make a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Kathy O'Connor, and I'm with the Coalign Group, and I've been assisting the city with the analysis for the tax increment financing district. Is this gonna? Do we know?
Bryce.
Am I doing it wrong? Okay, I just switch. Okay. The purpose of our meeting tonight is to conduct the second public hearing for the proposed Rock Creek Entertainment District Project Plan. We wanted to go through a few slides, again, to just provide a summary of the process to create a TIF district and what the project plan contains. We had a much more in-depth presentation 2 weeks ago. We will not be going through all of that detail again, but you all have seen the project plan. The process to create the TIF district includes the preparation of what's called a project plan, which is the document that outlines the amount of increment that will be generated, the budget for the uses of that increment within the district, the objectives that the community desires to achieve, who will be responsible for implementing the plan, and a variety of other items that are required by state statute. The next step in the process is for what's called the Statutory TIF Review Committee to meet. This is a committee that is set out in the state statutes to include representation from the various taxing jurisdictions. The review committee meets and considers the project plan and makes a recommendation and certain findings to the city council about whether or not the project plan should be adopted. The next step in the process is the planning commission hearing, and the planning commission makes a determination about whether or not the project plan is in conformance with the city's comprehensive land use plan. 2 weeks ago, we held the first public hearing for the TIF project plan, and at that meeting, we heard questions from the public related to the project. Tonight's hearing is for interested people to have the opportunity to make comments on the plan, and then the final step in the process is for the council to vote. This is a map of the proposed area of the Rock Creek Entertainment District project plan. And this is the outline of the anticipated development and the increment to be produced within the district. It's anticipated that there would be over $1 billion in total investment within the project area, including residential, retail, office, commercial, arena, parking garage, and hotel uses. There's also a festival plaza and related infrastructure. The arena is the anchor project identified in the project plan. There are 2 proposed TIF districts included in the plan that will be created for up to 25 years. The first is increment district number 4. It's a sales tax TIF district which will collect the non-dedicated and capital improvement sales taxes of the city that are generated by the project beginning May 1st, 2025. The second increment district will be increment district number 5. It is an ad valorem TIF district, and it will collect 100% of the ad valorem taxes generated by the project beginning December 31st, 2026. The anticipated project costs are up to $600 million, primarily in the form of assistance and development financing. It's estimated that the total increment revenues will be $540 million, not including any potential Leverage Act payments that might be provided by the state. And that is the sum of my presentation for tonight. So,
Questions from council on Ms. O'Connor? Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Recognize Sean Rieger to make a presentation on the overall plan of the developer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sean Rieger representing the applicant in this case. And it's not a normal Tuesday night, is it? What a great crowd. What a great moment. What a great experience. We're here for a project that we believe will change our community forever, for the better. We started down this path over a year ago. Usually when I stand here with you, we've worked with you for a few months. We've worked back and forth on site plans and development schemes. On this project, we've worked with you, and we are very gracious for your time for over a year. We've gone through countless meetings, countless site plan reviews, countless development agreement proposals, all for the betterment of our community. We appreciate the process. Some would say it's taken a long time. I'm glad it has. I'm glad that we've had the time with each of you, with your staff, with our community, with everybody involved to make sure that we've come to a great project. We believe we have tonight. And the crowd here, I think, justifies that. So we will take you through the project in detail. We look forward to your questions, and we look forward to answering all of your inquiries. Let me get through the slide here. If I'm going the right way, here we go. Okay, here we go. You're going to hear from 4 of us tonight. I'll start off by taking you through the nuts and bolts of what you hear me talk about so often at this podium. Then you'll hear from Danny Lovell, the private developer of the project with the Rainier companies. Then you will hear from Mr. Castiglione, and then President Harris. But you're going to hear from so many more as well. Look out at this crowd. It's unbelievable. I want you to just take a moment and look out behind me. I haven't seen a crowd like this in my career. I don't remember the last time. That's impressive. And that's impressive because so many times I've heard you, Councilmember Holman, say, come to the meetings. Come be a part of that process. They came. They're here. And I'm so excited to see the community here, all walks of life, the students, all corners of the community. So let's take you through what we propose tonight. It's been a long process, and we're appreciative of that. But it's a defined process. It's a process that takes us through multiple meetings that we go through so that we have vetted everything at play. And in this one, there are multiple bodies that are by statute and your code that say we must present the project and tell you what we're going to do. How are we going to do this? Well, starting way back earlier this year, we started down that path with the Greenbelt Commission, with the Parks Board, with the Statutory Review Committee, with the Planning Commission. What you see on the left of the screen is the result of those votes. Those are official votes by statutory process and by your code. It started with the Greenbelt Commission at 7-0 yes. They had questions, they had concerns, but they liked it. They generally said, this is good. We like the walkability, which I'll show you in just a moment. And they said 7-0 yes, let's approve this project. The Parks Board, then a very important function of our city, the Parks Board looked at this and said, do we have enough amenities for recreation in this project? Have we done it properly? They said yes, they have, 7-0. We then went to the Statutory Review Committee. I'll talk a little bit more about that in the next slide. But they met for multiple meetings, an extensive process by statute, and they found 9-0 yes. We then went to Planning Commission, and that was several months ago. We've been working on several other things since then. And they take 3 votes at Planning Commission. They took a vote on the zoning. They said 8-0 yes. We had very high marks on the zoning, I would share with you. They then voted on the plating. They voted 8-0 yes. And then they voted on the project plan, which is basically the financial aspects of the project. They voted 7-1 yes. And so the tally at this point, by the official votes that are put forth by statute and code, is 46 yes votes and 1 no vote. Now, I think that's a record that Mr. Castiglione would even be proud of for a team that has gone through a rigorous process. We're proud of that, but we don't take it lightly. Every one of those meetings, every one of those processes was detailed and to the core of what was important in the project. This was a statutory TIF committee. By law, we have to bring together the taxing jurisdictions. This is a very important group of people. These are citizens of our community that are basically the leaders of the taxing jurisdictions that will be affected by the increments of these taxes that are put to the project. This includes, of course, our assessor. It includes our school district, Moore Norman, Norman Public Schools. It includes the health department, the libraries. All of the taxing jurisdictions that would be affected by this project sat at a table in that room for months. They listened to Kathy, they listened to Emily, they listened to your staff, to Anthony, they listened to us. We're grateful for that. At the end of that process, they had to consider, will this have an effect on our taxing jurisdictions who they were beholden to in a positive way or a negative way? Is this something we should approve or not? Well, that committee unanimously on May 23rd of 2024 said, yes, we should approve this. We think this is a valid project. We then come to the zoning and the plating, and I'm going to take you through this primarily, and then after me is Danny, who's going to take you through more of the detailed architectural. But let me take you through some of the things that we do on a normal Tuesday night to show you that this is a large project. It's complicated. There's some big structures in this project, but we fit everything to what you normally demand of us, and we're proud to do that. On the left, you see the existing 2025 comp plan. It calls for mixed use, and mixed use can be in many different ways. It can be horizontal, it can be vertical, And in this project, we have horizontal mixed use. Also existing is a PUD. Tonight, we're proposing a PUD to you. You're used to seeing those. We see them all the time. It's a detailed PUD that puts forth the zoning requirements and rigors of the project. But very importantly, on this site right now, the existing PUD, you see it at the bottom, does not allow commercial uses, and it says SDAs 1, 2, 6, and 7. I will relate to you, that is everything north of Rock Creek Road. So right now, north of Rock Creek Road, by your code, by your laws, we cannot do anything commercially. We are limited to industrial, office, and residential. Tonight, we're asking you to change that. Tonight, we're asking you to allow us to do commercial. There is also a restrictive covenant, and we've discussed this with you, several of you, but it's a very important point, particularly as to a TIF. Realize a TIF is asking you to divert sales taxes from this site into the project. Well, we're really asking you to do something that otherwise could not be done, because this is the restrictive covenant against this property. And you see it on the left, it's filed of record, it's been there since 2006, and it takes a 90% amendment to make it change. That covenant says, and you shall see it, it shall not be used for any retail purposes except for incidental retail that are basically within hotels or offices. And that restriction affects everything north of Rock Creek Road. So right now, by your PUD and by this covenant, which is private, we cannot do anything for retail or commercial north of Rock Creek Road. If you approve this project tonight, the PUD will be lifted, will be allowed to do it, and the owners have committed to change that covenant. It's a hard covenant to change. But the applicant before you is the primary owner south of Rock Creek Road, and they are an instrument to make sure we can get that covenant changed. The land itself that we pull off of GIS and show you, one of the most important things is that we're not dealing with any floodplain. We're not dealing with any WQPZs, as you're familiar with. This is basically a clean site that sits high, fairly low slope. It is a site that doesn't have the topography issues that we know we get concerned with in terms of stormwater. There's the aerial, just so you can see the context. Now, make sure you understand north is left, and that may be confusing to you through the night, but otherwise we have a tiny little diagram that wouldn't look so good. So north is going to be to your left all night. I-35 you see across the bottom. Rock Creek Road extends right up through the middle, and 24th Avenue is the winding serpentine street through the center of that diagram. The PUD site is the large piece in the middle. Terra Apartments, you see right above it. Sooner Station, senior housing project, you see sitting right above it. You see Emmy at the top, and you see the Max Westheimer Airport at the very top, WIFAC over there on the upper right, and Embassy Suites over on the upper right as well. Now we'll get into the details of what we propose. This is the preliminary plat. This is an item you actually vote on. This is the plat that goes of record eventually once we do the construction drawings and build the infrastructure. And what this plat will do is create 13 legal commercial lots on the right side of the screen. It will commit 5 high-density residential lots, which is kind of in the middle on the left, 37 urban residential, which are tight little lots. I'll show you a little more about that in just a minute. And staff has reviewed this, your staff, your professional engineers, and your stormwater engineers, and they have recommended approval to you tonight of this plat. The PUD. The PUD is the zoning document, and it basically breaks down this development into 3 zones. And 3 zones are, I'll start on the right, the development area number 3 is commercial. And commercial will allow for all forms of all the uses that we're planning on the right side of this project, which of course is the arena, the entertainment district, the hotel, hospitality, office, parking garage. All of that will be under the allowable uses in development area number 3. On the left, in the blue, is development area number 2. It'll be high-density residential, up to 734 units and 24 townhomes. And through the process, this is one of those elements that we worked with you through the process. We heard from many of you who said, we want commercial on the first floor. That was a common theme that many of you asked us to do. And so we have written into the PUD that we can do commercial on the first floor of these multifamily units. And I will show you in just a minute that could be pretty compelling as we get into the pedestrian zone. On the left, we have development area number 1, which is urban residential, 37 units. These are basically very small, single-family lots with ADUs, but we've enhanced them. We've put in what we could do called discrete businesses. So we've tried to do live, work, play throughout this entire zone, this entire project. Those little 37 units will allow you to have everything but retail, not everything, but no retail, but basically a discrete home business, a little bit more robust than we normally allow in R1, but still discrete and still workable within that scheme. This is the overall site plan. Danny is going to take you through this in much more detail than I, so I'm just going to brush over it. But again, north is left, I-35 is at the bottom, and what you see on the lower right, the pink, is the arena. The little red squares are the retail and food and beverage, about 140,000 square feet. You see a little purple building in the middle, that is the hotel. And then you see light blue squares, that is office. Right below them is a 1,250 car parking garage. Then as we go left, you get into sort of the mustard orange there, that is multifamily. And then as we go farther left, you see the single family that we just talked about. Danny will talk more in detail, but I do want to highlight one thing. This project went through quite a lot of change from the early stages of this year. Several of you very thankfully gave us input on how we could make this better. One of the things you made us make better, and we're very glad you did, is up on the upper left, you see how we now have the multifamily orienting right on 24th Avenue. I think that's going to be a spectacular scene as you drive up 24th Avenue, and you can see that arc that will carry you right by the multifamily as it extends all the way up 24th Avenue. That was a significant change from early on that you asked for, and we were glad to do that. Okay, so let's look at the real gut of the matter, the engineering. And when we look at this, we see the open space is about 24.4% of open space. You see the Parks Board and the Greenbelt Commission. These were really their purviews. They look at these diagrams very closely and make sure that we put enough green space all the way through these projects so that we've made sure it's compatible, it has recreational areas, and you can see a lot of green around the multifamily areas. And then you don't see it yet, but I'm going to show you that pedestrian spine that goes through the middle that is really quite striking. Okay, so stormwater. This is one of those projects that I rarely get to show you this much stormwater treatment. And we want to thank Richard McCown, who helped us on this project significantly. Early on, I will tell you, these developers, when they asked me, how do we do stormwater here? I said, what can you tell us about the best practices? Well, we said, you know, there's several ways to do it, and we have some people in Norman that could probably help you. They said, great. Tell us who that is. Let us try to hire the local help that will help us understand how we best do this. Now, you might recall on the Noun Hotel, we did some remarkable LID and BMPs. That was a great project, but this one is significantly larger than what we did there. And Richard came into this team and looked at this and said, you know, we can do rain gardens and bioswales and tree wells. And he engaged with SMC engineers and Terry Haynes, and it is now sprinkled through this entire project. You can see it from left to right. You see all of those little green swales in all of those parking lots. I don't know of a parking lot in Norman. There may be one. I'm not aware of a project, certainly, that has this many bioswales sprinkled into all of those parking lots across the entirety of the project. That is a remarkable development for this project. Traffic, we had a lot of questions about traffic, and BJ Hawkins is here with TEC engineers to talk through that if we need to, but the traffic is one that we feel very confident that we've taken care of. I won't go into the details, we can get into them if you'd like tonight, but in the middle of the screen and on the right of the screen are areas that will be done by the developer as part of this project. They involve turn lanes on the left, down by Robinson Street and 24th Avenue, and they involve turn lanes and a new traffic light in the middle. The traffic light will basically be right where Carmex comes out of its property on Rock Creek Road. Then as we go down on the page, or west of the site, there will be another traffic light put in over at, I believe it's Pendleton Drive. That would be a co-share project between the city and the developer. Then as we go left on the screen to Tecumseh Road, those involve a significant number of turn lanes that would be done by the city. I do want to note that when the TIF was eliminated, the original TIF, back in 2019, I believe it was, that settlement agreement, that document, put forth, I believe, about $5 million to be left to do traffic projects by the city. So there could be some money still left from the city to do those projects, and those were specifically called out in that document to be done. The phasing of this project, one of the things that's very exciting about this project is the first thing out of the ground will be the arena. It will go vertical quickly. And as you heard earlier tonight in the next room, it will start basically within about 1.5 years. And then it will go vertical as it progresses. The first phase involves the arena, the entertainment district at the upper right, the parking garage at the lower part of the screen, and the first couple of buildings of multifamily. So immediately out of the ground, we have the entertainment, the arena, living, and parking. The second phase, probably very quickly, would be the hotel and the office. And then we get into the third phase on the far left, which is the multifamily, which is more of the multifamily, I should say. This is the context. So what we've done is laid the site plan over the context of the screen, and we're going to dive in a little closer here and look at this. But you can start to see how it relates to the site. And what I hope you're starting to see is how very different this project is from the remainder of UMP. I do want to note, you see YFAC at the top right of this screen. I want you to imagine the day that this is open with all of that food and beverage, all of that entertainment zone, and all of those tournaments at YFAC. And the synergy and the interplay that we will have between this development and the YFAC and the convention center over at Embassy Suites, it will be remarkable. All right together, all walkable, all in immediate proximity to each other. And that gives you a good sense of it. As we zoom in, you can see on the right side of the screen is South UMP. You can see Kohl's and Academy and Embassy Suites. On the left side of the screen, you see the red boxes that are the entertainment district, the food and beverage. You see how small those little red boxes are. They just look like a little red box to you and me on that screen, but that is a business. Each one of those is a separate, distinct business for the entertainment zone. Now compare that layout to the right where you see big boxes. We call them big boxes, mid boxes, large retail development. Very, very different. This is a much different scheme than what you see on the right. And this scheme is locked in by the PUD. As you know that we've talked about over the years, PUDs lock in a site plan. We can't make significant changes to this site plan without coming back before you. It's locked within the PUD. So that will stay as it is. Parking. This is another example of something that you pressed us early on. We heard it repeatedly from you. We heard it from planning commissioners. We were pressed pretty significantly to reduce the parking footprint of this project. We heard you, we listened, and we went back to the drawing board and we tried very hard to downgrade the parking footprint so that we could maximize the entertainment district, the arena, and do what we could to make it not like South UMP. And you see the difference now. If you see on the right in the yellow boxed area, there are 2,061 surface parking spaces for that retail and restaurant area. On the left, you see the red area is 1,143 surface parking spaces. Not much of a different area, but a dramatically different footprint. And again, that will have LID, stormwater, bioswales, all of that integrated within those parking areas. Very key to this is the parking garage at the bottom of the screen of about 1,250 parking spaces. How big is that? I hope you've been to the Norman Regional Hospital parking garage by now. I think that was something that was opened quite a while ago. That was a great project, a large project. That parking garage is about 756 spaces. This is massively bigger than what the Norman Regional Hospital project is. We're proud of that. We think that helps significantly to take away the stormwater input on this project. We think it will help tremendously. But this is a slide I really wanted you to see and think about. Walkability. I don't know how many times I've heard people talk about walkability in projects. I'm proud to show you this one because I'm proud to say this one has a walkability metric that I don't think I've ever presented to you before, and I don't think we have in Norman, Oklahoma anywhere. Look at that design. What they have done is internalize the design, and you see the black dashed zone. You're going to see some great pictures of this in just a little bit from Danny. But what you see there is a walkable pedestrian experience all the way from the upper right all the way down through the project to the left over to the multifamily. That is about a 0.6 mile distance from Rock Creek Road to Corporate Center Drive. And you can see that zone, every one of those buildings, except for the ones up on 24th that play into 24th Street, the rest of them play into the pedestrian mall experience. And they intimately harbor that pedestrian mall and carry the user through that experience. You're going to see a great shot from Danny here in a little bit that will give you a view down that experience. As recently as just a few weeks ago that you challenged us again, though, and we appreciate it, you said, how can we make this even better? You said, what can we do to make sure that as we cross Radius Way, which is the center street, what can we do to make sure that the car doesn't dominate, but that the pedestrian dominates? We listened to you. We heard you, and we love that recommendation. And so the architects went back to the drawing board again, and you can't see it in this drawing, but basically what we have is what you would probably think of as a speed table, but it's basically that pedestrian mall carrying right through the street. And so the car has to slow down to allow the pedestrians to cross instead of the pedestrian slowing down to let the car cross. So we've done that all the way through the site. The street on the upper right, called the Festival Street, these are private streets, so those can be closed at any time. We can close those and bollard them off, and we can have a community experience, we can have a festival experience, we can have a game day experience. Unlike anything we've ever been able to have in Norman, Oklahoma, and I believe unlike anything that anybody else has been able to have in central Oklahoma, we will have right there. So we're excited about this project. We're very excited about the upper right, because another suggestion we heard from you just recently was how can we better engage the corner? And Danny is going to show you a little more about this, but we reoriented the site on the upper right to make sure that that point at 24th and Rock Creek is a really incredible experience. A moment as the pedestrian walks through it, as the driver drives through it, that they look to the left and they say, well, that's UMP. That's the entertainment zone. And it carries your eye and your walkability right down that lane. And so we have a great opportunity tonight. One of the things that I want you to think about, as I've grown in Norman, as I've grown up and I've seen back in my early days of Hitachi, in the early days of Westinghouse, in the early days of private projects that came to our town of significant scale. Now, I'm not faulting anybody, but it's been a long time. It's been a long time since we've seen a private investment of this caliber. We are seeing them in Oklahoma City. We are seeing them in other parts of the state, but it's been a long time since we saw one in Norman. It is time for Norman to re-engage with private enterprise in public-private partnerships that we can then enhance the growth in a positive way, in a way that is better for all of us, in a way that makes the best uses of the best planning tools anyone has, and using our primary economic engine, the pride of our town, the University of Oklahoma. We can do this in partnership with OU, in partnership with the county, in partnership with the private developer that owns to the south, who has an incredibly vested interest in making sure that this goes right, because they own a bunch of it to the south. It's time. It's the moment that we can say, yes, we will engage with private enterprise. We will enter a public-private partnership, and we will make it work tremendously well. With that, I'm going to ask Danny Lovell to come up and present more of the architecture, and then you will hear from Mr. Castiglione and President Harris. Thank you very much. Danny?
Thank you, Sean. Good evening. My name is Danny Lovell. I believe I've met on at least 3 to 10 occasions, each of you, and it's been my pleasure to not only meet you, but to get to know you a little bit better, to get to know your city of Norman. The process that we've gone through has been, as Sean mentioned, Mr. Rieger mentioned, has been great. We've gotten more feedback from this council than any project that I've been a part of. My name is Danny Lovell. I am the president and CEO of Rainier Companies. We're a Dallas-based investment group and development company. With me tonight is David Neer, who's the president of our development company. Also is Lincoln Property Company. Lincoln Property Company is either the first or the second largest developer in the country based on volume, also based in Dallas, Texas. The rest of our team here that has been working on this project, some of which you council members have met, Arcadis and Gensler, who are two of the top architects in the country. Arcadis is formerly Callison RTKL. They're a leading mixed-use a leading mixed-use planner and architect in the United States. And Gensler, who I think most of you recognize their name, they have been involved in the design and architecture of most of the recent, I will say in the last 5 to 10 years, projects, arena projects in the country. Legends, a global experience company who's also based in Dallas and manages the Oklahoma City Thunder Arena, also built and developed the Star in Texas with some of our team, has also been consulting with us. Before I continue, though, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I live in Dallas. Our firm is based in Dallas. We got in this project because we bought University Town Center to the south, as Mr. Rieger mentioned, back in 2019. We were not the original developer of that project. We had no investment in Norman prior to 2019. But we looked at that shopping center. It wasn't actually for sale. We looked at the metrics of that shopping center, the amount of tourism, the amount of sales that were going on in that volume of that venue, and we wanted to buy it. So we contacted the public REIT that owned it and convinced them to sell it to us. And we bought that shopping center in 2019. I'm from Oklahoma. I grew up in Henrietta, very, very small town that you may have heard of, just east of here, about 150 miles, about 80 miles, about an hour and a half. And I'm passionate about this state. I'm an Okie. I care about the state. I care about the Oklahoma City metropolitan area, and I've gotten to know a lot of you and care about the city of Norman. This isn't just another project to me. I'm passionate about it. My parents all still live, my family all still lives in Henrietta, with the exception of my brother, which lives about 5 minutes up the road, he and his family. So if I screw this up, I'm not going to Thanksgiving dinner for sure. Tonight I'm going to walk you through, as Sean actually stole a lot of my thunder, quite frankly. He did a good job walking through the nuts and bolts of the site plan, but many people have seen the site plan. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on the site plan, and then I'm going to talk through some FAQ items, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Castiglione. But this site plan has taken a lot of work. It's been very fun to see the creativeness out of many local constituents, council members, architects, other people in this community that we have, Mr. McCown, other people that we have consulted with and asked to help us with this project. It's very, very different from when we started. I'm going to walk you through right to left, which is south to north. The arena in pink, as Mr. Rieger mentioned, is an 8,000 square foot performance venue arena for the community, as well as the University of Oklahoma. Mixed-use projects like this that have office, retail, multifamily, residential, hotel, arena components, they're popping up really, literally all over the place because of the intersection between sports and mixed-use development. The catalyst to this being built in a city of 125, 130,000 people is the arena. And the arena working in a city of 125 to 130,000 people is the mixed-use development that is able to collaborate with it. 8,000 seats, OU men and women's basketball, as well as women's gymnastics. To the right or the top of your screen, you see 140,000 feet of retail. As Mr. Rieger mentioned, this is not big box retail. We buy big box retail for a living. We own over 5 million square feet of it. This is not big box retail. You could put Target, you could put this entire shopping center, this 140,000 square feet, into Target, which is 175,000 square feet to the south. So this is a carefully curated food and beverage pedestrian walkway that we have created that works seamlessly as a live, work, play environment with not only the office, but the hotel and the residential. The hotel is 150 keys. Hotel, it'll be a boutique hotel. I'll talk more and show you some renderings of that in a second. The parking garage to the south is 1,250 spaces, 4 levels. We've got 2 detention and retention ponds, which are directly to the south of the arena. We've tried to make this into an amenity. You'll see a rendering of that, as well as the Pond 5, which is just to the south of the residential. And then the office is in blue, which is part of the work play environment. Now, I've spoken about the office before publicly, and I've spoken to a lot of you about the office. It's in phase 2 in our plan, and we will not build speculative office. So this office will be either pre-leased or build-to-suit office for very specific tenants that we believe will want to be involved in a live, work, play, mixed-use district, such as what we're building here. Further to the north is the residential, multifamily, high density. Again, Sean mentioned, thank you for your comments. We've gotten a lot more density out of this site plan by creating more multifamily up along 24th, and then the residential on the far north side of 37 units. This is a portion of our landscape plan. The landscape plan includes pocket parks, street buffers, both soft and hardscapes. I think, again, Mr. Rieger did a good job of mentioning our parks, and our planning commission had very, very good comments. The thing I'll point out is the linear park in blue. So this is, as I mentioned, walkable. Walkability has been our theme. So people are able to live in the residential, whether they're in the townhome, in the multifamily, and walk south through the office and the hotel component into the retail and entertainment district, where not only can they get a meal, but they could also attend a concert or a game. The residential amenity on the far north of the site plan, we anticipate to be an additional park, and you can see the pocket parks in green, both to the northeast and the northwest of the site plan. You can see here just a little bit further drilled down version. Notice the trees. We've heard the Planning Commission. We've heard the Planning Commission, as well as some of you, talk about landscaping and the trees and how we need more greenery. So we've done a good job of that, we believe, with the bioswales. And again, I'll give a kudos to Mr. McCowan for his help there. You can see number 1, the performance venue. Number 2, the hotel in purple, office in blue, events plaza, and festival street. This festival street, as I mentioned, is going to be carefully curated food and beverage. I've gotten a lot of questions. We're the largest, to my knowledge, retail owner, contiguous owner in Norman, and I've gotten a lot of questions about, what is this retail? Are you just building more big boxes? The largest space that we anticipate is just east of the arena. I think you can see it here. It's 18,500 feet. The far southwest corner, southeast corner on the site plan, top right, those buildings are 4,500 and 5,500 square feet and are anticipated to be outdoor dining venues and restaurants overlooking our public art project. Further to the south, we've got our festival plaza, and I'll show you a rendering of that here in a second. But this important point, one of the important points and features of this festival street is that we can not only have pedestrians walking up and down it, as well as vehicular traffic through the through the festival street, but we can also close the festival street on event days. Now, that doesn't have to be an OU event. That can be a concert, can be a community event. So we can put the bollards up on each side, the north and the south, and close that off. And so you'll see a rendering here in a second of what that looks like as people are walking through there. This is anticipated to be a 150-key boutique hotel. There's a very, very unique, when I stay there a lot in Norman, very similar. is a very similar concept is what we're planning here. And we've been talking to hotel operators that are very, very interested in this area and this location, particularly with the movement that's gone in the university moving into the SEC. I saw a statistic yesterday. According to the first 3 football games of the year, hotel motel occupancy is up 150%, and the rates for hotels within Norman are up 200% over last year. I would not be surprised if there's more than one hotel on this site plan at some point, whether it's on this 90-acre PUD or on the TIF district to the north. Hotels are certainly needed in this area due to tourism. And so we're anticipating this to be a very boutique, carefully curated 180-key hotel. As I mentioned, the office will not be speculative. To the right are some renderings of what we anticipate for the office. This is 3-story three-story loft office buildings. So not the 12 to 15 to 20-story skyscrapers that you see in downtown Oklahoma City or other places. We will likely have these come online in phase 2. However, we have already started to get questions from potential users, office users, that either want to expand to this area, their corporate headquarters, or relocate corporate headquarters if this project happens. Further to the north is our multifamily, high-density multifamily and townhomes. We anticipate 758 units of high density and 37 units, as Mr. Rieger mentioned, of urban residential. And you can see, actually, I'll show you another rendering in a second, but you can see this kind of water feature that is more of an outdoor park that's walkable. So residents can take that all the way through the linear park, through the office, all the way to the residential zone, making it a very inviting area, as well as a place for outdoor young families and kids to play. Mr. Rieger mentioned our public art concept, which we are excited about. We've gotten a lot of great feedback, and we are partnering with Norman Arts Council to create, at the corner of 24th and Rock Creek, a public art project. The process there will be that the Norman Arts Council will put out a public RFP that whichever artist is chosen by them will then work with our design team to create a public art piece that will be showcased here at this intersection. We can zoom in and show not only where it's located with the retail and the restaurants on this there on the corner, but we're hoping that the artist will want to pay homage to not only the city, but the University of Oklahoma, as well as the area with this art project. So we're excited about this. We've got the Arts Council involved. It's gonna be great. This is a rendering of the head-on of the arena. To the left, you've got our 18,500-foot multi-level indoor-outdoor venue. So we anticipate this being a bar-restaurant concept with live band. Roughly 1,000 to 1,200 patrons can be in that. On the bottom, you can't see it very well. I think it's a little light in here, but we have a concept of garage doors on the bottom that can be raised up during an event day. So whether it's a Thursday night event or a basketball or a gymnastics meet, this will be a place where people will want to hang out, will want to loiter. You can see also the cars in this rendering. So ballards are down. This is not an event day. This is a regular Thursday. Also to the far right, you can see the density and the architecture of the hotel. So very, very close, literally walkable across the street. And we anticipate retail at the bottom of the hotel at the top of the festival street. This is a rendering of the festival street. Again, in the background, you can see the arena, the hotel. Also Solar, which is obviously a generic name, is our 18,000 square foot retailer. Food and beverage retailer, outdoor venue. You've got some athleisure, very carefully curated shopping on the left, and on the right, more food and beverage. And so the arena, which we'll talk about in just a second, is going to be programmed somewhere between 170 and 180 days a year. only 41 of those are going to be for the University of Oklahoma. And so those other evenings, there will be a mix and a management team that manages the arena that will work with our team on the retail to program this festival street with what's going on in the arena. This is a rendering we just got done. It's actually a sketch. You're on the second level looking south towards the arena from the residential. So what you can see here is as Mr. Rieger mentioned, is this is Radius Way running left to right on the screen, and you've got pedestrians walking across Radius Way. Cars will need to stop for pedestrians, not pedestrians needing to stop for cars. Our linear park is in the middle. You can see the water feature. You can see to the right the office building concept, as well as to the left office, and then the top 3 to 4 stories of a hotel. So an example of the density that we anticipate in Norman, this is an urban scale suburban project. This type of density is generally in major MSAs. We want to bring it to Norman. We've gotten great feedback from you, and we believe that this is the vision for what we anticipate with this project. One more rendering here, which is from I-35 south looking northeast. This is the arena. Obviously, to the left, you can see the parking garage. We've got some skin on the parking garage, so it doesn't necessarily look like a parking garage from I-35, although you can see cars parking on the roof. Office building to the top of that, and then the hotel. And this is what I meant by an amenity with our retention detention ponds. So this is the type of landscape architecture that we're anticipating. You can see, obviously, trees. You can see potential for waterfalls and fountains, rock, granite. This will be a great drive-up appeal, not only from 35, looking at this entertainment district and the arena, but also from Rock Creek Road and at this intersection. Excuse me, I've been practicing this, and so my voice is a little hoarse. So I've walked you through the site plan. I've walked you through our vision. I would say collectively our vision. At first reading, there was a lot of discussion about questions that some of which were answered and some of which weren't answered. And so the last part of my presentation, I'm going to walk you through a summary of the financing and a couple of facts, FAQs, if you will, for the project. So the public funding request is for $230 million, which is the principal request, including costs. We are breaking down the cost for discussion, or excuse me, for ease. We're rounding to within 3%, but there's a $230 million of public financing that's being requested. The tax increment financing is for a $330 million arena, parking garage, and $30 million of infrastructure. Not the infrastructure is for the city of Norman. So the infrastructure is roads, utilities, sewer. That $330 million is the total cost of those 3 components: the arena, the parking structure, and the utilities. $100 million of capital for that $330 million public asset, which is going to be owned by Cleveland County Trust, is coming from OU and the developers. $100 million of capital. $230 million is the principal tax increment financing request. It's also important to understand how the revenues from that tax increment financing request, how they flow in. So over 2/3 of the revenues from the 2 TIFs, TIF 4 and TIF 5, as Mr. Rieger went through earlier, over 2/3 of that revenue comes from Cleveland County and other taxing authorities in the form of ad valorem tax. So a lot of people have said, well, this is costing the city $600 million. The city is going to be putting in $600 million. I've heard that a lot. And so to correct the record, this is the way the tax increment financing works. This is the way that each TIF 4 and 5 work. And over 2/3 of the revenue coming to pay off the tax increment financing is coming from other parties, not the city of Norman. Less than 1/3 of the sales taxes generated from the increment is coming from the city of Norman. It's also important to note that the non-dedicated TIF revenues only are utilized for the repayment of this sales tax, and that the dedicated portion of sales tax, public safety, public transit, Norman Forward, those will still be paid with this project. So there's been a lot of people that have asked me that question. In fact, I got a call, the lady may be in this room, I got a call on my cell phone from a lady in Norman who said, I'm opposed to your project because you're taking money from police. And I walked her through the fact that dedicated sales taxes are still being paid. And so I've got a chart here on the right. If you buy a Snickers bar in Norman, Oklahoma, you pay the cost of that Snickers bar at an 8.75% tax rate. Where do the taxes go? Well, 4.5% comes off the top and goes to the state. 0.125% goes to Cleveland County Jail. 2.3% goes to the Norman General Fund. 0.7% goes to Norman Capital Improvements. And then 0.5%, let me back up. Norman General Fund and Norman Capital Improvements are the non-dedicated portions of this TIF. So that 3% is what is the sales tax that the city of Norman is contributing towards this TIF. Norman Public Safety, 0.5%, Norman Forward, 0.5%, and Norman Public Transit, 1.125%, will still be paid. Now let's break down the city's portion. So $230 million of principal, which we've talked about, plus cost, financing costs. Now, this has also been talked about. There's actually an article written about it in one of the papers here. But just like a mortgage, when you borrow money, you pay financing costs. A 30-year mortgage, you pay 30 years of financing. So when you look in the back of that packet from your bank, it describes the amount of cost. That's what we're talking about here. Our estimates, our numbers, our development partner, landowner numbers that we started back in November of 2023 and we sent to the city and their consultants are that would cost $507 million. Now, as Mr. Francisco has said, you can poke holes in anybody's numbers. He can poke them in ours, we can poke them in everybody else's. These are the numbers that we have been using since November of 2023 when we sent our plan in. So $507 million is what we believe that this increment will create. And the city has capped, or the project plan has capped, the total amount that's utilized at 600. So we, developers and landowners that are paying off this tax increment financing, we get the lesser of $600 million in increment that we're generating through our investment in all these components. And all these components, the retail, the multifamily, the hotel, all these components that we're investing in to create the increment that's not there today. We are, if that increment doesn't create $600 million, landowners and developers are on the hook for the difference. So once again, let's look at the revenue. If the $507 million number is right, which we certainly believe it is, over 2/3 of that revenue to pay back this TIF financing comes from ad valorem tax, $369 million by our estimates. $138 million is sales tax. Now, the beauty of state of Oklahoma and TIFs is that there's Leverage Act funds. And I think this was talked about earlier in the EDA meeting, but Leverage Act funds are a one-to-one match by the state. And they're for creating sales tax in an area that doesn't currently, that qualifies for the creation of sales tax. This project qualifies, it hits all the metrics to qualify for the state-funded Leverage Act. That's a up to 1-to-1 deduction from what the sales tax portion that the city would be putting in requires. Further, if we don't build the arena, there won't be any sales tax on the arena. So we have further reduced the $69 million by $18 million to get a estimated total Norman sales tax of $51 million. Now again, these are our numbers. We have had them vetted by no less than 4 consultants. Nobody has called us and said, you're crazy. Nobody has called us and said, these don't add up, these don't make sense. People have taken more conservative assumptions, which we welcome and is prudent. But our estimates show that what will this cost the city is $51 million of tax increment that we are investing in the area to create. Back to the dedicated portion. Our estimate is that $54 million will come to the city from the dedicated portion of this project. So said another way, we believe that there is a substantial offset. I've seen the Norman sales tax total number the dedicated sales tax number at 40. I've seen it at 60, depending on analysis that are run. So these are our numbers. People can certainly poke holes in them, but I'll tell you who else believes in besides us is the market. Bond investors believe these numbers. Our investors who are institutional believe these numbers. Pension funds, insurance companies, public and private REITs, they believe these numbers. And if we're wrong, it's on the developers and the landowners to come up with the capital to repay the $230 million in financing. Mr. Rieger mentioned that there's a retail restriction north of Rock Creek Road. This map shows what that retail restriction looks like. And that the city of Norman, to my knowledge, has not had sales tax revenue from this land in their budget for a long, long, long time. And they don't have it in the budget for the foreseeable future. So without our project, sales tax generated on this land will be zero. Yes, there's a restriction that requires a very high bar of 90% to get removed. And there's been multiple retailers that have come into this area and tried to got it removed. As you guys, as you council members know, and it's been shut down. With our project, the sales tax from this area, starting with the dedicated sales tax, 2026, over $1 million. 2027, $1,350,000. 2028 to 2050, we anticipate over $52 million of sales tax coming into this area. And in 2051, when the TIF expires, if it takes that long, $25 million of sales tax revenue continues year after year after year. This project, without this project, this sales tax likely doesn't get paid. How does this affect a Norman citizen? Somebody has, at first reading, there was mention of geobonds. There's mention of other uses besides a TIF. We've used many of the others. In fact, other states don't have TIFs. They have PUDs, TERS, all kinds of things. They all effectively do the same thing, but most geobonds, not all, most require citizen taxes to go up. We didn't think that was an option. We didn't want to come ask the citizens to raise taxes. No new taxes, no risk to the public. The financial risk to the city, we believe, is actually a benefit. Landowner, developers, and the county are borrowing $230 million, and this catalyzes the additional development. If TIFs were negative, they wouldn't be utilized. People would stop utilizing them. And yes, there are pros and cons to TIFs, but there's 109 active TIFs right now in the state of Oklahoma and almost 800 in the state of Texas. This is the way public-private partnerships work. The TIF is the only way, to my knowledge, to get Leverage Act funds from the state of Oklahoma. And those Leverage Act funds come from the 4.5% of the increment that we're creating. Is the city of Norman at risk? They are not at risk. No financial risk for the city of Norman. Well, is this arena just for OU? It isn't. It's going to be professionally managed by one of the top arena builders and managers in the country. As I mentioned earlier, events programmed 170 to 180 days a year. OU Athletics will utilize it 41. Community events, concerts, meetings, other sporting events, graduations, we anticipate that those will be used 130 to 139 nights a year. And the management company here, they get paid to program this arena. That's part of their management fee. They're not going to sit on their hands. They want to bring events to this arena. Before I introduce Mr. Mr. Castiglione, I just want to thank you one more time for having me and having us and having our team as part of this project. This has the potential to be an unbelievable windfall, a tremendous upside for the city. You're not in it alone, though. You guys are not in it alone, ladies and gentlemen of the council. The city's not in it alone. You have partners. Cleveland County is your partner in this project. Cleveland County is taking on over 2 times the amount of tax increment financing revenue responsibility for the repayment of this TIF than the city of Norman. The state of Oklahoma is your partner. We believe this qualifies. We are in the middle of a project in Tulsa that also qualifies. It is not as simple as paperwork, but we know what it takes to get Leverage Act funds. We believe this qualifies, and we believe we will get them. The state of Oklahoma is your partner. You're not in this alone. And I'm your partner. My team is your partner. Lincoln Property Company is your partner. Through our investment and the landowners and developers' investment in the surrounding area of this project, we anticipate bringing between 10 and 15 times the amount of money that the city is bringing in the form of tax increment to this project. We're your partner. You guys aren't doing this alone. You've got 3 great partners in this with you. There's students here tonight, which is awesome to see. The number 1 freshman class, the highest freshman class in the history of the University of Oklahoma was this year. By the time we finish phase 1 and stabilize it, they'll be graduating. This project has the opportunity to capture those kids, keep those young families, keep the individual investment that they make in the community, the charitable contributions they make here in Norman, and the community contributions here in Norman. We need to keep these kids here. I want to urge you to vote yes for this project. I believe in it. I believe it's beneficial for the city. I want to thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, to the staff of the city, our subject matter experts, and many community leaders representing both our city and our county. I am very, very privileged to be here to represent a part of this transformative project. It's one that this university and our staff have been present. We've been engaged, been collaborative. We've gone to meet people wherever they are. We wanted to be open, and we wanted to have a thorough, comprehensive process that led to tonight, a call to action. July 1st, we entered into the Southeastern Conference. It was a unified decision made by our university leadership to put our entire institution in a position to be successful, and by extension, a way to help our community grow. This district, if you will, further advances that effort in a way that not only benefits the University of Oklahoma, but our great state and obviously our region. When the city and county came to the university, yes, and the city and county representatives came to the university, asked us to partner with them in this effort, we immediately asked the right questions. Are you all in? Is this going to be something that we can work together? Is this going to be something where people can perhaps set some petty agendas to the side or check egos at the door to come together in a team effort? And we became absolutely convinced that that could happen. And I am so proud to this point, that is exactly the path that we have taken. working together with each other for the greater good of our community. That unity I referenced earlier carries through now, this partnership with our elected officials and other city leaders. We found strength in this partnership. Everyone has come together with best intentions. As I mentioned, over the course of countless hours, meetings, phone calls, however we could engage with people, the recurrent theme that pulses through our efforts is that this is for the betterment of Norman and Cleveland County, our great community. Our opportunity now is within reach. It's within reach. And this council can demonstrate the true leadership in seizing perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, this transformative opportunity that gets us from one place to a better future. As been mentioned by Mr. Rieger and Danny, these types of districts are popping up everywhere. Communities are recognizing the combination of work, play, and live, an environment that we need for our community to grow. As an anchor tenant to the proposed district, this arena and our combination of our investment in our sports and the student athletes that we have in our program collectively represent the great vision that we have for our sports programs overall. But more than that, we have a vision for how the university can continue to play a role in the city's growth. This development would serve as another destination point for thousands of sports fans and other tourists. One way, shape, or form, small businesses, organizations, big businesses, our universities, churches, gathering places, we all have a responsibility to put something out there that can attract people here. That's how this community has thrived, and certainly going to be part of the formula for us to thrive in the future. There's no difference for us in athletics. We believe that the combination and the synergy of an arena and this entertainment district will create an experience that we have not heretofore been able to offer our fans for these sports. We'll have great competitions. They'll be fierce, yes. The celebrations will be elevated. And of course, the game day experience itself will be something that we haven't seen before. Again, all put together to breed growth and opportunities for both the teams that play here, the other events that come here, and our city. For us, it's always about creating a sense of place, a place where you feel welcome, you're engaged, it's vibrant. It's a destination where all the people that we represent and serve can come together, coaches, teams, athletes, fans, visitors, all immersed in trying to come together and take advantage of what the city of Norman and Cleveland County have to offer. As we've mentioned, the arena will be embedded in the entertainment district, yes. But the entertainment district also helps elevate the experiences for people coming to the arena. It's not just Sooner fans. We're attracting people from all over this state and its region. They're going to have the best amenities. They're going to have a chance to come and enjoy before and after all of these different events. As we've mentioned in some of the pictures that you've seen, we have been very, very intentional about the architectural style, the quality of the construction, and the timeless features that really represent what we know and love about our community. But also for us is to have a state-of-the-art place, a state-of-the-art place for competition, for our coaches and our athletes to feel like they're in the best environment and gives us the best chance to win. This is these two renderings are looking at the arena facing west. So in other words, this particular view faces inside to the entertainment district. You saw bigger pictures earlier. This moves you into the big lobby area of the arena as it welcomes the 8,000 to 9,000 people that will be coming to enjoy the events that take place here. Be, again, taking advantage of all the technology and state-of-the-art opportunities for fans. We spent considerable time in the preliminary design to really make sure that this arena brings people to the action itself, whether it's men's or women's basketball or women's gymnastics. This is just one view from the inside of the arena. Here's one with a gymnastics setup. Obviously, people want to get part of the action, and we like to have both our teams immersed in engaging with fans. And there's some areas here that allow fans to see the teams as they come on and off the floor. Here's a photo that shows how it would be set up for the types of concerts that we can attract here. We are not in competition with Oklahoma City. We are a supplement to drawing more and more people to this area. And as was mentioned earlier, the strategy behind the management of this facility as well as the entertainment district is to have that synergy between the two cities so we can really bring some events here that maybe heretofore we haven't been able to attract. A person that is leading our university in attracting more people than we've ever had on campus, and in doing it at a time when colleges are struggling to actually achieve the same. We're very proud, and I'm proud to be working with a leader like we have, and I present to you tonight the president of the University of Oklahoma, Joseph Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. If it's appropriate, one of the things that we know a university stands for is not just giving individuals opportunities they otherwise wouldn't have and helping create a great workforce, but to teach students about democracy. And I believe there are about 65 or so students here. If it's appropriate, would it be okay for them to stand to be recognized, Mr. Mayor? Yes. Please. Would the students please stand? That concludes my presentation. No. So I think I first came before the city council for the university almost 30 years ago. And one of the things in this role that I have now as president that you spend a lot of time thinking about is the history of the university. And there are times when that history, I think, provides lessons for today. And I have next to my bed Professor David Levy's History of the University. It comes in a couple of volumes. And I always find the readings to be instructive. And I thought there were three examples, I think, that give context for today that I think are useful, and I hope they are. The first was the origin of the University of Oklahoma itself. As you all know, the University of Oklahoma was founded in 1890. Now, statehood, of course, wasn't until 1907. But the territorial legislature enacted a law creating an institution of learning in Norman, Oklahoma, but it had two conditions to it actually taking effect. And that was, one, that the city of Norman, the town, would dedicate 40 acres to create the university, and that the county of Cleveland County had 6 months to raise $10,000 to help it build a building to be a university. So the university wouldn't exist unless those two conditions were met, and it took a year to get that done. It took a year to donate the land and to raise the $10,000 so a building could be built. But it was done. It was done barely inside of that year. The second is, certainly apropos to athletic facility, is Benny Owens. Benny Owens, the father of OU football. When Benny took over in the 20s, he said, we have to build a stadium. And as part of that project, it was a stadium and a student union. And so Coach Benny Owens led a year-long campaign to build a stadium for Oklahoma. And he said they needed widespread student and community support to fund these. There was a campaign called the 250 campaign that was led. And Benny Owens said, "We have got to go ahead or go back. We can't stand still." The city of Norman aligned with OU during that time period in that campaign push for those two buildings, the Student Union and the stadium. And a quote from the city was, "Both structures will be means of bringing ever-increasing crowds to Norman. They will build up the university and add to its importance and prestige and to that of the city. Buy with your dollars today the dividends of tomorrow." Frank Buttram, who was the vice chair of the Board of Regents, led the campaign. And he argued that OU and the city had one of two roads to follow. One road leads onto a goal of ultimate success, a university that we'll be proud to call our alma mater, a university that will be outstanding in rank. And Buttram continued, the other road leads to mediocrity, a university that will be satisfied in accomplishing the ordinary things, the small things, a university that will be willing to take a position in the rear of the procession. And the rest is history. Right? We're celebrating the 100-year anniversary this year of that stadium, built by Benny Owens and the leadership that came together with the city to accomplish it. One more example. The last example, all in the first 50 years of the history of the university and of the city of Norman. Max Westheimer Field and the boom that took place there. Now, a lot of us know Max, in the fall of 1940, there was an estate gift to OU from the late Max Westheimer. His son-in-law, Walter Neustadt Sr., was the one who handled it, and it was a gift to purchase the land for a flying field. Now, it wasn't enough land. It was the estate gift. And so the city stepped forward, and the city of Norman voted bonds to purchase the adjacent 128 acres to complete the field. And was completed in October of 1941, just before the war started. And soon after the war started, which wasn't foreseen, it became a place that took off literally as a naval training station. And following that came the end of World War II and the boom for the city of Norman, and that field led to a lot of that. A population boom occurred, and people got concerned that they couldn't provide the services. The town itself grew quite a bit. In the city, the town grew 136% in 10 years. The university grew like 360% because of the GI Bill. And we worked together to make sure that our university prospered into what it is today. Each of these years, the reality was the university and the city could not go forward unless we moved together. Now, I've been around for a long time, longer than most, but not all, of those that are part of this council. And the relationship between the university and the city has not been what it could be. And it's come at an expense. The university can't flourish without the city, and the city can't flourish without the university. It's a unique asset for each. And whenever Joe Castiglione referenced us being approached about this opportunity, and we approached it with sort of a cautious concern. Can we really make this work? And I can tell you over the last year, the time that has been spent on this, and it even came before we were thinking about and at least articulating loudly the move to the SEC, we said, you know what, it is time for us to move together. Those days of the city and the university working together created remarkable prosperity, a unique prosperity. And it grew us into the third largest city, but we know we've not reached our potential. Every one of us knows it. And the only way is to do that together and to look at the unique financing tools that are available. It will not occur. We cannot grow without investment. It won't happen. And over the last several years, we launched a strategic plan to try and be a great university. But I can tell you it starts off with humility, which is to look in the mirror and say, are you being the best partner that you can be? And the answer was no. So we've endeavored to be a better partner and to look out for what the needs are of Norman, of the state as a whole. And we knew putting this strategic plan that there were headwinds in higher education. We launched it 4 years ago. And at that time, we were the biggest we had been, but honestly, pretty close to stagnant for a very long time. And we put together this strategic plan. We said we can grow, but we knew the headwinds were out there 4 years ago. We knew there was an enrollment cliff in 2025. And so we said, you know what? If we're going to be ambitious, we don't want to contract. We want to grow a little. So we put in place 2% growth numbers per year for the university, knowing there'd be a constriction. And what happened during that time frame? Over the last 10 years, there are right at 2 million fewer students in higher education in America than there were. Now, what does that mean in Oklahoma proportionately? Over the last 10 years, the number of students going to college in Oklahoma is down more than 65,000 students. That's the entire population of OU in Oklahoma State, and throw in your third favorite university in Oklahoma. It's a massive impact. And we knew something like that was coming. Maybe not that scale, but we knew it was coming. So we hoped to stay even or grow it a little. The first 2 years, we grew 2% and then about 2.5%. And then our strategic plan kicked in. And we didn't see it coming, but the last 2 years, we didn't just set the record, we grew by more than 20% in the last 2 years in our freshman class. Our research has gone from languishing to flourishing. Among large research institutions in the U.S., we are the 4th fastest growing over the last 4 years. It is working. Now, will it continue? Right? Is it something that will continue? What's the formula for success today in American higher education and for the economic opportunity for cities? Who's growing and who's atrophying? And by the way, look across America right now. You'll find most schools are down 20 or 30%. It's like Buttram said, right now there are 2 roads. You either fall behind or you move forward. There's no staying in the middle. It doesn't exist. And believe me, they're chasing us from behind. Right? When you look across the country and just look in our region, pick your city in Texas or Arkansas, look across the SEC, everyone knows what the formula is. The formula is be in the Sun Belt, have a premier institution of higher education so you can develop the workforce that's talented that you need for your enterprises, and do it in a city that allows for economic prosperity, that is pro-moving forward, and that is at the table working collectively to help the enterprise go forward. That's the formula. It was said a minute ago, I think Danny said that a lot of folks are doing these kinds of developments. The answer is those that are successful are doing developments like these. It's a reality. There is no way to stand still today. You are growing, you are investing, and you're moving together, or you are atrophying. And we're one of the lucky ones. We're in the Sun Belt. We have a major research university in an amazing city. The only question not answered right now is, will we create the environment where people want to be, where businesses want to be, where students want to stay? Not just come to school, but then stay after and invest in it. And if we don't do it, I guarantee you everyone else has figured this formula out in the Sun Belt. You either get on board and invest, or you get left behind. This is a watershed moment. This is one of those moments. When I read David Levy's history of the University of Oklahoma, I see us right now in there. We have that choice to make. And I can tell you from the university standpoint, we have stood in a position of arrogance before, and we will not do that. I committed we would work together with every enterprise to try and make our city and our state better. And it's paying dividends at every level. The state legislature this year, seeing what we were doing, invested $160 million in 2 new buildings, one in life sciences and the other in engineering research. We went to Tom Cole in Congress and got $35.5 million to invest in Westheimer Airport. We're asking for $20 million more again this year. It's about partnerships working together to make the lives of the citizens of this city, in our state, and our county better. And you don't get there by staying in place. Staying in place is not the option. To me, the decision is, do we rise to this moment, to this opportunity, or do we let it go? And plenty of folks make the decision not to accept it. It's scary, it's different. People do not like change. Change is hard. It's uncomfortable. I get it. But I don't think we have a choice. As we look at it right now, this opportunity is exceptional. When these students graduate, if this action is taken and we move forward, we become that city we've always promised to be. That place of growth and excitement, intellectual energy, free exchange of ideas, the ability to come here and live and work and play together. And this is the project. Unthinkable before, an over $1 billion project with $800+ million in private investment, done without any increase in the general taxes in an effort to move us forward. The investments of the past have paid dividends by those that were bold enough to make those decisions and recognize that change. Those individuals that gave that 40 acres to the University of Oklahoma and raised that $10,000 paid a good dividend. Right? Those individuals that listened to Benny Owen and the board chair and said, let's move the 250 program forward, believed in it and built that stadium 100 years ago, that's given us the legacy we have today. When they invested in Max Westheimer Airport and added well over 100 acres to help complete it, that was leadership, that was engagement, and that was moving forward. I got to tell you, this is a project when we were first approached, I thought, oh, are we up for this? Can we really have these kinds of relationships that will be enduring? I can tell you I've made some incredible friends in this process. And it's not easy. But the game plan is there. We're not breaking new ground in doing this TIF district. We are following the template of success that others that are succeeding are taking. And the question is, are we up for it? And I believe for us as a university to be successful, it's not just about those sports that are playing there, and it is vitally important. We want the sports to be there, but to attract the best faculty, to attract the best students, to attract the best staff, they are going to go to places where you can have unique live, work, play experiences under this kind of a template. It's about partnership. There's no chance we can do it alone. We're asking to do it in partnership, and we ask that you vote yes for this. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on this item. Remarks should be directed to council only. Madam Clerk? Oh, microphone. You want a microphone? This is not, I purposely did that so I wouldn't say something. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on this item. Remarks should be directed to council only. Madam Clerk, do you have any?
We do, and I think the way we're going to do this evening, I know some of the speakers are also in the lobby, so I'm going to call 3 to 4 names at a time. Go ahead and come on in and kind of line up in the aisle there so that we can move a little quicker. We have upwards of 60, or over 60, 72 speakers that have signed up to speak, and we certainly want to let everybody speak. So the first speaker is Dan Munson, followed by Rob Norman, Paul Arcaroli, and Andrew Rosenow.
Let me know when you're ready. All right. I'm Dan Munson from Ward 6. So I really like just easy, basic numbers. And the OU athletic department has been raising a lot of money recently. They have raised $348 million since 2020. They have a goal of raising $750 million. The SEC signed a new TV contract with ESPN, and OU is going to receive $11.5 million more per year than what they did at the Big 12. So if you times 11.5 times 25, that's $287 million. Sounds like that's enough to build a stadium, doesn't it? It's my understanding that OU and Texas walked away from $100 million in revenue by leaving the Big 12. Who walks away from $100 million? I don't. I have to say, I wasn't able to provide slides, so I apologize for that, but I was driving through the UNP yesterday and I hit a pothole. This is the picture of the pothole. And this is another one that was right by it. This one's pretty big, it's pretty deep, it's about 6 inches deep. And then I drove around another pothole. This one is about 5 feet wide, 2 feet wide. And just to put some perspective in it, that's my foot. That's how big the pothole is. And then when I was walking up to the building, I noticed that there's a tree, and this tree's been dead for a really, really long time. It's got bark that's fallen off of it, so it's been dead for a really long time. And when I looked at the shrubs, there were shrubs that were dead, there was lots of weeds, and the current UNP South, it's just not being taken care of. And so this developer owns the South UNP. So my question is, are we going to expect this same type of maintenance on this new property? Because I wasn't sure. I thought at the last meeting that we had on this, it looked like there was probably, 5 years that they had owned it. And they also bought it with a South African IMRA property fund. And so my question is, are they going to purchase this new development with the same South African fund? And if so, are they going to be doing an evaluation?
Rob Norman?
Rob Norman, Ward 3. Norman is the second fastest growing city in the state. Norman is the most investable city in the state right now. That means a place that people want to come and do business. Norman is a top 25 place to live in the Southwest. That's with or without Rock Creek Entertainment District. Now, will that make us better, as some would say? Maybe, but it won't with a $600 million TIF plan. What we have at issue tonight is a good project build. As I said at Planning Commission, I stood up and played the role of pulling for the Arena for Kids 6 years ago. But I also stood up and knew that we needed to end a TIF increment back then because that was killing our general fund. And that was a little TIF, a little shared revenue TIF. This TIF, our own consultants tell us, are going to take $1.2 to $4 million per year out of our general fund. That's unacceptable. Now, why is it going to do that? Let's forget about that for a minute. What it's going to do, according to our own consultants, depending on the scope of the project, is it's going to take somewhere between about $800 to $1 billion to $4 billion out of the economy of the rest of Norman and divert it into the district. Now, if we're playing free market capitalism, that's okay. Let the best firm win. Let the best plan win. I support and voted for this plan on the UMP TIF committee, but I voted against the financing because it is the worst possible public financing tool we could use. And it's been done for one reason, and that's to avoid a vote of the people. Well, depending on what you do tonight, that's going to happen anyway, and it's going to happen February 11th. That's going to happen anyway. Think about that for a minute. Okay. So I don't have as much time as these folks had to give their presentation. I've given it in communities, and I will continue to do it. But what I will say is, no matter what happens tonight, I would like to invite the best you folks have and the best we have to actually do an open debate on both the build and the financing of this plan. I'll be happy to pick mine, you pick yours, we'll do it anywhere, anytime, any place. And we're probably going to be doing it before February 11th. So let's be professional, let's really decide what we're going to do about this plan
terrible financial bill.
Rob, you're out of time.
Paul Arcaroli, followed by Andrew Rosenau.
Officer? No, sir. I'm just looking for our officer.
Go get him.
Right. It's kind of funny because I wrote these comments. It starts with the idea of stories. You know, for almost 2 years now, Norman's power brokers have been telling this council an amazing story about this arena project. But it's just a story. It's just a story. But often, a story told often enough can have real-world consequences, like a $650 million 25-year debt obligation. That's why it's really good to get some help from folk on the outside, folk who will always have your back, folk who are always proud and supportive of this community, with or without an arena, folk who will insist on a real dialogue and a real complete vetting of all the issues. We outsiders are your best resource. So that's why this outsider is asking you, the council, to vote no on this current project. I'm asking you to vote yes on a new ordinance that would ask the community to weigh in on this project. Calling for a vote of the people is the best way to win support, to build trust, and to strengthen faith in our community and our way of governance. Thank you.
The next speaker is Andrew Rosenau, followed by KJ Kindler and Ginny Baranzik. Sorry if I messed that up.
Andrew Rosno, Ward 6. I'm an ardent supporter of investing in your hometown. I voted repeatedly to make those investments. This is not a good investment. A project plan for the city to divert $600 million for a state agency's new arena. 2 weeks ago, we learned that this plan will likely cost the general fund millions of dollars per year. With our shrinking general fund in the latest budget, this plan severely impacts both our short-term fiscal stability and our long-term ability to invest elsewhere. That last-minute acknowledgement of the general fund cost, combined with the questions that still remain unanswered, should sink this proposal. There are economics experts at OU that can explain the dollars and cents of why this is a bad idea, but I want to focus on another reason why it should be rejected. This project plan is the worst deal for a new arena in the SEC, and it's not even close. As we had heard acknowledged from the dais at the last meeting, almost all of the arenas in the SEC are privately funded. The exception is Kentucky's, whose recent renovation was state-funded for an arena more than double the size of this project and in an area where basketball is wildly popular. In parallel to Norman, the city of Baton Rouge and LSU are working on an arena project right now. Let's compare their plan to ours. LSU's arena plan relies entirely on private funds. Norman's relies on 2/3 tax dollars. The city of Baton Rouge will see no net negative impact on its general fund. The city of Norman will net lose millions of dollars per year in its general fund for the life of this project. The city of Baton Rouge will benefit from increased tax revenue in their arena district on day one. 100% of the tax revenue in this district is being given away for 25 years. As a bonus, LSU's new arena is being built on campus. The LSU model is the standard in the SEC. It's what OU's peer institutions are doing. But instead of being an equal partner, we've heard threats to push this anomalous plan. We've heard the gross "we'll move the team" threat from administration, just like pro sports teams do, not those with the mission to serve state and society. We've heard that the land is empty, but UNP is developing on its own, and some of the block to that is going to be the people that own it right now, who are the ones proposing this. We've also heard the excuse that this is only going to be used for 24% of the time by OU. But SEC peer institutions use the other 75% of that time to pay for their arena. We should reject the threats, reject the worst plan for an arena in the SEC. We are worth more. We should be collaborators, but on a plan that is consistent with OU and Norman's peers. This plan is difficult.
So KJ Kindler, Jenny Baranczyk, Greg Garn, Alex Lampier.
Good evening. I am headed into my 19th season as the leader of the women's gymnastics program at the University of Oklahoma. I've had an incredible run here, winning 6 national championships. Our program's won 20 conference championships. And as we move from the Big 12 to the SEC, I can tell you that the landscape is completely different. I was an athlete in the Big 12. I was a coach in the Big 12 for 33 years. That's a long time. And much of that time was spent watching the SEC get ahead in many different ways, including building structures and investing in their programs through facilities. As we watch that happen, other things become a little bit more difficult, like recruiting student athletes to the university. Our sport is the 3rd fastest growing women's sport, and 26 of the last 44 national championships were won by an SEC team. The TV exposure for women's gymnastics is huge. There's a show, and I hope you'll all tune in this year, called Friday Night Heights. Every Friday, January, February, March, each month, gymnastics all night long. This is a huge opportunity for exposure, not just for the University of Oklahoma and Oklahoma athletics, but for the city of Norman. Those television programs, as you know, show the areas surrounding the arena, what's going on in the community, and it's huge. I can tell you it's huge. For me personally, since I arrived here, one of the biggest things that has been a factor in our program getting better is our increase in attendance. I arrived, we had 600 fans in the stands, and last year averaged over 8,000. I can tell you this, we use the arena 5 times a year, 6 if we host a postseason event. In those 5 or 6 moments in an arena of this size, we could say it was a sellout. I cannot tell you how important that would be and how much that would impact recruiting, at least for our program, to say it's a sellout. Also, it's a difficult ticket to get, and everybody knows a difficult ticket to get is very attractive. On top of that, our SEC opponents will be visiting town, and I can tell you this as well, they will help us recruit. When they come to Norman and they see that area, they're gonna go home and say, that is beautiful, that is amazing. And they will spread the word. It will happen. A few other things, when we travel in the SEC and we travel.
It's fast. Thank you. No, keep the clapping going.
Jenny?
It's Jenny Baranczyk. And honestly, I'd like to echo, obviously, a lot of the positive statements, but I have a unique experience moving here just a little over 3 years ago with 3 young kids. And I've already seen the positive impact that YFAC has had on the young people in our community. And we've traveled a lot over the state to go to a variety of tournaments. And to be able to go to YFAC is really important because you get to see a lot of people from out of town coming to visit Norman. The hotels are full. It's an incredible environment, and already it's almost already too small. We had a unique experience in hosting a national tournament where we brought people from all over the country. And as you would go down, you would hear that our restaurants were out of lemonade. Our restaurants weren't prepared because we had so many people. Our hotels were sold out. There were a lot of Airbnbs. So it was an incredible environment to say, we can continue to grow. We've got a lot of opportunity. And just as we know that we've seen Norman growing over these last few years, there's a universal focus on women's athletics right now. You just heard from KJ Kindler, who literally has won 6 national championships, which is incredible. And you have Patty Gasso, who we just unveiled the first female statue on our campus after winning her 4th consecutive national championship. And now in our sport, there's record numbers, not just at the NCAA tournament. not just in home arenas, all across the country, professional and in college sports. So in the past year, there have been record-setting arenas all across the country, not just in women's basketball. Women's sports in general are at an all-time high right now, and it's time to invest. It's time to continue to invest in our young people and put us on that national map, just like KJ just talked about. When there comes a camera on national TV, you look at the SEC, and for women's basketball, they've won the last 3 national championships. You're talking about elite environments. So it's not just a football Saturday, although those will be incredible. It's all sports that continue to come to Norman. And by the way, the student athletes we have on campus, as well as our student body, are incredible people. And we need them to stay here. That's a huge goal for us. Thank you. Boomer.
Okay, Greg Garn, Alex Lampier, Jalal Farzani, Mohammed Farzani.
Thank you. My name is Greg Garn. I live in Ward 7. I support the entertainment district and believe this is a really tremendous opportunity for our city. The issue that I want to speak to is the impact on the public schools. I've heard concerns about this will have negative impacts in different directions, and I want to speak to it from sort of 2 different levels. First, I've been a faculty member in the College of Education for 26 years, and so I deal with a lot of policy. I think the details that I've spoken with Dr. Migliorino indicate that there won't be negative impacts. I also want to speak to the idea, as I'm a parent that's had 3 kids that have been through our public schools. My youngest is a senior at Norman High School. And so from a sort of a personal time and resource, we've been part of booster clubs, we've been part of the PTA, we've been very active in the Norman Public Schools Foundation. From just about every angle that you can invest in the public schools, with our time and resources, we've supported that. So the idea that, I'd sort of be supportive of this if it wasn't a positive indicator for our public schools is something that I've looked at very closely. And if you get down into the details, the thing that really sort of moves the needle for me is by the end of this opportunity, by the end of this TIF, it doubles the valuation for the school district. To me, that is a tremendous opportunity that doesn't come along very often. And I know there's a lot of additional consequences for this, but it sort of struck me as I was driving here. So again, I'm in Ward 7, and as I was sitting at the light, I look to my right, and I see family video. There was a clear opportunity that any number of organizations had at that point to think about, do we go video or streaming? So Blockbuster, as the example, had an opportunity to buy Netflix early on, didn't do it. There are inflection points, and I think this is a powerful one for the university, for the city to come together to move forward in a powerful way, and I don't see adverse effects for our public schools. Thank you.
Alex Lampier.
Alex Lanphier, Ward 2, Mayor and City Council. I love Norman, I love OU, but I oppose this project. I am not anti-development, however, I don't think Norman residents should subsidize this via their sales tax. The TIF as it is, a $600 million project over 25 years, seems like an irresponsible use of public funds to me. If this was that lucrative of a project, I don't understand why the OU Foundation isn't willing to fund it themselves. In the last week, we saw the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office have to lay off employees and sell off assets to make budget. I fear that a similar outcome will happen to the city of Norman as well if this project passes. At this time, Norman continues to face a homelessness crisis that we have been trying to address with a temporary shelter. We still lack a functioning La Central library. We have an entire city staff that does an incredible job, but I don't want to see them face furloughs due to a budget shortfall. I live next to Whittier Middle School, and there's gridlock traffic there every morning and afternoon for school drop-off and pickup. I fear a TIF project this size will backburner similar projects to improve traffic issues all over town. I'm also worried about local businesses having their traffic cannibalized due to new fancy businesses popping up in the TIF district. I'd also like to address some issues of transparency around the TIF district project because I feel there has been numerous moves made to deceive the public into supporting this project. Since last year, there has been a Norman Visioning Task Force that attempted to appear to solicit public input in good faith, but it actually had a predetermined outcome that was punctuated by a $30 a person breakfast to hear about the plan. There's been dark money mailers sent out to influence the city council election last election cycles. There's been multiple TIF committee meetings that have been conveniently not streamed on the city's YouTube channel. During the June 11th council meeting where this project was put to a vote of the people and later got thrown out, public comment was limited to 30 minutes despite having plenty of people willing to speak. There have been leaked emails that show confusion, incompetence, and bad faith among some elected officials, city staff, and OU Foundation officials. And I was disappointed to learn that the public was misled about the number of jobs and unit of housing that the TIF was supposed to provide during the September 3rd meeting. I heard one developer mention that this would be a historic project for Norman and Oklahoma, being the largest TIF in state history. If we're going to embark on a historically large project, then we need to have a historic level of transparency and public support for the project. Please vote no and thank you.
Okay, following the Farzani, go ahead and come down, Jalal. Following Mohammed is Marguerite Larson, Greg Heupel, and Dan Shem.
Honorable Mayor, honorable council members, thank you for giving me this opportunity to come and speak in front of you. As you know, leader of each community make a community prosper or they make the community fail. And I'm so blessed to live in a city that has always been on the right side and made the community prosper. My brother and I moved to Oklahoma 46 years ago to go to college, to go to OU. And for the past 45 years, we have been living here in Norman and called Norman home. So we want nothing but the best for Norman. My wife and I have been blessed to have 2 children and 5 grandchildren, all of whom were born here in Norman Regional Hospital. So both my children, they just went and got their doctorate degree. One of them at the University of Oklahoma here in Norman. He has a JD, and the other one, he got his PhD in London. And after 6 years of living in London, we asked him to come back, and he said, "Dad, why should I come back? Convince me. There is no art, no entertainment, no culture, nothing for me and my family to come here." And I said, "Son, you're mistaken, because we got the best university in the Southwest. We have lots of arts and culture here at our university and in our own hometown. And you have to come here and build the city and our state." And so he came back. Now, what I'm asking you is to vote for this project, because I don't want for my grandchildren to be gone from Norman, and we would have to convince them to come back because we don't have a place for art, culture, entertainment, sports. And you have seen how important it is for us to have all of these. So I humbly ask every one of you to vote for this project. Thank you.
Marguerite, you will follow Mohammed.
Good evening. I have no relationship to that guy. But we came here at the same time. Anyway, I came here to lecture everybody about the economy and the effect of this business on the economy. And before I do that, I noticed a bunch of people before me tell you what kind of effect it's going to have to our economy. That's what we need. That project remind me of a project in Dallas, which is called Legacy and Legacy West. And if you did not see that, I recommend to just drive there one evening and look at it and see the vibrations and restaurant and businesses and everything there. When we drive in front of that property for the last 25 years, about 24, 25 years, we had that 24th Street going up there. That piece of land sitting out there, and if this project don't get approved, it's going to be another 25 years still sitting out there. Well, I prefer to have something on it and some economic projects and entertainments and everything, and restaurant businesses and everything. So, before I give you that lecture about economy, or, I don't need to do that. My recommendation is please approve these projects. We need it. We need it badly. Thank you.
Marguerite. Greg Hyden, you will follow Marguerite, and Dan Shem will follow Greg.
Marguerite Larson, Ward 6, and I am deeply concerned about this project. I'm deeply concerned because I think it benefits only one entity. I don't think that it actually serves the Norman community as a whole. I think that this is going to be extremely detrimental to small businesses, to businesses that are just getting started. If you look at, there's 2 new businesses coming in the downtown area. This is nothing but an influx. It's exactly what happened with the Target area. We lost everything at Ed Noble Parkway. So people who are concerned about coming in because of the SEC, if you drive by, coming in on the south, you're going to pass Ed Noble Parkway and you don't see any activity at all. Why not invest in something that's already here? Why not invest in the community as a whole? That's something that's going to benefit everyone. Why not invest on the east side? We could use a lot of help over there. There's a lot of empty buildings. There's a lot of things that people can do. That drives business. It drives people. It will bring people in. And from what I can tell, the university is not really hurting for people attending their sports. So I think this is a no-brainer, and I think it's a no vote. Thank you.
Holly Hunt and Scott Martin will follow Dan Shem. Go ahead, Greg.
Hello, council. It's good to be back in the house. Joe's, thank you for being here. I understand you didn't like my letter to the editor. That's okay. Hey, I'm absolutely for the zoning. Right now, call the question, give them the zoning. But the TIF is a different story. If you allow the TIF, what you're going to do is inject a $600 million malignant tumor on top of the city's budget to the tune of 190 acres, going all through the city for 25 years. And once you put the money into the TIF tumor, you can never, ever use it for public safety. You can never use it for infrastructure. And I don't care if it's 100 million, 230 million, or 630 million. Once it's in that malignant tumor, it is never going to be used for public safety again. And sales tax dollars are supposed to be used for public safety. Are they not? I asked Darrell Pyle, are they supposed to be used for public safety? In the final analysis, this gets down to diversion, a trick play. Are we going to take millions of dollars from our general fund, and are we going to divert them to an individual, single, private entity? A diversion of public money into a private trust. It's really kind of crazy. I'll close this up with this. 10 years ago, Summit Lakes had a problem with their dam. You remember it, Stephen. The city came up with an idea. The homeowners got $500,000 together, but the city brought zero for the solution. It's still not fixed. And you know why we didn't bring any? because the TIF and the budget was so tight. And now, guess what? We're going to do hope, pray, and FEMA to get it fixed, because instead of having the money, because we don't have it because of the TIF, we're going to write a federal grant using FEMA money to match the private money. And that's how we're going to run the budget for the next 50 years if we allow this TIF to have a yes vote. If you say yes to this vote, what you're saying is that you're going to place all that money in a malignant TIF tumor that can never, ever again be used for public safety. I think that should give you pause. And if the rest of the world actually knew that, I think they would come back and they would say, I want to rethink how we do this. It's a spectacular thing. Give them the zoning. Just don't give them the tax increment financing portion. It's a spectacular zoning. Just don't give them our sales tax dollars. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate you all.
Thanks, Jim. Holly Hunt and Scott Martin will follow.
Dan Shim, Ward 5, President of Visit Norman. As I think Danny mentioned earlier, what we've seen relative to the last 12 months and looking ahead at actual data of credit card swipes of what visitors are doing, average stay value in Norman for the next 6 months compared to the last year is up 200%. Average daily rate is up 160%, and length of stay is up close to 140%. So people are coming, they're staying longer, they're spending more money here, and it's a competitive business. Our neighbors are all investing in themselves. We're the third largest city. It's time we do the same thing. They don't care where the city limit signs are. They want to go experience all of the districts that OKC and other places have built. 20-minute drive in an Uber or in their car isn't much. So we need to create that type of experience for them here in Norman to generate these sales tax. As has also been mentioned, the dedicated sales tax pieces don't go to the TIF. They go to the general fund. So the PSST, Norman Forward, our transportation bonds, but also guest tax. That one is collected as well, and that helps arts, parks, and us attract more tournaments and visitors to come to Norman. Right now, the land is zoned so that it can't be done without 90% of approval of the property owners south to do sales tax. So it's going to generate no sales tax as is. It'll have manufacturing, it'll have residential, but no sales tax. Finally, if this doesn't happen, what type of development will? I don't think $800 million worth of private investments going in there. So I urge you to support this project and vote yes. Thank you.
Scott Martin, Shelley Cox and Paul Bell will follow Scott. Oh, Holly, I'm sorry. I marked you off already, Holly.
Holly Hunt, Ward 3. Thank you, Mayor and council members this evening. I've gotten to know each of you over the last year and a half. I've absolutely enjoyed it. This is my third time I have spoken about this project in front of council, and I'm going to continue my theme because it's what I enjoy most about Norman. And I certainly love working for the university and the enterprise, but what I love most about Norman is the community. And I love being out with my family. I love being on Main Street. I love being at the Art Walk. I love our library, and I'm excited for it to return. And so this is what families are looking for. The individuals that I speak to at my daughter's elementary school are excited about this project because it's a place that we can have family and community. And the families I know in Norman are looking for this kind of development. My family is looking for this kind of development just to continue to enjoy our city, enjoy our community in this urban, cool development that we could have in the city of Norman. Thank you very much. I ask for your yes votes tonight. Thank you for all the work you've put in, and we certainly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I'm Scott Martin with the Norman Chamber of Commerce. All of the experts tonight and all the other meetings we've had have given you every reason, dispelled all the myths, all the rumors, and have given you every reason to vote yes to approve this TIF. Whether it's your experts here that you've hired, the ones that are on staff, they've all talked about risk, they've all talked about impact, so you should have no questions there. So I wanted to focus on two other things. First and foremost is workforce. It's been talked about a little bit, and we certainly have the example behind me right now with these students that are here. In my job, I'm asked almost daily, Scott, I need more workers. From the cashier to the engineer to the accountant to the teacher, we're short on workforce. The Chamber partners day in and day out with Norman Public Schools, Moore Norman Technology Center, and the University of Oklahoma to partner with them to prepare the workforce to meet the demands of our jobs that we have in our community and to grow the jobs that are available to that workforce. For me, it's personal, much like many of you and Ms. Hunt that just spoke before me. We have kids that are in our K-12 system. We want them to stay here. We want them to have job opportunities when they graduate from Norman Public Schools, Moore Norman, or the university. We want them to stay here. This particular project gives them every incentive to do that. It provides housing, jobs, and a quality of life that we currently need to accentuate. Lastly, a few weeks ago, there was a couple great columns in the Norman Transcript. I love Professor Levy. He was one of my professors, a wonderful historian. But on September the 1st, another one of my favorite historians, Andy Rieger, had a column in the paper. It was titled, "Many in our community have shown foresight." Much of what the president alluded to earlier, he kind of commented on some of those. He talked about James Garner Avenue, the Naval Air Station, Lake Thunderbird. You could go on and on. Griffin Hospital. There are so many milestones that our forefathers and the people that were in the chairs before you, they took the initiative and had the vision to say yes to. On that same day, in the same paper, President Harris had a column. It was titled, "An Opportunity to Define Norman's Next Chapter." That's the opportunity we have before us tonight. The milestones are there, but today we have a new milestone set before you. And so your name's going to be in the history books, either for or against. I would urge you to be for this project for our kids today and the ones that are on the horizon that will be following in their footsteps. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Shelley Cox. Paul Bell will follow Shelley, and then Marcus Bowman will follow Paul.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm Shelley Cox, Ward 3. I am the CEO of our family-owned business, Cayman's, which has had the great pleasure of being on Main Street for the last 44 years. Cannibalization. It's a word that I struggle with when talking about the Rock Creek Entertainment District. Businesses choose to move based on what their needs are and what's best for their business. It happens every day across our country, and thank goodness we live in a free enterprise system. Let's take Brockhouse Jewelry Store as an example. They were our neighbors on Main Street, and we hated to see them go. But they've built the most beautiful business on UNP property, and it's outstanding. It's something that Norman and Oklahoma can be extremely proud of. And in their old location, we have another wonderful business coming in. And so the cycle continues. Competition is what makes us pull up our bootstraps, and it makes us work harder. Without it, I can't imagine where this country would be. The lack of competition is what really concerns me. When people don't feel that they have options, they leave our community and they find them. They go to other communities to shop and eat and enjoy the experiences elsewhere. That's my big concern. As a brick and mortar retailer, Cayman's has faced very strong competition, but the strongest competition of all has been the internet. The key ingredient to the success of Cayman's is foot traffic. The quality of life initiative that the Rock Creek Entertainment District will be the beginning of many wonderful opportunities for our community. It will shine a light on Norman that we've been lacking, in my opinion, for a long time. It will provide folks a reason to want to live, work, play in Norman. I ask that you approve the Rock Creek Entertainment District. Thank you.
Paul Bell. Marcus Bowman.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you again, council, for being here. Going to be another long night. I'm Paul Bell, Ward 4, where I've lived for the past 45 years. I was a faculty member at the University of Oklahoma for 44 of those years. I'm not here to address the entertainment district per se. I believe that if people want to invest their own funds in something, more power to them. I encourage people to invest in Norman. It's a great place to invest. I'm here to address the funding mechanism that's proposed, namely the TIF. The TIF represents a potential loss of revenue to this city and county of $600 million, which could otherwise be spent for other projects and other things that we absolutely need in this community that gets funded with private funds. It's a better use of private funds, public funds rather, to fund public projects than private projects. The supporters like to refer to Oklahoma City as a model. Oklahoma City is a great model. They developed the MAPS program, but MAPS is based on an increase in the sales tax voted for by the people of Oklahoma City, who showed their support for the project by voting for it. So why are we looking at a TIF to fund this project in Norman when we could use a sales tax increase, or we could use a bond issue? All the other things that municipalities use, Norman's been using for years. I voted yes on every bond issue that's ever been proposed in Norman, so they do get passed here. The only answer I can give is that the TIF doesn't require a vote of the people. It just requires your vote. So by proposing a TIF, the developers bypass the citizens of Norman. And we know from their legal action to stop the vote on the TIF that the last thing the developers want is for the citizens of Norman to be able to vote on this. So I encourage you to vote no on the TIF funding. Vote no on, whatever you want to do with the project, that's fine. Vote no on the TIF funding. If you feel the city needs to contribute to this project, bring it to the people. Bring us a bond issue, bring us a sales tax increase, give us a Norman MAPS program, but let the people of Norman vote on this to determine whether this is what we want or not. One other point, I was a member of the visioning task force in the summer of 2023. We came up with 64 projects for the future of Norman involving investment in the future. One of those projects was the entertainment district. 63 other projects which were prioritized to be done in Norman. I fear that if we devote the resources, the public resources, to the entertainment district, that we won't have no money left over to do all the other projects that the citizens of Norman have identified as being important to them. Thank you.
Marcus Bowman. Following Marcus Bowman is Sean Barrage and Mayumi Windler.
Good evening, council. My name is Marcus Bowman. I live in Ward 8. This is now my third time also speaking at one of these public sessions. And one of the things that I've been up here talking about is my decision to move to this great city of Norman, Oklahoma, and specifically to work for the University of Oklahoma. As I've said before, there's nothing that makes a city better than the flagship institution working with city officials to enhance and make an economic impact. And I truly and fully believe that this has all the ingredients of that. And it's one of the things that brought me here to be able to experience that. But a lot of things have been said, but one of the things that I really wanted to also talk about tonight was talk about that intersection in another way. Because this weekend, it will be on full display for the world to see. And so I know everybody has heard the talks about our move to the SEC, and for 3 years we've been preparing for it. And it's here now. All eyes will be on Norman this weekend, starting with College Game Day on Saturday to the most hyped game of the weekend. And so let me give you some further stats that we're already seeing to have an impact of the SEC on this particular community. You've heard talks about hotel prices are up for SEC games compared to previous years. Some other things that we've seen at the University of Oklahoma, whether it be our private tailgating being up significantly compared to previous years. Also, while we're going to enjoy our 156 consecutive sellout this weekend, what I'll also tell you is that we're seeing enormous and monumental record sales prices on the secondary market in terms of prices and tickets that are being moved. And so those are people that are coming to this community for this weekend, and we only think that that's going to continue. And so that can show you the impact of not only what the move to the SEC is, but how a flagship institution and a city can work together to really make an economic impact. So this is really our opportunity. This is the opportunity for the city of Norman. This is the opportunity for us to do something great that's really going to move us forward economically. So I really urge you and encourage you to vote yes for this project. Thank you.
My name is Sean Burridge. I live in Ward 4 here in Norman, Oklahoma. And I want to start off by saying thank you to the mayor and the council, and not just your obligatory thank you. I really want to thank you because I've been in politics in my entire adult life. And the way I see it, in politics, there's two kinds of people, not liberals, conservatives, Republicans, Democrats. The way I see it is people that have put their name on the ballot and those who have not. And the 9 of you all have put your name on the ballot. A lot of people show up here every time and speak. Some people are political consultants, but you all have put your name on the ballot, so you all get to vote. You're the only votes that are going to happen tonight. There are going to be votes made by you, which led me to think about tough votes and votes that matter. Because so many votes, you go home sometime at night, what do you really do tonight? Some votes matter. Maybe think about my life. Think about 17 years ago, there was a vote in this state by a public body, and it was pretty vicious. People said if you voted for this, you were voting for corporate interest. You were voting against rural Oklahoma. You were voting for downtown Oklahoma City. You were voting against Tulsa. And that was a vote in the Oklahoma legislature when I was a member of the Senate, and the vote was whether or not to extend the Quality Jobs Act to a group that was going to bring the Oklahoma City Thunder to Oklahoma. And I had lots of pressure, lots of keyboard warriors sending me hundreds of emails, lots of them. And thankfully, I did the right thing, and I did what's always the hard thing in politics, and that's to vote yes. It's so easy to vote no. It's so easy to vote no. There's always a reason to vote no on any piece of legislation, any resolution, because nothing's perfect, okay? You've heard all the things that people don't like about this TIF, this project, but I ask you tonight, don't let perfect be the enemy of really good. Don't let perfect be the enemy, in my opinion, of great, and what you can do for Norman and the state. Just like 17 years ago when we voted to extend a program to bring the Oklahoma City Thunder here. Thank you.
Mayumi Windler is next. Following Mayumi is Robert Castleberry, Kenny Adams, and Trey Kirby.
Hello, Mayumi Windler, Ward 2. So, listening tonight, if you're not learning and growing, then you're dying. Change isn't the problem, the TIF is. So, we're not dealing with OU, we're dealing with OU Foundation, and we have a history with them. And our history with TIF number 2 is not a great one, because we had to bail in the middle of it because of budget problems. And that wasn't even the full 100%. So how long is it going to take for this TIF before we have to bail? And what is that going to cost us? That's it. Thanks.
Robert Castleberry, Kenny Adams, Trey Kirby, Greg Burge.
Good evening. Robert Castleberry, Ward 3, former 7-year council member, 6 years on the UNP TIF Oversight Committee. I've been in your shoes. I know this is a tough vote, and I really appreciate what you guys are doing. And I know that you know more than we do because you're meeting with people. You're going through these meetings. You're getting the presentations. You're getting your questions answered. And so I appreciate that you have more information than we do. And so whether I like your outcome of your vote or not, I respect the process and I respect the fact that you guys have spent a lot of time on this for your $100 a month. So let me get to my points. I'm going to look just on the financing part of it. It's obviously a great deal from a quality of life standpoint, a job standpoint, and a workplace standpoint. The plan itself, when you look at it, this is something every city would be proud of. Now let's talk about the financing part of it. And we've got so many different numbers, so I'm going to give you kind of the gist of some numbers, whether it's HVS, Hunden, I know they're all over there, but the general theme is about the same. So Hunden says that this project's going to cost us $138 million in sales tax. And we're going to generate $138 million in sales tax and about $51 million in hotel tax. HVS says that once it's stabilized, we're going to have about $4.3 million in sales tax. So we're going to spend somewhere close to $151 million on this deal. And when we get done, we're going to have $8 million a year coming in. That's a 6% rate of return. We heard some speaker at the last meeting said, hey, you need to get a 5% rate of return, which is what treasuries are. You need to get at least 10%. This is a risk-free investment. You have no risk. We've outlined that. We've seen that in the EDA. There's no risk. So a risk-free rate of return is what you should be looking at from an investment standpoint. This definitely meets that. We don't have $600 million that we're sitting around trying to figure out how to spend. We have an area that is generating no property tax. It's generating no sales tax. The zoning says you can't have commercial, so it's not going to generate sales tax. It's not going to develop on its own, or if it does, it's not to this extent. You're giving up a great opportunity to do that. I know I'm running out of time here. But I just want to say, like in the EDA, we know that there's not, okay, real quickly. I know we talk about they project about $1 million a year of loss to the fund. Let me tell you how you're going to replace that. Here's how you're going to replace your $1 million of quote loss. In 3 years, the PSST will pay off all its capital needs, which is fire station number 5. Once that happens, then the PSST flows into the general fund. Those debts are paid off. You got $2 million coming from the PSST to make up your $1 million loss.
My name is Kenny Adams. I live in Ward 2. I've been a Norman resident for over 50 years, and I've owned a small business here in town for 38 of those 50. I'm especially grateful for the presentation that Ms. O'Connor gave on September 3rd. It cleared up explaining the project plan, casting light upon some previous misinformation spreading across social media. The facts state that the city of Norman has no risk, like Robert said. There's a lot of things that I could reiterate here, but in summary, it's basically if you don't show up there and spend any money, you don't support it. The TIF portion of the development is a small portion of that. Private investment has deemed our community worthy of over $800 million of additional private investment. If one of our goals is to foster opportunities for our future generations to remain here in Norman, then we must provide jobs, a safe environment, housing, entertainment options. This project, seems to me, it provides all of those. I've been in business here a long time. What I've seen play out many times is business breeds business. This is a catalyst for growth. We will attract new people and businesses. Not everyone is going to be able to fit into the new district. It'll be an opportunity to bring more people here and then backfill into other parts of our city once we create the positive business environment and increase visibility in Norman. This project's a win for Norman. It's being created on a tract of land that otherwise generates $0 in revenue for the city or county. Organic development of this property is not realistic based on many factors, the least of which is the 90% approval requirement of existing UMP businesses. Any organic development would not be anywhere near this scale of assessed valuation or the short timeline to develop. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity for our city to create a place where people will want to work and play, an opportunity for our city to act and respond to the honor and responsibility of being the third largest city in Oklahoma. I'm asking that you vote yes to move this project forward and to move Norman forward. Thank you.
Trey Kirby, Greg Burge, Leslie Noble, Kyle Allison, Stephen Ellis.
I'm Trey Kirby, I'm Ward 5. I'm not coming up here to tell you to vote yes or vote no. I've sat here and watched some of the smartest minds in Norman speak back and forth. I've heard them talk about how that thing's been empty and how it's not revenue and money with it sitting empty. But the question is, if all these great minds can't get together and collaborate a good idea on how we should handle this, then what's 6 more months of it sitting empty? What's 1 more year of it sitting empty? I mean, if you can get all these great minds together and get them to come to an agreement, then wouldn't it be the most successful thing for Norman? Because right now we're being divided. And I remember being divided about 4 years ago. And I remember petitions 4 years ago. And I remember people getting took out of office. Why are we dividing our town? We're trying to show something for our children that we can work together. We're adults. So if you take all these smartest minds in Norman and put them together, like the one guy said, have a debate or something, what's 6 more months? What's 1 more year to make sure we get this perfect? Because this affects our children. This affects our grandchildren. Maybe positive, maybe negative. But does it hurt to take just a smidge more time and make sure everybody's on board before we make such a big decision for our town? Y'all have a good day.
Greg Berg. Yeah, you're next, Greg. And Leslie Noble, Kyle Allison, and Stephen Ellis.
All right. Greg Burge, formerly Ward 8, but my wife and I recently moved into Dunham Hall, Faculty and Residence Unit, so we're currently Ward 7. I also wanted to thank City Council for being here and for your service. I'm also professor and chair in the Economics Department at OU, and I currently serve as the chair of the Citizens Oversight Committee for UNP TIF. I'm going to be really honest. This one's a tough one for me. I have great friends that are in favor of the resolution you're considering, and I have great friends that are opposed. I am very pro-OU. I am pro-development. I am pro-Norman. My wife and I are going to be running a fundraiser this Saturday trying to raise a couple $1,000s for the OU food pantry before the game kicks off. You'd be hard-pressed to find somebody that's more pro-OU sports than I am. I'm also pro-arena, but I am anti-TIF. I spend a lot of time thinking about public finance, local taxes, revenues, and I would just pose the question, can the city of Norman afford to spend $600 million of dedicated future revenue towards paying off the debt surrounding this arena and parking garage? And I would just remind everybody that that is in a world where we already face challenges affording core public services, education, local police, firefighters, public health and public safety. These are the foundations of quality of life in the city that I love. When it comes to the issue of voting in favor of a TIF, the question shouldn't be, can you vote for a TIF? Of course you can. We can go outside of the will of the people. We can put this in the hands of 9 people and say that the votes of citizens don't matter. But the question is, should that be happening? I would say that the clear answer is no. My core values align with democracy. My core values align with the standpoint that something this controversial should not be held outside of the will of the people. And many citizens coming from lots of different backgrounds believe this should be in the hands of the people. And I believe silencing their voice is sending the wrong message in a situation like this. Again, I think there are reasons why this is unpopular. I'm very pro-arena. I think one of the reasons it's unpopular is simply the financing. The economic impact analyses that you have commissioned show that nearly half of the sales tax revenue that is expected to be brought in this district is cannibalization. That's a word that's been used a lot, but it's a real thing. Those are dollars that are being taken out of the city's regular budget and are not going to go to fund those core public services. I know I'm running out of time, so I would just sort of say that moving forward today without a yes vote is not undercutting OU. It is not undercutting OU's excellence. It is also not undercutting Norman and Norman's growth. It is just asking for OU to pay a fairer and greater share of the
Kyle Allison. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Leslie, you're next. Kyle, you're after Leslie.
My name is Leslie Noble, and I live in Ward 3. I am opposed to this TIF. I have three main concerns. First, I am concerned that this is such a complicated and difficult to understand tax increment plan. I feel like this is a red flag because it makes it hard to understand the details and implications of the TIF. Second, I feel like there is a loss of objectivity from people in favor of the TIF. I feel like there are known risks that are not acknowledged. The fact is, there is no guarantee of growth outside the TIF that would not have occurred anyways. The fact is, a quote from the project plan 2 weeks ago is, upon stabilization, approximately 53% of sales occurring in the district would have occurred in other parts of Norman. 47% of sales within the district represent new revenue. Looking at 2031, a loss to the general fund is estimated to occur of $1.26 million and annually thereafter. Third, what I would like is a vote of the people and a proposal in a form that is more understandable, like a sales tax or a bond. I appreciate everyone here and thank you for your time.
Good evening, Council. For those who don't know me, my name is Kyle Allison. I currently live in Ward 3, former Ward 8 council member. I own 2 businesses in Ward 8 and also 3 businesses across the Oklahoma City Metroplex in different cities. And the point of view that I want to bring tonight is that I feel like a lot of times this TIFs they vilify the developers, and we're lining the deep pockets of people with all this money. And as a small business here in Norman, this is the kind of project that I can get behind because I know this is my future where I can have my kids raised and be going to great venues and then build businesses in that district. I had to go build a business in a different community here in Oklahoma because they had a TIF and they had incentives and they had ways for me to help build my project. So these projects are not just for large companies, large outside investors, but we can also make a difference here in Norman with our small businesses, our entrepreneurs, and reach out to them and see how they can be involved in a TIF. So I thank you very much for your time tonight. I know it's tough. I don't envy any of you guys. I remember these days. And I hope you vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4. Team Norman started the drive for this proposal with a PR campaign. Private investment, everybody wins, there's no risk. Tiffy the Unicorn is here to give everybody joy. But that was always a silly thing to say. Economic programs always have benefits and costs, and it's the distribution of those costs and benefits that determine the quality of the program. Unicorns that allow all of us to bliss out, it turns out aren't real. That's a stuffed animal, in case you didn't notice. And it's embarrassing to watch OU leaders pretend that they are. And let's not pretend to be a great research university if OU administration won't pay attention to what the research says. Once it's become clear who pays and who benefits, the promises of this Arena TIF project have crumbled like sand through our fingers. All of the analytic work on the TIF shows that it succeeds only by means of net diversion of a huge amount of economic activity from non-TIF Norman, about half of the activity in the TIF that was just quoted a minute ago. That's what the research says, and that's what advocates have ignored. Notice when earlier speakers have tried to sell you on issues on cannibalization, nobody has talked about what the research says. That research poses a variety of problems. The first is that the city council shouldn't be picking winners in the marketplace. If we're going to let the market determine this, let's do that. But choosing your favorites is an unjust way to go. Secondly, Core Norman and the East Side need development as well, and this squeezes that out. There will be nothing left in order to do anything for the rest of Norman. But finally, I think the most important issue is this diversion knocks a huge hole in Norman's general purpose budget going forward. You can't wave a magic wand and make that go away. We're talking about the economic reality, and as the economics professors have been telling you, this is a huge problem for Norman's budget going forward. And no one has denied this diversion evidence. They've talked around it. So the same diversion of economic activity actually hurts the Norman public schools as well. So I think people trying to assuage you about that are also mistaken. But now it's crystal clear what's at stake. The TIF project benefits the OU Foundations and its partners greatly. Norman, on the other hand, pays the costs in terms of diminished non-TIF economic activity and a hit to the TIF budget. If you take that into account, the ROI on this investment for Norman over 25 years is negative. We lose every single year. So the question is, are you going to pony up for something
Good evening. I'm going to call the next several names. We start with Chris Dragg, Felix Richter Addo, Allison Petrone, Pam Post, Mark Campbell.
Where did Chris? I thought he said yeah.
Chris Dragg, are you here?
I don't see him.
Felix Richter Addo. Allison Petrone. Pam Post.
Thank you.
Is she out there?
There she is. I saw her there.
Did you see her?
Yes, he's right there.
No, I mean, Allison Petrone?
Oh, no, I saw Pam. Oh,
Okay, I'm going to say them one more time in case the other two were out there as well. Chris Dragg, Felix Richter Addo. Okay, Allison, you're up.
Allison Petrone, Ward 3. This is hard because I feel for you all. This is, like Councilmember Castleberry said, you're making tough decisions tonight. But I guess I'll start with saying I was having this conversation recently, and you all know what the number one economic driver is. So the last time that I was here, I encouraged you all to reach out to Norman Public Schools and to get an independent, neutral study about the economic impacts to the district specifically, not just ad valorem across the board, but for the district. And that was several months ago. Apparently it didn't happen. Norman Public Schools said that they did not have the money for it, but that they were hoping that council would be willing to commission that study. It sounds to me like that never happened, so we don't know the answer to that question. But it's still very much important because a great public education system is the number one economic driver for a community. And it's also the number one economic killer when you defund public schools. So it'd be good to get that information. Moving on to the city, on March 30th, 2019, in the Norman Transcript, Mayor Miller wrote a column where she said that the council had discussed and approved a memorandum of understanding and a resolution requesting that the work of ending the TIF be completed by June 30th of that year. Our fund balance has been shrinking, and we need to take some serious steps to reverse that. Those steps include ending the UMP TIF early and passing a stormwater utility to relieve the growing need of stormwater maintenance. Without these actions in the next couple of years, we would be looking at cutting services somewhere to balance the budget. Well, she was right, except for it happened quicker than that. I had the unfortunate displeasure of sitting in that chair right there when we did cut services in the city of Norman because, as the finance director told us, we were losing $300,000 a month from the UMP TIF. And we were $4 million a year underwater at that point. We had to make cuts that night. So we were given a menu of options of rather painful decisions to make. We did not want to give out any pink slips because hopefully by now you've made some relationships within this city and you don't want to send people home without jobs. So what we did was we ended up having to, on a horrific Zika year where there was this crazy mosquito virus that was attacking pregnant women, if you all remember this, pregnant Oklahoma women, we had to cancel the mosquito spraying program. We also canceled and transferred $4 million out of the rainy day fund. Guys, this matters. I love the arena. I think it's a great idea. I don't love the TIF because I know how bad it hurts. And I don't wish you all to have that kind of pain. So, good luck.
I'm going to, one more time, Chris Dragg, Felix Richter Addo, Pam Post. Okay, Pam Post, and following Pam is Mark Campbell, then Chris Moxley and Heather Messer. Yeah.
Pam Post, and I'm in Ward 5, and I must be a success story for the University of Oklahoma and the city of Norman because I am a student who came to OU and stayed in Norman. I did not stay because of an arena. I came because I married my husband, who was a city employee, who ended up being furloughed because there was enough money in the city coffers. Granted, we all know that that public safety sales tax will come back to you, and you all will use it. But at this time, you all are currently subsidizing the city budget for the police department and the fire department and any other safety over $2 or $3 million a year out of the general fund, but yet over the next 25 years, you're wanting to take $600 million out. And I am proud to say I am the person who brought up the public safety issue first, and the next time it came around for us to get to speak to you, that was the first thing OU came in and jumped on. OU, who has sit here tonight and said, with humility, they have brought forth this project and want to be the best partners possible. But yet, why are they only putting in $100 million when it's going to cost us up to $600 million? Someone on the board up there has said, this is something we can make up somewhere else in our budget. How are you going to make it up when you don't have the income coming in? Granted, the land isn't making any money now, but your money it's going to be making is diverted for 25 years. Where are you going to get the money to subsidize this? We had a presentation with 46 yes votes and 1 no vote. But did any of those votes on those committees have to deal with the financing of this arena? I'm not against an arena. OU can build it. It's their land. It's the 100% TIF financing that I am against, that I think the majority of the citizens of this town are against. We keep hearing about the SEC and how great of a boon it's going to be for us. Yippee for the SEC. You have a finance director who has told you you cannot compare this city with SEC cities because your funding mechanism is city sales tax and theirs is not. And until somebody up at the Capitol gets a brilliant idea of how to change financing for the cities, sales tax is going to be your revenue for the next 25 years, yet you want to write off up to $600 million. I don't get this TIF. I don't understand it. Your studies have said 100% is not viable for this town. Go back, rework the numbers, get OU to come to the table and say, we will put in more financing. We've heard how much they're... Listen to me.
Mark Campbell. Chris Moxley will follow Mark Campbell, then Heather Messer. Go ahead, Mark.
Mark Campbell, Ward 4. If you want to support OU, go to OU. When we purchase anything, we pay taxes. A portion of that goes to OU. That is fair. OU is not hurting. They have more land to expand than any school in the SEC. What OU thinks about what we should do with our taxpayer money is none of our business. Senior walks are based on personal accomplishment, not gaudy, drunken excess. OU Harris Castiglione ought to keep their hands out of the municipal cookie jar. We've had an OU coach say, you wouldn't believe how much money people are throwing at these student athletes, telling them that their worth is based on their show of finances, what section they're seated in, ooh, a box seat, what labels they're wearing, whose tailgate parties they're at, instead of focusing on their education and athletic achievement. Dance with the ones that brought you, not the fly-by-nights that come to town and leave making stuff so expensive we can't afford it. It's not Norman's job to provide luxury experiences, housing, game day, senior walk experiences. That is not how the real world works. Graduating from college with crushing debt. Young adults today are massively affected by social media. Are they skinny enough, curvy enough, muscled up enough, wealthy enough, constantly under pressure to impress peers? The land run was criminal, taking what is not ours. So is gifting $600 million of taxpayer money without written consent. This agenda item is incredibly simple. Norman is not a fiduciary for OU. OU is not a financial client of Norman. When someone is not a client of yours, when someone is a client of yours financially, you put their interests above your own. OU is asking us to put their interests above ours. No. You have a fiduciary duty to the citizens. If OU had game, this project was in the hoop, was a touchdown, was tens across the board, they would be selling futures on it. Investors would be lining up to invest. They wouldn't be trying to strap this on our backs. As you recall at the site plan presentation, it was a comedy of mights, maybes, possiblies, could-bes, hopefullys, and studies that should have been part of the presentation, like traffic studies, but laughably weren't. Vote no.
Sorry, is Becca Opham and Russell Rice and Laura Moxley.
Hi, thank you all for all the time that you put into this and will continue to put into this. I know it's a lot of work, and more than anybody else here knows what you guys have done. So I wanted to just look at the entertainment part of the arena, because we've heard about the sports side, but let's talk about the entertainment part. I remember growing up and going to events at the Lloyd Noble Center. Concerts. Besides the sporting events, there were a lot of concerts there. I went back and looked, and from 75 to 86, when Lloyd Noble was first built, 50 years ago, basically, next year, by the way, there were 83 concerts there in the first 10 years. Okay, it was not professionally managed. It was managed by OU. Didn't really know how to manage a facility like that, like the professionals do now. So let's look at the last 20 years. There's only been 20 concerts there in the last 20 years, okay? And in the last 5 years, there's only been 2. There's been nothing since 21 there. So our family, we go to Tulsa, we go to Oklahoma City to see concerts and events. I would love for that to come back to Norman, people spending the night here, people spending money here all over town, not just in one area. And I think that a professionally managed arena will attract even more options, more events than what we've done in the past as well. And instead of driving to, out of town, I would love for all that to be here and help the quality of life for our own people here as well. I mean, we all want things to do here in Norman. And so I'm just saying, let's invest in ourselves just like Oklahoma City and Tulsa has. And let's be the same level as they are. Thanks. Vote yes.
Heather Messer. Okay. Becca Opham. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong.
Becca Opheim, Ward 8. I just want to thank the mayor and the city council for everything you all do. I encourage the city to vote yes for the entertainment district and arena to help the city of Norman and the university continue to grow and be a destination for all. Thank you.
Russell Rice. See Russell coming in. Laura Moxley, you'll follow Russell. And then Tracy Bates, Jake Flaggart, John Nolan.
Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? You can't answer that once again. Russell Rice, Ward 2. You guys keep making me make new nonprofits, so I went ahead and made another one. We made one that is the, you're gonna love this. Oklahomans for Responsible Economic Development. Our mission is to support economic development that puts community first. So, I'm not anti-TIF, I'm not anti-arena, I'm anti-TIF. The fact that we have an advisory vote set up, and 2 previous mayors had that stopped, means that they know the citizens will not vote for it. Can anybody tell me when the Moore family will be here to ask for $600 million from the Norman citizens for its development in Ward 3? Not on the schedule. Okay, you can't do that because they are proper developers, right? They have land. They are going to develop it, then sell it. Proper development. It would seem the Moore family have put community a heck of a lot closer to the top of the priority list than somebody. Let's see. Yeah, vote no on this, or else I'll have to spend the next month running a petition, and I will absolutely do that with joy. Have a good day.
Hello, my name is Laura Moxley. I live in Ward 3. I also want to thank you all for your service to the community, and also thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want to speak personally about this. I'm very proud of this town that I live in. I came here at college. I have 2 kids. Both are grown, 2 grandkids, went to college here, and I own a small business. And this town has a lot of cultural, educational, and diversity. I'm proud of that. I know we all are proud of that. I'm also proud of the collaborative effort that I've seen from the organizations involved in putting this together. We already know we've got the campus area, we've got downtown. We visit those areas frequently for the arts district, the music festivals, listening to live music, on campus corner at the deli, over at Midway Deli, Cutter Elliott over there at Red Rock. I mean, these are all good times, even out at Hollywood Corners. So I don't see that this endeavor is going to be taking away from any of that. I'm still going to do all of those things because, I, like everybody else, do just what I want to do. I'm excited about this endeavor here that we are undertaking, and I know that it won't take away from the other areas in Norman. And also, by the way, just visiting other cities around the United States and around the globe, many of you have done the same thing. All these other areas have districts, and when you hop in an Uber and you're like, hey, where should I go? All these locals are so proud to tell you, hey, where should you go in my city? Well, we want to be able to do that too. We will do that here. We will rise up as Norman residents and be proud of what we have here. This is a historic vote. This endeavor is it's visionary for the future, multiple years, down the road. And so I just leave you with a quote from, First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt. She said, do the thing you think you cannot do. That's your vote tonight, and I ask you to vote yes.
Tracy Bates, Jake Flaggart will follow Tracy, John Nolan, and then Ben Plummer.
Tracy Bates, Ward 8, CEO and owner of Heyday Entertainment. I registered to speak at the last one, so this should be my second time, but having a husband whose name is Trey, they thought he had registered twice, and Ms. Hall was very gracious to explain that. So I ended up emailing, because I got removed from the list. So I emailed the council my question that I was going to ask, and which was this. Upon the recommendation of the TIF2 Oversight Committee, will funds of $5 million be released to Colette to help defer cost so a main event can be built in the area surrounding Crest? And if so, is this the precedent being set for the arena project? While I still do not have an answer, I'd like to thank council members Montoya, Dixon, and Nash, as well as the mayor and city officials for following up on my question. The arena project is beautiful, as we all saw tonight, and Trey and I have friends on both sides. We have beliefs on both sides, and we do believe that the arena has the potential to be a really great thing for Norman. However, I am here tonight to ask the council to make sure proper parameters are put in place to protect current Norman businesses from being cannibalized by incentives and to keep local business owners from going through what our family has had to go through this last month and will continue to go through as the turnpike comes up. Trey and I have no issue with competition. We just want a level playing field, just like Ms. Cox talked about. Please ask the right questions moving forward to minimize the unintended consequences as much as possible. Thank you so much for what you do, and I appreciate it.
Jake Flaggart, Ward 4.
Council members, I stand before you today as a proud, recent OU graduate, a current graduate student living in Norman, and a transplant to this wonderful city. I am here to voice my full support for this project. In 2020, as an OU student, I vividly recall the city urging students to register for the census so that the city could secure vital state and federal funding. You understood that with each name, Norman would secure the resources necessary to build a better future. You encouraged us to register to vote here, knowing that our participation strengthens our representative democracy. I share this to remind you that when it matters, this body recognizes the value and benefits of having students and young adults live, work, and contribute to our community. It has been and likely will be said today that members of this council have not heard from supporters of this project, especially those in Ward 4. However, I'm standing here sacrificing a good night's rest before class tomorrow to highlight the strong presence of students who have consistently shown up in this room. 2 weeks ago, students filled this chamber. Tonight, they filled it again. Why? Because this project matters. It matters not just for today, but for the Norman we envision 10, 20, 40 years from now. A vibrant city that fosters innovation, embraces opportunity, and gives its citizens, young and old, a place to live, work, and thrive. At the first reading of this proposal, a comment was made to a group of students present. A member of the opposition in a green shirt remarked that the residents who have been here for years, just not the 4 years that these students represent, should be the focus. However, in an era of initiatives like AIM Norman and the One Norman visioning process, where projects are planned for the next 40 years, it is clear that these students represent the future of Norman. So council, when you tally the support for this project in your minds, I ask you to humbly add another 65 in favor from Ward 4 and 7 because students overwhelmingly support this development. We see cities across America investing in their futures, and we want Norman to do the same. The choice is simple. Build a city where we, your young citizens, want to stay after graduation. Let us work here, live here, and raise our families here. While this project won't solve every issue, it is a step in the right direction, one that acknowledges that this new era of Norman, one of AIM and One Norman. Today, I do not speak for myself alone. I speak for the students in this room and for the countless others whose schedules could not allow them to be here tonight. We urge you to vote yes for this project. Vote yes for progress. Vote yes for a Norman that dares to dream big. And one day, I hope to stand before you not just as a recent graduate or a young professional, but as a longtime resident ready to invest in the next generation of Normanites. Thank you.
After John Nolan, we have Ben Plummer and then Casey Vineyard.
Mr. Mayor, gentle council people, thank you so much for your incredible work on this. The amount of detail is extraordinary. But financing. I just retired from Norman North. People think that Norman is a city that has a lot of money in its public schools. We don't. Our public schools, remember, what's the primary economic engine of Norman? It's a university. We can't tax a university. We are actually one of the poor areas, and this is going to impact us. And for 25 years? No. Another thing is more of a general philosophy. Can't help it, was a history teacher. Democracy is under attack throughout the world. We're seeing it in country after country after country. We deserve a vote for one of the most expensive things that the citizens of Norman have ever put together. And number 3, and I kind of hate to bring this one up because I'm an ex-Air Force officer. I've seen more crashes than you can even imagine. We're right next to the end of a runway. We're crowding people together at the end of a runway. Okay? I think we'd be a lot smarter if we go down to the southern part of OU, use the land there, and we'd be immensely safer from having a potential tragedy. Thank you for your time.
Is Ben Plummer here? Casey Vineyard will follow Ben.
Ben Plummer, Ward 4. This is corporate welfare. This is just straight up corporate welfare. And it's remarkable to me the level of entitlement to come to a city and demand 100%. Other places have done 30%, 20%. Demanding 100% has never been done. This is unprecedented. Someone said that this was not unprecedented. It is. It's an unprecedented level of corruption. Cities have been bankrupted by arenas multiple times. The Olympics, for example, is basically a curse on the cities that bring it to their city. I would like to see a public vote on this issue. And there is a petition going around to force this to a public vote. You can sign the petition. You can become a petition gatherer. And that is what we're going to do. We're going to try to get enough signatures to put this on the ballot. And then we're going to humiliate all these people who want taxpayer dollars. And these guys in the suits, I noticed that not all of them had the decency to stay the whole time, it seems. They sued the city to stop a public vote. They sued to subvert democracy. And that's absolutely wild. The level of entitlement is absolutely wild. And they're welfare bums. They're not any different than some people from the ghetto living on welfare. They're not, if somebody came here and asked for $600 million to build 1,000 tiny homes, you think they would get the money? Probably not. Okay, you get the money when you ask for the money, when you have the lawyers to get the money. And it's just amazing to me that anyone would have the balls to stand up and demand 100% when no one else does that. No one else has ever done that. They do 30%, they do 20%. And I would like you to call their bluff. They're still going to build this. They want the university to have an arena. They want it. They're so horny for it, they'll do it no matter what. They'll do it on their own. Okay.
Casey Vineyard. Casey, before you begin, let me give the next couple of names, and I apologize if I butcher this up. Matt Shaper-Cotter, Robert Murphy, and Margaret Blevins. Go ahead.
Good evening. Casey Vineyard, Ward 3. Thank you for your service, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about a passionate project of mine. The Rock Creek Entertainment District is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This development will be unlike any other in the region. As an East Side Norman business owner, again, I say East Side Norman business owner, located in Ward 1, this project, without question, will help our business grow. It will create new clients, new partnerships, and new experiences for our team and their families. I've talked to many other local business owners all around Norman who support this development. Unlike those who don't own businesses, do not have to recruit and retain employees or have to make payroll for a small company. This development will ensure economic growth in Norman. As a mom of a recent college graduate and a current NPS student, I am in favor of a project that helps create spaces and a lifestyle to retain and recruit OU graduates, young professionals, and families. This development creates that live, work, play environment that so many are leaving Norman for. I want my kids to raise their families in Norman. I want to invest in their future. Norman needs jobs. This project creates jobs. Norman needs housing. This project will provide desperately needed housing. Norman needs a state-of-the-art venue to host events and to be a regional draw as we move into the SEC. This project will provide a venue that will be the catalyst for economic growth across the city. The best part is that Norman gets an entertainment zone with no new taxes imposed on Norman residents. For far too long, Norman has been the laughingstock of the state and the region, getting passed over time and time again for projects that could have had significant economic impact for our city, and that can stop today. We only get one chance to get this right. Please don't be a timid council that's remembered for letting this project go to the north or the south, because Norman loses. Small businesses, families, Norman employees, and future generations all lose. I ask this council to be bold. Be remembered for making a huge impact in creating jobs, housing, and an entertainment district that will provide an increased quality of life for residents and for visitors. Be remembered for supporting Norman businesses and families for generations to come. Thank you.
Good evening. Matt Shapercutter, Ward 3, very near the proposed area with my wife and almost 4-year-old. We lived in 18 years in this community, 14 and more in the last 3 years in Norman. This is the type of project we want near our house. This is the type of project we moved to Norman for. This is the type of project that will keep us living in Norman. This is the type of project we are excited for. I encourage you to vote yes for this project. Thank you.
Robert Murphy. Robert Murphy. Margaret Blevins. Dylan Stanley will follow Margaret.
Hi, I'm Margaret Blevins. I'm from Slaughterville, and I have a concern that, well, nobody's talking about. I'm a legal assistant. I worked for the Cleveland County District Attorney for 16 years. Are you all not concerned that you have staff that may have done something criminal? It needs to be investigated. You guys got to protect yourselves.
Dylan Stanley here, Kayla McGee, Trey Bates.
Hello, my name is Dylan Stanley, Ward 6 here in Norman. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for your time and your work on this project. I'm asking you to vote yes on this proposal for the entertainment district. This development means an opportunity for growth that is once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our community and is one that will make us proud to look back on. Thank you so much for your consideration to vote yes on this proposal. Boomer.
Caleb McGee, Ward 4. Nobody can seem to answer some of the questions that I've had on this that have been ignored for a year or more, which generally, that means we don't want it. But why are we going to spend $600 million to build a smaller arena than the one that we already have away from campus? I remember when they pitched UNP how it is now. It was going to be walkable. It was going to be a bastion of jobs. Look at it now. Is it walkable to you? Do those businesses that are there hire and maintain the kind of employment where people can afford to live here and eat? No. And that's exactly what there's going to be more of there. We'll get jobs, sure, but they won't be careers. They won't be jobs that can keep people as members of our community. Now, I also don't understand why it's got to be 100% from us when we are talking about partnering with an institution with a $1.7 billion endowment this year. Vote no. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous, and it hasn't gone through over and over and over again, and it's because we don't want it.
Mayor and council members, my name is Trey Bates. My wife was up here a little bit ago. We own a Heyday Entertainment. I'd like to bring your attention to a real life situation as opposed to some of the things that are being shown, which are ideas and concepts. And I'm not throwing any stones at that. I'm just saying this is a real life situation. As the owner of Heyday, we will have been in business 17 years next month. We've done it all with our own money. We've never asked for anything from the city. We paid over $1.6 million in sales tax, provided millions of dollars in services to tax-free or to nonprofits throughout the state and other schools. And we've served as a regional draw with over 60% of our revenue coming from outside the city. And in turn, we've asked for nothing except to be able to serve our community. Recently, TIF incentive funds have been requested in part to bring a large, publicly traded competitor to UNP. This request was submitted to the city manager by the Oversight Committee a few weeks ago. And the TIF funding approval process, which is similar to the one that is being proposed by tonight's request, is led by the city manager, who is also the manager of the Tax Increment Finance Authority. On August 23rd, the committee recommended allocating over $5.5 million as incentives in a letter that I believe is erroneous, and allow me to explain. Language from the draft minutes were used to generate the recommendation, and I quote from them, "There was extensive discussion as to whether the main event," that's the competitor, "constituted an entertainment option that is not already in Norman," and I say this with emphasis, "as required by the project plan." With dissent, the committee came to the conclusion that the criterion was met through a, quote, "bigger and better entertainment feature offered by main event." Friends, there is no bigger and better clause in the project plan. So just a few hours ago, and I can't make this up, just a few hours ago in the room next door, the draft minutes from that meeting were revised. The revision removed the detailed description about the debate of main event and instead emphasized a strip center food offering that could meet the requirements of the existing TIF. Now, while Mo Betta's, Nothing But Cakes, and Mod Pete's are a great addition, it's hard to argue that they set the tone for a huge lifestyle center, and in reality, they occupy only a very small portion of the property that they seek this significant incentive for. So how does this relate to tonight? There's an old saying that no plan survives first contact. The reality of this fact is made abundantly clear in financial projections discussed during the first hearing where everything was assumption. I'm for the plan. Please exercise your responsibility to make sure there are good controls to keep the level playing field up.
I think the next name may have some letters missing. Mac Williams, Mick Williams. McKay, okay, sorry. Well, probably no letters missing then. Scott Christian follows.
Well, McKay Williams, Ward 8. I just want to say thank you to the mayor, to the council for your hard work on this throughout the last few months and even longer. I've lived in Norman for 20 out of the last 24 years and have children from elementary school up through high school. I think a comment that I've heard throughout this meeting and previous meetings was just surrounding the Lloyd Noble Center. And just want to say, the Lloyd Noble Center is not in an entertainment district. There's not a lot of other opportunities around that area that offer diverse opportunities to do things outside of just going to that arena. A new arena will not only allow OU athletics to compete in a state-of-the-art arena, but also provides the opportunity to bring in concerts and family shows that Norman is so deeply missing. And this is mainly because it's an entertainment district with a lot of other opportunities that will be provided. I think it's important to note that this isn't just about an arena, but also about the entire entertainment district that can transform Norman in a positive way. The entertainment district is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for us here in Norman, and I'm asking you tonight to vote yes and take Norman from a great place to live to an even greater place to live. Thank you.
Okay, Scott Christian. Kyle Woldridge. Tracy Williamson.
Hi, council members, mayors. I just want to say thank you. I know this is very taxing on your time and monumental decision. But I believe correct me if I'm wrong, that we already had a vote on this when there was a tax attached to it, and the people of Norman resoundingly said, no, we do not want this. I'm also hearing this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Well, that's very interesting to me because these things are popping up all over the place. Oklahoma City is about to build 2 new arenas, and they're bigger than this one. This will be the smallest arena in the SEC. It will be outdated before they get it finished. And don't we have a thriving 24th Street that has hotels, food, all kinds of things going on there? And it worries me that it sure seems like there's a lot of deep-pocketed developers telling us how we should grow Norman. And everybody says this is just great for our quality of life, culture, and arts. This isn't culture and arts. This is for athletics. And that's fine. I mean, we have great athletes. They have shown us what they do in the facilities they have. And I've worked at the university for 11 years, and 9 of those years were at OUPD, working the football games, the underbelly of the games, as I call it. That's why I hate football now, but that's a different story. But these developers, what is our vision for Norman? Is it to be another Oklahoma City? Because that's not why I live in Norman. This, to me, just looks like more of the same thing that everybody does. It's not special. It's not shiny and new. But if OU wants to build it and they want this, let them do that with their money. I didn't realize they were getting so much state and federal money to run their university. And with what I know athletics makes, why on earth are the taxpayers footing the bill for this in any way, shape, or form? We can't afford it. If we want Norman to be what Norman can be, let's keep our money and grow it how Norman wants it to grow, as something that's not like everyone else and doesn't do the things everyone else does. So that's the main part, that I think our vision should be what the citizens want, and this should go to a vote of the people because it is our money. They are wanting to make money on our money, and it should go to a vote of the people. To do this TIF is wrong, and it feels to me like a backdoor deal, and this should come to a vote of the people. It is not a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Everyone's doing it. So I really think we have everything we need. If OU wants this arena, let OU build their arena on their property with their money, like I would have to do if I had a project I wanted to build. Thank you.
Are you Kai? Okay.
Hi, my name's Kai Wooldridge. I'm from Ward 7. I am a freshman at OU, the biggest class so far. And I kind of want to turn away from OU. I don't want to talk about OU with this. I want to talk about the town. I came to OU because I saw the people in it, and I saw the potential that it had. And when I read this plan, I saw the extent of how far that potential could reach. We live in a world of survival of the fittest, and it's the truth. It's hard, but it's true. If these small businesses are struggling, they need to do something, they need to take initiative so that they can succeed. It's the same way with our city, this city that we all live in. There's money in this project. There's advances. There's housing, there's jobs, there's things that we can build on. The land is, it's no money's coming from it. With this development, this project, we can capitalize on something that we're not utilizing. I'm from Austin, Texas. I know it's disgusting, UT, whatever. But there was a similar project back home. It was called the Domain. I don't know if any of you know what the Domain is, but it's a development really close to this. There's a Austin FC. It's a stadium there, and around it is development, housing, food, entertainment, and it's a boom. It's not close to anything, but people go there. They want to go there. They want to work there. They want to live there. Not because it's close, but because there's money, there's jobs, there's entertainment, there's something that they want, that they earn for, that they yearn for. That's what this project is. That's what this development is. Vote yes. Thank you.
The next three names are Ray Howerton, Cynthia Rogers, and Paul Wilson.
My name's Ray Howerton. I'm from Ward 2. I'm not against the arena at all. Not at all. I think it's a great idea. I can tell you I grew up in this town. I was born here in 1957, graduated from Norman High School in 1975. Shortly after that, I started leaving Norman. I had to go out of town to concerts. I had to go out of town to eat. I had to go out of town for tourism, entertainment. I left town. 4 years later, I moved out of Oklahoma, out of Norman to South Oklahoma City, because that's where I was going all the time. I was spending time. In fact, tomorrow night, I'm going to the Criterion and seeing String Cheese Incident there tomorrow night. If I have to tell anybody, you get a ticket, go. It's a great show. I saw them outside of Peoria, Illinois, Memorial Weekend at the Three Sisters Music Festival. So it's a great thing. I'm for it, but you guys have to pay for it. I've heard the past 3 years record donations. You've talked about other money. I'm not a money guy. I'm sorry, I'm not a money guy. I'm sorry. I'm not a money guy. This TIF and everything's over my head, donations and everything. But this is your baby. You're wanting to build a center that to me is a playground for the college kids. Because once they get 24, 25 years old, they're gone. I live next door to 3 girls that rent a house. They've been renting a house since 2017. There's roughly 18 girls have come into that house. Absolutely 0 have stayed in town. 1 moved to Oklahoma City. She's now in Waxahachie because her company transferred. All the other young ladies, school teachers, finance advisors, and everything else, they've moved to Dallas. They've moved to Oklahoma City. They've moved to St. Louis. They've moved to Houston. I even had a musical person there, tremendous cellist. She'd sit out on that back porch, and I'd sit out there and just, wow. And she even played the Grateful Dead for me on the cello. It was fantastic. But she had to leave Norman because there was nothing here for her in her music field. Okay, so yeah, I'm for it, but they have to pay for it. I mean, I can tell you why Lloyd Noble doesn't have concerts. It has an echo in it. 1977, Grateful Dead. I recorded it on my 2 Shure mics and my knock on a cassette. It's I forgot what it is. but then Betty Katner recorded it on the soundboard. You listen to my tape, you hear an echo. You listen to the soundboard disc, they've cleaned it up, there's no echo. And that's what's wrong with Lloyd Noble. You have an echo in it. You know, we talk about $800 million in investments. I haven't seen that. Do we know who the $800 million are, where that money is coming from, who the actual investors are? Another hamburger, hot dog, hamburger, hot dog, or pizza joint up there. Thank you for your time. Peace be with you.
Cynthia, you're next.
Rogers, Ward 4, OU professor of economics. I was a Division I scholar athlete. The coaches left, so they don't get that. I was never a college coach, but I am a subject matter expert on TIF and school funding and how the Oklahoma City Thunder impacted business activity in Oklahoma City. So maybe since I'm a subject matter expert, can I get as much time as my boss got? What do you think? No? Okay. It was a good try, right? Is this a good investment? I think that's really the question. And we have a good handle on the costs, $230 million. In principle, money's not free, so the financing of that might get us up to $600 million, and that's a massive amount of money for the city of Norman. That's 10 times the amount of Norman Forward, which was a 15-year program and voter approved, lots of voter support. That is more than the last 4 bond issues put together. Those were voter approved with a lot of voter support. On a per person basis, so you take the $600 million divided by Norman's population, it's $4,600 per person, which if you compare that to the Oklahoma City Thunder's $1 billion arena, that was $1,400 per person. So in perspective, this is a lot of money. It's a lot of public spending. And I think what a TIF is very good at, besides avoiding a public vote, which I think is the appropriate thing to do of this much money and this sort of contentious issue, but it's really good at moving activity around. We can absolutely scrape up money and build an arena and have a bar district like another block of downtown right next to the arena. We can do that because that's what TIF does. But what it also does is it moves activity from the rest of Norman. So instead of going downtown for a drink, you're like, oh, I'll go to the new TIF area. Isn't that cool? And that's where it bites the city budget, because you don't get the revenue growth in the rest of the city, the non-TIF activity, plus you give up tax revenue in the TIF. And that's where it's going to come to bite us in 3 years when the revenues come in and we won't have money left. So, the final thing in my last 22 seconds is TIF takes money from schools because it uses property taxes, and those other taxes that we were talking about before are school taxes. There's no way around that. If it's not 100% new stuff, you are robbing school funding to build an arena. And I don't think we can grow a good by robbing education.
As Paul makes his way down, following Paul will be Cheryl Hoggett, Brad Shipman, and Robert Post.
Paul Wilson, Ward 1. I am definitely in support of this. I can see exactly what this will bring to Norman. I know there's been a lot of talk about the $600 million, but like Mr. Rogers said, financing $230 million is not free. I can tell you right now, I took 162 trips over the weekend as a rideshare driver. Guess where most of them went when they were done with the football game? Wasn't anywhere in Norman. Most of them went back to their hotels or they went up to the city. I even took some students who didn't want to hang out with the rest of them on Campus Corner up to downtown Oklahoma City. So this will bring another level of entertainment to Norman, because no offense to the students in the house, most normal residents of Norman do not want to go hang out with the college kids on Campus Corner. We definitely don't want to spend 2 hours waiting in a line to get one drink. We would rather have a place of our own to go to. Yeah, we do have downtown. But that's one option. If you go up to Oklahoma City, how many districts do they actually have? There is something for every spice of life. You can go to Bricktown, you can go to Uptown, you can go to 23rd, you can go so many different places. And like I've said in the past, last time I checked, I highly doubt anybody in Moore, Southside Oklahoma City, or Oklahoma City proper actually sits there and gets off work on a Friday night or a Saturday night and say, hey, let's go to Norman. Most of them stay there. Why? Because aside from OU athletics and a few festivals that we do have, which I do really like, there's not really a draw to bring them to Norman. And this entertainment district will do it. There was also a question on the size of the arena. I asked that question day one. I asked, I believe, one of the council members about it. And the reason that we want to go from an 11 or 12,000 seat arena down to an 8,000 seat arena is because it's more intimate. It fills up more. And when you have almost a full house, it gets loud. Why do you think Paycom is known as Loud City? It isn't because the fans make an extra bit of ruckus, it's because they're sold out. If you have a 12,000 seat arena and you only fill half of it, you can't get loud enough to make it feel like a full house. So I definitely support this. I urge you guys to vote yes for it. We are the third largest city in Oklahoma. The other two above us are definitely investing. Thank you.
Is Cheryl Hoggett here? Brad?
How's everybody doing tonight? Appreciate your time. I know it's past my bedtime, it's probably past everybody else's too. You know, this is not, Norman's my home. This isn't a town of 50,000 people anymore. We've grown. We need to continue to grow. When one thing that I can't move past is this is 80% privately funded. 80% of $1 billion, guys. That's a lot of money. That's privately funded. My grandfather started our business in this town 72 years ago. He moved the store 4 times in this town. Each generation's carried a torch in our family, made the store better. My torch was carrying it to University of North Park. I'm very proud. I carried the torch. I need you guys to carry the torch and make Norman continue to grow and pass this arena. You guys have a good evening.
Bob Post. Following Bob is Bill Waterhouse, and then Floyd Carroll, if Floyd's still here.
Good evening. My name is Bob Post, Ward 5. A little bit of nostalgia. I remember when I was a student at OU back in the late 1960s, the field house was the place to go to for basketball games. It was wonderful. We also had some concerts there, Simon and Garfunkel, to name one group. But what I'm here to talk to you about today is that I think this needs to go to a vote of the people. This is too big of a project and too much money and too big of a length of time, 25 years, to be voted on by 9 folks, as good intentioned as you are. Another thing that I didn't get to talk about last time was unattended events, transportation-wise. Besides the money going out to different causes, this private enterprise, it lessens the amount of money in the city budget. And even though there are good intentions and good plans and good buildings and good ideas, sometimes there are unintended events. For example, if you build an arena up there, fine. This should have been designed years ago. Unfortunately, it wasn't. And the transportation plan should have been designed for an arena. And if you add a Board of Education facility, a school up there, what happens at peak traffic times when parents and kids leave school and get back to school? That just adds more volume to the traffic on 24th Avenue. 24th Avenue is 2 lanes northbound, 2 lanes southbound, with left turn and right turn lanes at intersections. It can barely handle things at peaks right now. So what's going to happen when this arena is built? And I'm not necessarily against an arena. I just don't like this much city money going towards it. So what's going to happen then? Is the city going to be responsible for dealing with the traffic congestion? Right now, go to Robinson Street and 24th Avenue. It's busy. And Tecumseh Road and Flood Avenue, that's a mess now. Traffic backs up from Flood Avenue back to the west, past 24th Avenue at the light. This project is going to do nothing but aggravate that transportation system. And then who's going to pay for it? Who's going to come back with ideas to correct this? I don't know.
Bill Waterhouse? Bill, it's your turn.
Bill Waterhouse. I was just wondering, is the arena going to be called Trae Young Arena? Where's the money for the naming rights going to go to? The city or university? Okay.
Is Floyd Carroll still here? I don't see him. Richard McCown? And then following Richard will be Walker Wamsgans. Hopefully I messed that up too bad.
It's been a long day working on housing for the city of Norman. And that's why I'm here to talk about this. In my capacity as the chair of the AIM Norman Housing Subcommittee, we've been looking at the need to build 23,000 housing units over the next 25 years here in Norman. There's been a strong, long history of single-family detached homes in Norman, even though we are a college town. But as we look forward, last year, or the year before last, we only built 417 single-family houses. Last year, we only built 330. This year, we're going to build even fewer. And the year after that, we're going to build even fewer. We're out of land, and we're out of sanitary sewer and water. As that growth and housing starts continue to decline, you're seeing upward pressure on rents. And I've certainly heard it said that this property would develop without this TIF, and that is simply not the case. When you look at the cost of new construction for residential housing, it's simply expensive. And so in order to make that kind of investment, it needs to be in a place people want to be. And who are the people we're really talking about? We're talking about young women, period. That is the housing market. If you want to know what location means, it means place that women want to be. That's the only thing that you need to worry yourself about in the real estate business. And so I travel. I love this young fellow from Austin talking about what's going on down there. I was recently, for the second time, in Lincoln, Nebraska this summer, looking at the impact on the brain drain. Nebraska's cold. Austin's kind of warm and cool, but Nebraska, it's pretty chilly up there. But I have family, and I've gone to see them. They built an arena. They relocated a railroad track in order to build their arena. What has happened in Lincoln is amazing. Huddle, a 300-employee company that was born in Lincoln out of their technology center, is headquartered there, and there's 10 other companies just like it. This kind of thing that where we can hold on to our young talent that have shown up here tonight and told us clearly, like, we want a place to stay. But give us somewhere that's a place we want to be, and we'll start our careers here. That's how this works. I've been building in downtown Oklahoma City for the last 14 years. There's a downtown TIF that has made all the magic that you see happen. And without it, it wouldn't be what it is. Yes, maps is one thing.
Is Walker, I might be saying this wrong, Gams? Oh, sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. You got closer than anybody I've met today, so you're great. First off, I appreciate everything that this city council has done over the past year. Your work does not go unnoticed. Thank you. I'm Walker Wamscons. I'm from Ward 4, and I'm a student at the University of Oklahoma. I'm also a business owner in Norman. I'm also an employee in Norman. And now I've heard various things from my colleagues here. Everything from potholes to tumors to county bankruptcy, higher taxes, lions, tigers, and bears. But frankly, I don't believe it. I'm not convinced. When I originally looked at this, I kind of looked at it with a sense of skepticism. I was under the impression that there would be 100% sales tax take from, I think it was TIF 4. And when I learned that the sales tax take from TIF 4, if I remember correctly, was 33% from earlier in the meeting today, I was pretty happy, right? Not only because it always feels good to have your beliefs galvanized and validated, but also because it signaled good things, right? It signaled that there is an opportunity for growth in this city. Now, I'm not here to tell everybody that we should be like Oklahoma City or Tulsa. In fact, Norman has a small charm of its own that should not be invalidated at all. But this TIF right here, these two TIFs, this project plan, are a vital component into playing into the city's culture. And let me tell you some reasons why. First, let's look at financial successes. When we look at past TIFs that the city has passed, namely 1, 2, and 3, we see that they've succeeded. Now, take TIF 2, which originally made the University North Park sector, right? When it was voted on by the council in 2006, it was pretty good, right? It was kind of agreed upon, right? And the TIF was going to expire in 2031, but it was fully paid off and extinguished in 2019. That's success. When we look at TIF 1 and 3 for City Center and Campus Corner, those TIFs are going great. I mean, come on. TIFs don't take away school dollars as well. Some of my colleagues may disagree with me on that. That's fine. But when I see that the tax take of 33% and the projected revenues are good, and the additional bonding power that the city will gain as a result, as was spoken about 2 weeks ago at a meeting like this, my mind goes green, not for money, not for opportunity, not for my own personal benefit, but because it signals good for the citizens of this city. Now, when a college student who's naturally skeptical looks at this and says you should vote for it, I mean, maybe that's a signal of its own. But when I say that this is a great opportunity, this is the one opportunity we're going to get to make something like this, I got to say, there's only one.
Okay. Next, we have Jeanette Coker, then Rick Sondag, Corey Salazar, and then Evan Dunn. Jeanette.
Jeanette Coker, Ward 4. You know, it occurs to me, if this was as good as they're saying it is, they wouldn't have to work so hard to convince you. Anyway, you all are here tonight as our representatives. But instead of looking at the big picture, I hope you will focus on your wards, the businesses and the families that live there. Is this the top priority for your ward? Or are there other more pressing needs for your businesses or for things that will enhance your family life for the people that live down the street? Another off subject, I'm wondering, why aren't the people that are against the TIF given equal time for an uninterrupted presentation? That way you would get the whole story. Thank you.
Corey Salazar, you'll follow Rick. And then Evan, you'll follow Corey.
Hi, I'm Rick Sunday, Ward 5, and I just want to say, Sivi et Republicae. Now, I'm a teacher. That's a Latin phrase. It should sound familiar. It's the motto of the University of Oklahoma, which means for the benefit of the citizen and the state. Now, I'm not here to say that this is going to be a bad thing, building this stuff. It might be a really great thing. It might be for the benefit of the citizen and the people of the state. But the greatest benefit that could be extended to all of us is to hear all of our voices. Let us vote on what we want in this city. Then you will really, really know what the majority of the people in this city want. And you can rest easy then. Thank you.
Corey Salazar, Ward 4. As a basketball season ticket owner, I'm sure you guys don't get this perspective much. I think me and Steven are probably the only people up here that have attended some games, or anyone in here that could name a player besides Porter. But, you know, it really shocked me this morning. I wrote this 3 hours ago, so it really surprised me that there were so many students here because they don't show up to the games. You know, it was such a dichotomy to see so many people here, and this is starting to look like the games. So, you know, as much as I love the team, and you know, there's just, I don't think a smaller arena across campus is really going to bring people, students to games. I go to every one, whether it's, you know, Northwest Missouri State, Tech, or whatever, or Tennessee. I think Joe C. made the biggest blunder. I guess it was last year when he hosted a game at McCaslin Fieldhouse. Someone mentioned the Fieldhouse last year, and if there were any students here who attended the game still, they would understand that was an electric environment. I mean, you know, Porter talked about it, Joe C. talked about it, you know, how amazing that facility was, and how, you know, it was sold out. It was students only, plus people who Joe likes, and you know, just a really electric environment that is on campus, is affordable for them to renovate with their own money. You know, not losing Otega or Milos. That wasn't your biggest blunder. It was hosting at McCaslin Fieldhouse. You know, I feel bad that Ginny's not here because that's a phenomenal program that deserves support from our community, the men's basketball and the women's basketball team. But I just don't think the city needs to front the bill when it's a thriving university that I support wholeheartedly. We want the arena, we just don't want to have to pay for it out of our pockets. So, you know, my little inspirational quote, you know, that everyone's had is, you know, I got it somewhere in here. You know, I love OU sports, I love OU basketball, I love Jalen Moore, I think he needs some more minutes. But this cannot be our solution that our best and our brightest from the University of Oklahoma have. And, you know, everyone talks about the SEC being the best. Big 12 was a better basketball conference. So, you know, if we want a better basketball, you know, Big 12. Woo!
Evan.
Evan Dunn, Ward 7. Oh, okay, so I don't have a problem with the zoning. It's a handicap. Let's remove that. What do we have to do to create an ordinance to put this to a vote? It's up to you all. I don't have a problem with the arena. I do have a problem with the financing portion of it. We're talking about competing with different SEC towns, different cities in this country. What about competing with China? What about recognizing that we live in a globalized world, and in order for our workers to compete, they've got to understand science, they've got to understand technology. Do we not want to promote and incentivize that? Where's the Science Museum? Where's the Weather Museum? Where's the advocacy for that? I don't see anything about a branch of the Sam Noble Museum. I don't see anything about a branch of the Fred or some brick and mortar classes. Somebody said this is more of what we see all over the country. It is a strip mall with an arena, with a couple swales. Thank you, Richard. Food foresting is the future. We talk about efficiency, using our full potential. What about the potential of our soil? What about the potential to sequester carbon? What about the potential for us all to be participants in solving the biggest problem humanity has ever faced? That is the power of food foresting. That is the power of the life of the mind. That is the power of understanding how the atomic theory can be a source of liberation. I know those are kind of, esoteric words. But they're very real. Am I the only person who's had a transformative experience? Am I the only one who has awakened to the way in which we can redefine the divine by using the power of consciousness? There seems to be a difference in philosophies, a difference in what our values are. And you know, I value future generations having resources. I value the students who graduate. I don't want them to stay. I want them to go out, represent the brand of Oklahoma, and then come back having set the world on fire and put some roots down here.
Porter Mosier. Porter Mosier. Sorry.
That was just going to happen. Porter Moser, Ward 8. I'm the head men's basketball coach at Oklahoma. And I want to thank the mayor and all the councilmen and women for taking the time. I've been part of this project for many years too, so I know it's a lot of time. I had all these things to talk about how recruiting, how vital it is to our program, to the SEC. But after listening to a bunch of both sides, I've changed my 3-minute speech completely. And I want to call out 3 people. And it was the 3 students, Jake Flaggart of Ward 5, Kai Wooldridge of Ward 7, and Walker Wimbasi from Ward 4. Those are young people that have forward-thinking minds. And I can tell you, I've been in college athletics for 38 years. And I've seen a lot of things, and young people that forward-thinking, they were prepared, they had their facts on all the finances, and they impressed me as a citizen of Norman. I had a young man talk about storytelling, said earlier. I'll tell you a quick story. I took a job over in 2011 at a school that wasn't forward-thinking. They weren't growth-minded. They were single-focused. And I was pushing for the growth of basketball and what it could do for the community. A few years later, we went to the Final Four. We went to the Sweet 16. I went back a month ago. I saw that vice president, and he hugged me and he said, thank you. And I say that story to you because growth isn't easy for everybody. It's uncomfortable. Change isn't easy for everybody. It's scary. And for what I say to people is that for what is uncomfortable now isn't uncomfortable for later. What you see, what he couldn't see then, he can see now. And that's what I tell the people here. What you don't see now, you're going to see later. This is absolutely vital for our community. I'm selfish to go on about what's about men's basketball and women's basketball. It's selfish. All right, this is way bigger than that. This is a huge impact for all of us. I'm inspired by the students here, what you are going, the forward thinking, and I want to thank all of you for this. The time is now to vote yes for this to change everything. Joe Harris said it. It's a watershed moment. Leadership takes strength to say yes at a time like this. And I thank you all for your leadership on this council. Thank you.
Okay, our last speaker for this item is James Howard.
I don't know how I got so lucky. James Howard, Ward 3. I've been traveling around Oklahoma quite a bit, speaking to community leaders, managers of cities, council members. And one of the topics that comes up quite often with them is stopping the leaks. And what I mean by stopping the leaks is people leaving their communities, money leaving their communities. A good example of that is the city of Seminole. They recently decided to build a family entertainment center. A family entertainment center. Why would a city get involved in a private enterprise like that? For the simple fact of stopping families leaving and money going to Shawnee, just right up the road. So keep that in mind as you think about this project and the leaks that we need to stop here. You know, when we talk about small businesses, I'm also a small business owner in Ward 4. And I am not afraid of the competition. The more the merrier. The more people we bring to the city, the more opportunity we have. And I like other people's money. I want other people's money to help improve homelessness issues here. That's a great source of funding for those kinds of issues. I'd like to see that happen. So let's just not get myopic and think only about who's paying for what, but think about what happens in the future, because it's important. Thinking more about the future, I'm also responsible for helping grow an architectural and engineering firm here in Norman, Oklahoma. We are competing every day with Tulsa, Kansas City, Oklahoma City, Dallas, Austin. I can go on and on and on. And the things that those people look for is quality of life, a place to go and spend their money and their time with their family. This is the type of project that makes that happen. I will tell you that I was not for the original UNP for one reason and one reason only. It lacked the forward thinking of including an entertainment district. This is a chance to right that wrong. Let's make this happen tonight. Thank you.
Any questions from council regarding this? Councilmember Grant.
Yes, I have some questions, and I'll be taking them through our presentation. So if the developer is still here or representative for the developer, I would like to ask you some questions.
We are, Councilman. We're all here and happy to answer those questions.
I'm happy to hear that the ground floor will include a commercial option. My question is, will the bottom be built to commercial standards for conversion at a future date if commercial is not viable now?
We haven't gotten to that point yet, and you may be thinking about when we're at the, like CCFBC, for instance, the form-based code. You have in that district, you have requirements to do things like that. In this district, we haven't gotten to that level yet of design to where we know exactly how the ground floors will be designed or not. What we've put in there, and this was at the request of council members, was to make sure that we had the zoning option to do commercial on those ground floors. And that's in place now. So as we get into design and more detailed plannings, we'll then decide as to how or if we do that.
And then I like to think about site plans as communities and how people will move through it, and I'm very appreciative for the walkability and the bollards. If I did my math correctly, it's 2,393 surface level parking plus parking garage. Does the 1,143 surface spaces, does that include the parking for the housing portion and office, or just retail? And if you could delineate between them.
Yeah, it did not. I'll try to go back to it here, Councilmember. Go a little ways back, bear with me.
And I'll just explain a little bit of my thinking. It's got 8,000 seat capacity, the arena portion, with only, I believe, was it 1,250 spaces in the parking garage itself?
That's correct, Councilman.
And then you have a hotel of about 150 rooms. I was just kind of wondering how everybody is supposed to get around. Some people obviously will take a lift or some kind of transportation. But I'm curious how people who are supposed to live here, if some of them are actually living here, what will they do on game days or other events like concerts?
Okay, multiple questions there. So the parking that you see on the screen here, you see it on the left, 1143 surface spaces in the red. There are additional surface spaces just to the left, and then the 1250 you see in the parking garage right there. We're very confident that that covers everything. The PUD is written to say that we can have shared parking, which is something we like to do whenever we can. And that was an effort of the city council really to eliminate the parking minimum so that we can start doing that. We're confident that will work. As to the residential, which is farther left, it has its own parking. So it will have its own parking methods beyond the screen here to the left.
I assume there'll be like signage that says if you're attending a concert or anything else, this is residential parking.
Likely, again, that's a detailed design stage we haven't gotten to, but you can see on the left of the screen, the parking for the residential is all to the left of the entertainment district and the hospitality area. So it will have its own parking. I don't know yet how they will manage that or operate that in terms of exclusive spaces or things like that.
And this next question also might be, you may not be there yet, but how many of these units are for sale and what type, and how many are for rent?
Yeah, so again, we're not there yet, and this is typical, as you know, when we do zonings, we're really not at that point yet to decide. And I would urge you to consider this is not different than other zonings in that regard. We have to get all the way through the process. We have to make sure we know how much this, the market absorption is, how much the final construction costs are. Those decisions will be made at a later date when we get into it. But this likely will be for rent across the spectrum of the project.
And this might be EDA, but I heard professionally managed arena is it determined who the operator or the professional management company is? I was hearing that it was like a really great one, so that implied that one existed.
Danny's better versed on this one, so have at it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. So it is not determined yet. It's been determined that the owner of the arena is going to be the county trust. So the county trust will go through an RFP process to issue a public RFP to confirm which arena developer and operator that the county who's going to own the arena will choose. So at this point, we've been using consultants, some of the consultants I mentioned earlier, but to date, that has not been chosen. And if I could clarify the parking question, the total site plan has 3,715 parking spaces. 2,355 surface park, which includes the multifamily to the north, and then 1,250 in the parking garage.
And then I heard, I don't know where this would quite fit, but I heard this is to keep young families, students captured. What is that just a talking point, or is there a plan?
Well, I won't say that that we were the instigator of that talking point. In fact, I heard it repeated many times tonight by Uber drivers, by students, by young professionals. I think this is something that we've heard many times for many years. And I think many people have ideas and desires of how to do that. But I think one of them most definitely, and I think you heard, for instance, the Uber driver suggest that one way to do that is to make sure that we have different districts that are attractive to young professionals, districts that people want to come to and live and work and play. I think that's the goal here, and we're pretty optimistic and hopeful that this will accommodate that.
Okay, and this has to do with EDA. Mostly was about the housing. We asked for affordable housing and/or workforce housing, and living wage jobs, and a transportation plan. I understand living wage jobs will not be a part of it, as discussed in our earlier meeting. There are a few hoops to jump through, even though I think they're worth it. So that's why I was asking, like, what is the plan to keep people here when they're struggling to afford rent, especially after college? Not everybody has a rich family that they come from. There are many working class people, especially from Norman itself.
We've looked very closely at this, and I'm going to have Danny give you the details, because we've looked in a detailed fashion at this. I do want to mention on transportation one point, though. The dedicated transportation public transit fund continues to flow through, so you will have dollars from that fund.
I think with the EDA, it was more like have goals as opposed to something that had legally binding language, like will have a plan. But I understand, like, you know, this got pretty much finished like last Friday, if I'm not mistaken. So.
It has been in negotiation for recent weeks. Yes, that's correct. So, Danny, you want to talk through the housing?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
So in regards to the housing, our anticipation, in fact, our underwriting shows that our average rents will be approximately $230 more than the Terra University North Park rents. So their average rents are $1,619 as of September of 2024. That's the most recent project that has been built in Norman. I believe it was 2019. The Anatole at Norman averages $1,440. So our estimated monthly rents will be $1,350 to $2,150, again, based on our estimates as of today. We're not going to be constructing these properties for some time. We've got to go through our bond issuance. We've got to go through design phase. So assuming costs don't change, that's what we're underwriting today. And in regards of affordability, the median household income in Norman is $64,000. Using a 30% income threshold, which is standard in the multifamily industry, our multifamily units will be affordable by an implied income ranging from $54,000 to $86,000, which hits the middle of the Norman median income. So we believe that these units will be affordable by Norman residents, and hopefully that answers your question.
I'm curious about the townhome, not so much like the multifamily. And I mean, do you have a price on those too, or?
I do not have a specific price on the townhome, no.
I think I'll kick it to another council member. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Dixon, I'd like to suggest that we keep your questions for the next item, if we may, and unless you have something that's about the EDA or something like that, if that's okay by you. Okay. Well, then what I'd like to do is entertain a motion to close the public hearing. A motion and a second, I'm sorry. Motion on the floor is to close the public hearing. Councilman. I don't know what I did, but it was good.
Closing time?
Council members, you may cast your vote. Council members, you may cast your vote. There you go.
No problem. Got distracted. I understand. Can't see anything. Don't get distracted.
Boom and bust.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to close the public hearing passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 2, an ordinance approving and adopting the Rock Creek Entertainment District Project Plan, designating and adopting project area and increment district boundaries, setting effective dates for the increment districts, adopting certain findings, authorizing the City of Norman and the City of Norman and the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority to carry out and administer the project plan, and ratifying and confirming the actions, recommendations, and findings of the Review Committee and the Norman Planning Commission. I'll entertain a motion to adopt.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion to, okay. Are there any questions from council? Council member?
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you. This is a question for Mr. Rieger, or any representation from the development team. I just heard a couple of comments made over the past 4.5 hours. Is this a tax on every Norman resident to the tune of $4,600?
Absolutely not.
Have the residents of Norman voted this project down before?
No.
Is the city of Norman spending $600 million on this TIF?
No.
Is it true that no taxes will be raised on a Norman citizen because of this project?
That is correct.
Is it true that there is no financial risk to the city if the TIF funds are not repaid by the landowner/developer?
That's correct, and you can actually look at section 9.01 of the EDA. It specifically says that. It specifically says your liability is just to move the money through. You have no liability to pay the debts as they come to.
We are just a pass-through entity.
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
Just one question for Mr. Francisco. And I think Mr. Rieger just answered it, but worst case scenario that you can think of. Will this cost a taxpayer in Ward 1 a single penny?
The green, okay. I wouldn't want to make a misleading statement.
I mean, if they're not going to the TIF district to go shopping or whatever, is it going to cost them anything? So, somebody in my ward on the east side.
Residents who shop in the proposed TIF district would pay sales tax, as they always would.
Right. But other than that, there will be no taxes.
There'd
No
be
new taxes.
There'd be no additional sales taxes, no.
And no other taxes.
And no other additional property taxes. The businesses would pay their property taxes as they always
So they're going
would.
to have just as much money next year as they do this year, if we approve this.
Yes, sir.
This question is for Mr. Rieger.
Yes, sir.
Given that the proposed retail square footage will make up less than 1.5% of the total retail square footage in Norman, how much cannibalization, that's a tough word to say, can we really expect to occur in this?
Extremely little, and I want Danny to answer this because Danny has done some really deep research on this with some national databases that would give you a little bit more. So Danny, why don't you talk through that?
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. You correctly assessed the amount of square footage in the PUD area in the TIF district that we are building, which is 1.27% of the entire retail square footage in Norman. So if you took all of the square footage in the retail district, hypothetically, and I'm going to use a word a lot of people have used, cannibalized 100%. We've effectively moved everybody from Norman into this district. It would be a 1.27% difference in the sales tax. So I believe your question was, I apologize, do you mind repeating it?
Yeah, just
So I don't get it wrong.
just to kind of clarify how much cannibalization
Yeah,
can we
so-
estimate to occur?
So we don't estimate cannibalization to occur. At most, it would be a 1.27% change to the Norman city, to the retail square footage within Norman. And I'll add another point. We've studied this as extensively as Mr. Rieger had said. We are a very large retail owner within the city of Norman. And the rents that we are planning to get from the retailers, food and beverage, dining retailers in this district are $40 on average. And so the average retail rent in Norman is $18. So convincing, I think you've heard a lot of individuals tonight, particularly small businesses, talk about this, but convincing a small business to effectively double their rent to move into this district is very difficult because their sales don't automatically generate don't automatically go up and generate higher, they don't automatically generate higher sales when they do that. Excuse me. So 1.27%, we've done extensive studies. We don't believe there will be any cannibalization due to the difference in tenants that are coming into this location. We believe that, in fact, some of the tenants that we've spoken with thus far are not only new to market, but they are new to Oklahoma. So these are not tenants that are in Norman, much less tenants in Oklahoma City or Tulsa or other locations, because we're creating this mixed-use district that is not here today.
Thank you. So we've identified that there are dedicated sales tax items like our public safety, PSST, public transit, Norman Forward. Maybe this is a question for Mr. Rieger or maybe for City Manager Pyle. Outside of the economic impact that's predicted for the proposed TIF district, what are the economic benefits that we see coming for those four protected items in the tax structure coming from this project?
Those dedicated sales tax revenue streams to be collected north of Rock Creek would not be generated if not for this process. So I guess you could probably couch it several different ways as to how net new those dollars are. And in very few TIF districts, do you start off with a covenant that says, or a deed restriction that says you can't do retail here, if not for this activity. So I think there's probably a lot of net new as it relates to those dedicated sales tax revenue streams for Norman Forward Public Safety Sales Tax and our public transit. We also look at paychecks that will be created in that entertainment district. And it's paychecks from people working in 140,000 square feet of retail and entertainment space, paychecks from arena employees, paychecks from hotel employees, and paychecks from commercial office employees. We don't recognize all of those paychecks being spent back in that district, but being spent all over Norman. So we do recognize that opportunity for those new jobs to the city of Norman to help everybody's boat float a little bit higher.
Thank you. And my last question, and maybe this is for Mr. Rieger or somebody else. We've heard a lot of conversation about the partnership with the county that is taking place in order to make this project less of a risk for the city. I was just curious if we could speak on that, if there was somebody here from the county that was able to speak on that.
David is here, yes, so turn it over.
David Floyd. I feel obligated by transparency to note that I am co-bond counsel to the city on your bond issues. I am not here in that capacity tonight. I'm representing the Cleveland County Trust.
So can you just talk to us a little bit about how the trust is formed and how it protects us as the city from the risk that we're looking at?
Absolutely. The trust that was formed by the county is a Title 60 public trust. It's very similar to Antifa and other trusts that the city of Norman has, except this one has its beneficiary Cleveland County. Under Oklahoma law, public trusts are distinct and separate entities from their beneficiary body, and trust debt is considered debt of the trust alone and not of its beneficiary. So by utilizing a county trust as the issuer, that means that the city of Norman is not including any additional debt on its own books. The full faith and credit of the city of Norman is not pledged for repayment. No specific identifiable revenue streams or sales taxes of the city of Norman are identified for repayment. The debt is the debt of the county trust alone. Now, what is anticipated is that the TIF revenue payments that come across from the city will be utilized to pay the significant portion of the county trust debt. But in the event of a shortfall, the county trust will not look to the city. No bondholder will have any claim on any revenues or assets of the city. There's no way to pierce through and attach any revenue obligations to the city of Norman by virtue of the fact that the trust has issued the bonds. I would also point out that under Oklahoma law, public trusts have no taxing power, and so the trust cannot impose any additional taxes on any Cleveland County residents, sales tax, ad valorem, or anything like that. The sole source that the trust has are TIF revenues that are come across from the city in the amounts that they come across. So in the event of a shortfall of construction, in the event that TIF revenues aren't there, there's no way to force the city to come up with a difference. That'll have to be borne by the developer, the foundation, some other body, but not the city of Norman.
Thank you, Mr. Floyd. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. I have some questions for Mr. Floyd, actually, as well. So along the same lines about the trust, how can, if you go in a little bit, how can a brand-new trust that's just created, how can it be trusted, I guess is a way to word that? Why would lenders lend to a trust that's brand new and I mean, what is the backing behind it, basically? Being a brand new thing that's not established and has no financial history or anything like that.
Sure. So bonds for a project like this typically undergo a public underwriting process, which means a national banking and investment firm is brought in to act as the underwriter and the initial purchaser of the bonds, and then they sell them in the secondary market. The investors that buy those bonds are going to want to know certain facts about the development itself. So a lot of their due diligence will be focused on the developer and the foundation, their creditworthiness, and their ability to complete this project. They are likely to require certain assurances up front before bonds can be issued. Things like letters of commitment, letters of intent for future retail operators, future tenants, commitments from the operator as to how the arena will be operated and what those costs will be, commitments from the apartment construction as to what they anticipate their activation dates to be and what they expect the usage to be. So the trust itself will not be looked at as the credit for the debt. They will be looking through to the parties who have the obligations to take those steps necessary so that the TIF comes online and the revenues are there for debt service.
Okay, and if it went bad, the city can't pierce through the trust and go after the city's assets. But what is the recourse if that happened? If the trust is the shield, what would the recourse to the, I guess, lenders be in that scenario?
So that'll all come out as part of the underwriting process and what kind of security guarantees that the investors are going to want. There's a possibility that they would want the right to come in and operate the arena themselves. There are possibilities that they would look for a guarantee or some other supplemental line of credit from the developers, something like that in order to backstop it. But again, it will not be coming from the city of Norman or the city's revenues.
Okay, thank you. My next question might be for Ms. O'Connor or Emily Pomeroy or not sure, but there is whoever it might be best to answer it. We had a Q&A sent to us by city staff. One of the questions that caught my eye, though, was, is there any financial or legal risk to the city if the development faults? And the response is, as long as the city/Norman NTIFA are meeting any obligations set forth in the Economic Development Agreement, there is not a legal risk to the city /NTIFA. So the part about as long as we're meeting the obligations set forth in the Economic Development Agreement, what would be an example where we and the trust did not meet that obligation and therefore putting ourselves in in legal risk?
I'll take that, Councilmember Holman. One of the things that's important in the Economic Development Agreement are the obligations that the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority has. We talked a little bit about it in the pre-meeting, but if the conditions precedent are met by the developer entities in this case, just by way of reminder, are the county trust and the owner of the land. So if the preconditions are met by those two entities, then the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority would be obligated to pay the revenues to them as assistance in development financing. So that's the development obligation that's being, or excuse me, that's the authority's obligation that's being referred to in that paragraph that you just read. So if the payments weren't made and those preconditions were met, then the authority would be in default of the agreement. That's one of the reasons why it's very important that the preconditions are met. And one of the super important preconditions is the approval of the development plan. The development plan includes a submittal of several things, including design, documents, and the budget for that particular phase, the components of that particular phase, and evidence of financing that shows that the developer parties can complete the phases that's within that development plan. So one of the things that Mr. Floyd alluded to was the assurances that the bondholders might require. Part of the evidence of financing as required in the development plan approval would be the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority seeing those same assurances. Because we want to make sure that we being the authority want to make sure that the project's being built. And it's only through the approval of that evidence of financing that we would be able to know. So the county trust will have to show what their bondholders and other investors are requiring by way of assurances. And then the authority would have the ability to either approve that or deny that.
Thank you. And then, so there was mention about the different planning commission, Greenbelt, parks, et cetera, that have voted on this issue. How has the project plan changed or not since the review committee and planning commission and Greenbelt and parks had their meetings about it? Are we voting on the same thing that those entities also voted on?
Yeah, I'll just respond to that. So the project plan, which establishes the TIF districts, has not changed. So it's the exact same document that the review committee reviewed and that the planning commission reviewed, and that was in front of you 2 weeks ago at the first public hearing.
The economic development agreement is different and the site plan is different than what those entities saw?
Those entities did not see the economic development agreement. It's not required by law under the Local Development Act that they do. The economic development agreement is to implement the project plan. It was important in this case to, in our opinion, to bring them to you together because they are so directly linked and because of some of these recourse issues that we're discussing tonight. So because this is a bit of a hybrid project-specific proposed TIF district, in our opinion, it makes a lot of sense to have the economic development agreement right there with it because the revenues generated from this project are contemplated to be provided as assistance in development financing to make that one project happen. So it makes a lot of sense to talk about how they'll flow through. So the economic development agreement in its final form is before you for the first time.
And when did you, on the city's behalf, working for us in negotiating this deal, when was this final economic development agreement put forward?
We had to chew on 2 or 3 critical issues for several weeks and didn't land on final points that are before you tonight until I think it was Thursday. Yeah, last Thursday. So that economic development agreement was sent to you immediately when it was finalized.
And this agreement is for the life of the TIF or a different amount of time? like, is this economic development agreement, is it 25 years, the life of the TIF, or is it longer or shorter than that?
So the obligations to provide assistance in development financing are for the amount of time that the assistance is generated by the TIF district. So there will be those ongoing obligations to pay the incremental revenues as assistance in development financing for as long as the TIF district is in place.
Okay. And so this is a 25-year agreement that we got a final version of council on Friday. Is that accurate?
I would say up to 25 years. Remember that if sufficient revenues are generated from whichever of these sources that Tax Increment Finance Authority is obligated to pay has been generated such that the debt service that the county trust is going into has been satisfied, then the assistance to development financing would end. So it could end shorter than 25 years.
So we got this final agreement 4 days ago, 5 o'clock Friday roughly, as we usually do with the city agenda. So we've had this final agreement for 4 days, and it's an agreement, a legally binding agreement that the city would be, that we would be agreeing to for 25 years, up to 25 years.
And let me clarify a little bit, because for the UMP TIF, there were a number of economic development agreements. So this is what you have before you right now. It does not mean that at some future point in time, if circumstances change, the parties can't come back to the table and negotiate an additional economic development agreement that would supersede this one. I mean, that is effectively what happened in the UNP TIF, specifically with regard to the winding down of it, is we came up with, there are multiple economic development agreements, but then there was one final agreement that outlined how the TIF was going to be wound down earlier than it was supposed to. So while this is a document that would obviously obligate the parties to the extent that it would be approved today, that does not mean that it can't be amended in the future if circumstances change.
Thank you for that clarification. Is the Southwest Wire property still included in this? Okay. And
with the understanding that it could be removed from. Sure. Yeah, currently it still is, with the understanding that it could be removed from the TIF area as a minor amendment that would not have to go back to the Statutory Review Committee.
has Southwest Wire given any recent comment on that? Are they okay with that?
Other than not wanting to be in the TIF district, no.
And Southwest Wire is one of our largest private employers, is that correct? Okay. They are one of our largest private employers, just to be clear. And they have requested that their property not be included in this district, just to make that, put that on the record. The property around the YFAC, a project that we built, the city of Norman voters approved. The council allocated additional funding to get it done, received a contribution, a generous one from the Young family. The land around it that is currently undeveloped, that would be included in this district as well, as in anything that's developed adjacent to the YFAC, we would not be getting any sales tax revenue from.
That's correct.
So the activity that's generated by the YFAC, a project that we paid for, we wouldn't be reaping any of the benefits of people going there and then going to eat or whatever at what might be developed right in front of it.
We wouldn't benefit from the sales tax generated from those.
Okay. Is there a guarantee? We've heard a lot of the discussion about investment and the amount of private dollars that are pledged towards this project. Is it in writing anywhere that guarantees $600 million or 80% of this is going to be privately funded? It's signed on the dotted line, guaranteed?
No, the economic development agreement obligates the developer to invest at least $650 million through the various components of the anchor project and the mixed use project. But it doesn't give a split of who will be paying for, of which entities will be paying for which portions.
Is it accurate to say that the proposal is if we approve this public investment, we might get X amount of private investment?
The EDA obligates a minimum investment by the developer parties of $650 million. They anticipate there will be more, but the concept of the contract was to put a minimum in place so that they are contractually obligated to invest that amount.
Potentially that they invested less, they would fall short of the ad valorem revenue estimates on the project. So the incentive is to build that value or greater to ensure they get the revenue stream necessary to retire the debt.
Okay. But there hasn't been any actual, like, we're for sure giving you this money if this is approved. It's very likely, probably, but, okay. The original increment on this project, if I recall, was, the request was in the 20 to 25%. Is that what you might recall?
I don't think that was ever a formal proposal. That was a discussion item, but I don't think there was ever any formal proposal of that.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure, because we had a question about that last time, that it was 20 and then 25, and then now it's 100. And the original, Anthony, the UNP TIF number 2, what was the increment on that one, if you'll remind everybody?
It was 60% sales tax, 40% ad valorem.
And at one point, did it go to 50-50?
Well, the 50-50 split was of the ad valorem taxes. What was actually generated was more towards sales tax and ended up being more like 70-30.
Okay. And then the south half, which was mentioned, was purchased by Lincoln Rainier Partners in 2019. How much of that do they own, 100%?
No, they own basically what is west of 24th Avenue, except Target, I believe.
Okay. So
And Academy.
They alone do not have the ability to overturn that 90%. They don't have 90%, is that?
No, they don't have 90%.
So they couldn't on their own change that covenant?
That's my understanding.
And Anthony, we talked a little bit last time about the HVS report. We've heard it mentioned several times tonight about the estimate of 1.2 million lost to the general fund in the second year of stabilization, and the estimate of that growing by 3% per year until the TIF is over. Would you maybe speak about that a little bit?
The HVS study that was commissioned as a part of the Economic Development Agreement attempted to quantify the net gain or loss to the general fund of the sales tax apportionment based on what was net new to the city and what was transitioned from other areas of the city to the TIF area. It was mentioned earlier, I believe, by Mr. Lovett, that I could poke holes into their assumptions, which is true, I could. But I could also confirm them. And based on those assumptions, they came up with a quantification of that net impact to be a net negative to the general fund of about $1.2 million per year. So that is the best explanation I could give of those estimates, but just understand that they are that. The actual impact won't be known because nobody knows what's going to happen 25 years from now. But that's as good an assumption as I could make.
And if the general fund were to lose that $1.2 million, I guess compounded by 3% each year beyond that, I guess, we lose that amount over the 25 years in the anticipation that we get a large windfall when it's over. Is that the way you would understand it?
That's not how I would confront it. Again, the budgetary decisions that we make are made on an annual basis when we consider each fiscal year's budget. So when we have some actual history of what the apportionment level is to the Rock Creek Entertainment District TIF, we will build that into our budget assumptions. And I believe at the meeting 2 weeks ago, what I said is, okay, let's assume that the HVS study is exactly right, and that there's $1.2 million less available to the general fund and the capital fund because of the apportionment to the Rock Creek TIF. Okay? We have a $100 million general fund budget, and so 1% of that we're going to have to make up from someplace else. And that's a budgetary decision that council will have to make each year. We will have to make some choices. My own feeling is that the other assumptions that we're going to have to make in each fiscal year's budget process will outweigh that. The sales tax growth rate overall in town would certainly overweigh that. The rate of growth in salaries and benefits for our employees would certainly outweigh that. So again, it will all come out in the wash, for lack of a better term, in those annual budgetary decisions that council makes.
And there was a comment about the public safety sales tax about in a few years, we may pay off the capital debt whenever new fire station number 5 is relocated and rebuilt. Would you agree with that assumption?
No, that was an erroneous statement. The public safety sales tax obligates the city from public safety sales tax proceeds to build critical capital needs. And back in 2015, we issued through the Norman Municipal Authority debt to finance some of those critical capital needs. But the last of those critical capital needs that was not financed in that 2015 NMA debt was Fire Station 5. So once the debt is paid off for the facilities like the Emergency Operations Center that was just completed, once that debt is paid off in 2027, we will still be obligated to finance the Fire Station 5 reconstruction from public safety sales tax proceeds. After that, of the last of the critical capital needs has been done, as was correctly stated, then the public safety sales tax proceeds will go to the general fund 3/8% and the capital fund 1/8% to pay for capital, basically equipment replacements in the fire department and the police department, and the 3/8% in the general fund will pay for the salaries and benefits of the 90 personnel that have been added through the public safety sales tax. We do not project that there will be a surplus of public safety sales tax funds. We believe that the general fund will continue to subsidize the public safety sales tax programs that were added through the public safety sales tax.
And could the public safety sales tax, when Fire Station 5 is finished, can it be used for bonding for a new police department or fire station, new stations 10, 11? Could it be used for that, even though it's being put into the general fund?
Theoretically, yes, but again, the amount of revenue generated by the public safety sales tax does not meet the needs or the costs of those things that have already been added. So yes, you could pledge that revenue source, but then it's just a general fund revenue source.
And then if the public safety sales tax portion of this district is not going into the increment, as has been noted, that our voter-approved special funds would continue getting the full, they would not be diverted, right? So the projected sales tax revenue that would go into the public safety sales tax generated by this district, have you done any kind of projections of what that does to the public safety sales tax fund?
Only what has been estimated through the studies that are attached to the project plan. But again, I would point out that it is an erroneous assumption that was made, at least in the Hunden study, that all of that revenue is net new. It's not. So if you assume that the Hunden study said 17% net new, HVS said 43% new. So what I would suggest would be that you would apply that sort of a deflator, for lack of a better term, to what is net new public safety sales tax that would in fact flow directly to the public safety sales tax fund, but it's not the full amount.
In both of those studies, part of their conclusion is that the majority of the revenue or activity in this new district would not be new activity to Norman. Is that
That's correct.
Studies indicate a year of stability, and then from that point, we would actually have live data, how much public safety sales tax is being collected citywide, including what's coming in through this TIF district and sales tax. So everything is an estimate, and it's that stabilization period where we'll actually start to get some live data, and council will be able to make real decisions based on real historical data.
Okay. And then there was a comment about the, at the end, doubling the value of school funding. I'm not sure who would be best to answer that, but that's what was a comment I heard from.
Yeah, Councilmember Holman, in communication from Norman Public Schools, what they were indicating is assessed value added in the project as proposed at approximately $1.1 billion would generate an extra $100 million if they were to ask for the same mill rate in their next school bond question. So that's information we did receive from the school district directly, and I don't remember if any of the other studies drilled down into the impacts to Norman Public Schools. They did indicate that they had not included any assessed value assumptions for the real estate in question in their last bond question to the voters, which is why they communicated this does not have an impact on their school financing.
Okay. I don't recall us being asked to fund a study or anything for them. I personally would have been open to doing that, I suppose, but I don't recall that being asked of us. I was under the impression they were doing it and we were waiting for them. So maybe that was just a miscommunication on my part. But in your recollection, Rick, because you've been here and Anthony, both have been working for the city for a long time, there was mention of the other TIFs that we've had, the Campus Corner TIF, the UNP TIF original, and then the Center City TIF. Do you recall opposition to this Campus Corner TIF when it was first approved? As far as council?
There was opposition, as I recall, from the standpoint of should those requested improvements in the Campus Corner area be funded through an assessment district or through a TIF. Basically, assessment district would be the property owners would assess themselves to pay for those improvements as opposed to a TIF district. So that was the only opposition that I recall, but that I believe that TIF district was approved unanimously.
And then TIF number 2, the original University North Park TIF, was that a 5-4 vote of the council in 2006?
Yes, sir.
Would you say it was very divided?
It was very divided, yes, sir.
Okay. And the Center City TIF, I was a part of the creation of that one, and it is a property tax TIF. And basically because there's not a lot of sales tax generating businesses inside of it. But if I recall, the council approved that unanimously, and I don't recall any public opposition to it either.
That's correct, as I recall.
And would you say Norman is the only SEC city that operates on sales tax only?
Yes, sir. I was trying to remember if Oklahoma
State-
State or someone, yeah.
In all the other SEC states, the cities operate on sales and property tax.
Oklahoma is the only state that has that restriction.
The only state in the entire country where cities have to operate on sales tax only.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's see, one of that was probably part of my comments there. Okay, for Sean, Mr. Rieger, I think I got most of my questions for staff out of the way there. And then I got a few for
Yes, sir,
the
Councilman.
developer, okay. So on the site plan, which was revised and after we met in June and talked about connectivity and access and prioritizing people in it over cars. The paths, so as far as connectivity goes, this development would have a continuous sidewalk path that goes all the way around it, around the perimeter. Is that the way I understand it?
That's correct, Councilman. We would have to do that by code, by law, as we final plat. We would have to do sidewalks around the entire perimeter.
Because that section of 24th does not currently have a sidewalk, so.
Yeah, we would
That
have
would
to
be part
put
of
them in
this.
with the
Okay.
final plat.
And then the entrances and exits here with the black arrows, each of those access points from 24th Avenue that are coming into the district, do those have sidewalks that connect 24th Avenue to the district on those little roads there? I would assume probably.
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
Just want to make sure there's not.
Make sure I'm clear on your question. You're saying the black arrows that we're showing on that screen would have walkable paths?
Yes.
Yes, they would.
From 24th into the district.
That's
I
correct.
just want to make sure that there's as much connectivity
That's
as
correct.
possible, and there's not just a grass path that people are going to start walking in and creating the desired path.
That's correct, Councilman.
The 74, well, okay, yeah, and then the 734 units, how many bedrooms does that equal if you math that out?
I don't think we've gotten to the bedroom count yet.
Okay, if it's is it planned to be a
Premature.
mix of 1, 2, 3, 4 bedroom units?
1 to 2. 1 to 2 bedrooms is what we're.
Okay. No plan to do 3 and 4, just, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And the $30 million that was mentioned in public infrastructure, what projects would that specifically be going towards as far as public? Because you mentioned that the streets and everything on the interior of the development are private streets, which I assume also means they'll be maintained by the
Yeah.
developer.
It's the infrastructure to support the arena. Do you want to talk through what infrastructure that would be for the support of the arena as the public farming and the parking garage?
Yeah. Hi, Terry Haynes with SMC Consulting Engineers. We're the civil engineer for the master plan that's been submitted. So we also have BJ Hawkins here in case we get into the discussion of traffic. So the improvements around it is, again, the internal pathway that's through the red buildings is private streets, but built to city standards because we want to be able to maintain that infrastructure through the life and also the impacts of the vehicles that will be through there. The public street, the main public street that will be added to the street system is Radius Way, which already has an established traffic signal with the quasi-roundabout design. And that will connect 24th Avenue on the east to the interstate frontage road on the west side of the development. Corporate Center Drive is already built, Interstate Drive is already built to meet the conditions to hold the traffic loading for that. And then it was also discussed earlier that Rock Creek Road will need to be improved. It will need to be widened. And we are planning to make adjustments to the, or modifications, improvements to the signal at 24th Avenue, plus add a traffic signal where the CarMax driveway is located, there in the center. So again, the main internal drives are private, built to city standards to withstand the traffic impacts. Does that answer the question?
You mentioned that Rock Creek Road being widened, it's 4 lanes now, you're saying it would have a middle
We'll add a middle lane to that, yes, sir.
And the traffic signals that would be added, that would be part of that $30 million infrastructure?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Would any of that be going, that infrastructure, $30 million, is any of that for improvements to 24th and Tecumseh and Flood, or any other streets that are
Sure.
leading in and out of the
Sean,
district?
do you want to take it back?
Just David Neer with the Development Group. As it relates to the overall infrastructure, in addition to what Mr. Haynes shared, the large pond that you see that is directly west of the arena, which we call Pond 4, is a standing water with LID improvements, rock, stone that are both native, grade changes, landscaping. So nearly $4.6 million was dedicated to that, really as an amenity. We felt like that's what most folks would see coming up and down 35, as well as the art feature that we've shown at the corner of 24th and Rock Creek. You're looking at upgraded pavers, bollards, an entire landscaped, hardscape, softscape system throughout the retail and entertainment district. So most of the 30 plus or minus $1 million of infrastructure go into that. As it relates to all sites, I think it's $5.6 million that are being directly contributed to those road work all sites.
Oh, there you go. Now you're on.
You're okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, you can shut me off. Is that what's going on here? Okay. I would point out that about $3.5 million is in existing University North Park TIF for traffic improvements along Tecumseh and Flood. We're waiting for some federal matching money to complete those turn lanes and lane widenings, but those funds are already set aside and existing.
Okay, and that makes me want to follow up with Scott about those projects. So we probably have an estimate, I think we talked about last time, the improvements to Flood and Tecumseh, 24th and Tecumseh. Not sure what other city improvements, I know we've talked about interchange improvements and stuff, but as far as city projects, 24th and Tecumseh, Flood and Tecumseh, how much do we think improvements to those are costing currently?
Okay, Scott Sturz, Interim Director of Public Works. That's a very fluid question. As things continue to change and unfold in that area, we're seeing changes in traffic patterns. The original cost estimates that we did based upon that preliminary work that we've done, I don't know that those assumptions and those traffic patterns hold today. And we're also now looking at some other work in the area. We also think that corridor, as some of the work that's pointed out here in our review of the traffic impact assessment, we think that it may need to extend across the bridge actually, because we think there's other issues that are happening there that's causing a lot of problems through that corridor. So to actually give you a dollar amount, but I think that the last estimate we had completed was in the $12 to $15 million range.
And we have around $5 million to...
Which would be our 80-20 split. We have some of the design work already. There's very little right-of-way. There is some right-of-way that would have to be obtained, but that would all fall within that budgetary amount.
I guess what gives me a little cause of concern about the cost of those improvements versus what we have on hand is the 36th Avenue Northwest project, which I know was approved by voters in 2012 to widen 36th Avenue from Tecumseh to Indian Hill Road, 2 miles. And I know city staff has been aggressively trying to obtain funding, starting in 2015, federal funding. I, myself, former Councilmember Castleberry, have both went to Washington, D.C. and sat in Congressman Cole's office and Senator Inhofe and Senator Langford's office and directly advocated for them about that project. I know others in the Norman delegation have over the last several years, and that project keeps getting denied for federal funding. And other road widening projects are facing similar situation when it comes to that. Is that your experience too?
That is our experience. I mean, we've worked very hard on that project. We've submitted since 2016 for the ACOG funding through FHWA for that. We've also gone for RAISE grants, Safe Roads for All grants. We pretty much, that's just all on 36th Avenue Northwest. So we've been very active. We've made a lot of efforts in that. We do think that our score for this year looks a little more promising. Our score for the first phase came up a little bit higher. We're hopeful that we may make the cut this year, but we're watching that closely as we get the ACOG results back. We'll be sharing that with the council as soon as we get those. But definitely, we've seen a change in the way that those projects are scored. And the projects that were bread and butter projects for us that we got in routinely, they don't score the same as they used to. So we have had some issues. We continue to look at that. We're always looking at alternate funding sources. I promise you, every notice of funding opportunity, NOFO, that comes out, we're checking it. We're going down our list and seeing what projects we can apply. And we're also looking at some other opportunities to do some cost-saving measures on projects also to help that.
And would it be comfortable to say that it could be a decade plus before the city would be able to make those traffic improvements that we just talked about?
It could be a lot sooner. It could be in that time frame. A lot of it depends on what programs are out there from the federal government and how we can apply for them. And until we see what is going into those NOFOs, those funding opportunities, it's hard to say that because each year they may tweak it just a little bit. And we may get something that comes in that really sparks that. That's a very difficult thing. I also think there's some interim things we can do that we're starting to look at to help the flow of the traffic through that area. And so as we do those, we may see that some of those start alleviating some of the other traffic issues. So the total project, as imagined initially, may not be what our final end result is in that area. There's a lot of lane additions and other items, and we've started looking at it with some different eyes and some different lenses, and we got some new ideas that we're starting to look at for that area that may help at a more cost-effective way in a more near term instead of a full build-out of the whole thing all at once.
And Councilmember Holman, in that annual budget process that Mr. Francisco described, the ability for council to prioritize project components out of the annual capital budget. Obviously, we don't have a $15 million annual capital budget, but if there are components to either the 36 Northwest project or the Tecumseh Traffic Improvement Project, it's always a matter of council priorities. So we'll make sure we bring those conversations back to you as part of the budget development process. And if there are opportunities for Mr. Sturdson's staff to break those down into smaller bites that you might be able to start chipping away at out of your capital budget without just consuming the whole thing, we'll make sure we have those conversations.
Okay, and the 2019 voter-approved transportation bond had 19 projects in it. We've completed a couple of them, but we still have the majority of them left, right? And
That is correct.
many of them are widening projects that are on the edges of the city that aren't scoring as high. Might be a similar situation as with 36th. Those projects would be prioritized as they're voter approved. Is that how it works?
Again, I think that's going to go back to how we view that as the city manager was saying, how council chooses to prioritize those projects.
Okay, and then the question about ODOT. I know there's been discussions about improvements to Tecumseh Road and I-35. The last time I saw the grading on it was Tecumseh interchange was a D or an F when efficiency. I assume it's probably not improved. And I think some improvements maybe have been made to that. I'm not sure service level on Robinson since the improvements that we've made or changes that we made. Has ODOT committed to funding any improvements to those interchanges, Rock Creek, Tecumseh, or Robinson?
Right, so ODOT, the city of Norman, the city of Moore, the county, and ODOT all combined together to do a corridor study all the way from Main Street in Norman all the way up to 4th Street in Moore, I believe. I may be wrong on the north edge. That was undergoing, and there's a preliminary study that's been completed. There's 3 different options with 3 different sub-options for each location. It's really quite complicated. That study has never been completed, and we're waiting for that to be completed so that we can see what would be done. But there's nothing in the current 8-year plan for any of those interchanges on I-35.
Are there any designs or anything that have been done, plans for those improvements at some point?
The most that I've seen is what is currently in the preliminary study that was, the corridor study that was completed. And that's nothing solid, and it just hasn't been, it's kind of fallen to the wayside. For the moment, something to work with our ODOT partners to bring back up and get that completed so we can see what's happening through the corridor.
And we don't currently have any plan to do a mega project where we extend Rock Creek Road to the east and under the airport runway and connect it to Flood, do we? Project I support and would like to see someday, but we don't have any current plans for that, do we?
I have seen no plans or for a tunnel under the airport.
Okay. Not unheard of. There's one in Shawnee. So, but we've heard that question asked before about additional access to that area, and that being something possible in the future. Okay. I think that's the questions I have for you, Scott. Thank you. Thank you. And then Sean, I have a couple more for you, and then I'll be done. The detention pond, it's shown next to the arena. Is it a retention or detention? And will it have water in it all the time?
It's retention, and Terry Hayes, and I saw this email earlier today, we might want to talk about that as well.
Yeah.
Terry, you want to talk through that?
Terry Haynes, SMC. It is a retention pond. So I'll try to describe a visual for you. The surface water elevation, that's the static elevation, is the retention portion. It is a water-filled basin. The bottom is at least 8 feet deep. We need it to be a minimum of 6 feet for clarity. But the bottom is it will be 8 feet, and we may even go even deeper than that. We don't have a final design for clarity of the water. The detention is above the static water elevation, above. The outlet structure is at that static water elevation of 1170 to be exact. The outlet structure, so when the water level starts to increase above the static water level due to a storm event, as you get into the 2-year, 5-year, 10-year, you've heard those different events, then the water starts to pour through the outlet structure and discharge downstream. The upper reach is at 1175.5, I believe the number is, and that's the upper reach of a major storm event. There is a emergency overflow and emergency spillway for it to then topple over. If you get above the 100-year storm, which we've all have seen these 7-inch storms in an event. These are changing weather patterns. We designed the pond, or we will design the pond in final design to be able to handle those upper storm events. So static water level, that's the retention, that's the aesthetic feature for precipice piece within this development. Everything above is detention, and the detention is created by the walls that we have. They're decorative type walls and berms.
And that feature is an amenity? Is that
Yes, sir.
the way I understand it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Wanted to clarify that based on that email we got today. And then it was brought up about the south half and issues with maintenance, and because it is, all the parking lots in the south half are privately owned, so not maintained by the city, and concern about maintenance of this area under the TIF agreement. Would the developer be responsible for maintaining that road? And what can residents expect for that to be different I know they just bought it, I say just 5 years ago, but they didn't build it and develop it, but it's getting to be almost 20 years old, at least since the Target was built. And so questions about the maintenance of this area. Is it anticipated to be a bid at some point where the businesses inside of it are maintaining it? Or is it the developer on them to take care of that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. First, I want to clarify, I know there was a point made earlier about some potholes, and I think it was inferred that my client had owned that property. They do not own that property, and so they were not involved in that. But let's go to the larger discussion. It's not been decided yet whether this will be POA or bid, but in commercial properties such as this, it is common and well done in that you do basically either a property owners association that assesses all the property owners and maintains, and I've written those documents many times, and it gives each property owner the right to cross-maintain and cross-enter and make sure that they've maintained those properties in good condition. That's been a very successful model that's used on commercial developments. You can do a bid as well. That is a similar tool, basically, that is through assessment collections through a taxing authority, but just as a flow-through. So we haven't decided yet, but you can be assured that absolutely it's in the best interest of the developer, and that's what you usually see on commercial developments, certainly of this caliber, that would take care of them very, very well. So I don't think there's any concern in that regard.
Okay. And then in the original UN or TIF number 2 for the University North Park South half, one of the questions we've received is about that agreement did have a cannibalization formula or clause in it about trying to address a shortfall in the general fund by that increment accounting for it and allocating X amount to the city's general fund. This agreement does not have that. Can we maybe talk about why this one doesn't, why that one did?
Yeah, I think Danny went through it quite well, really, but we just don't think that there's a need in that UMP South was big box development. You see it on the screen. You saw it where it was much different developed than this. When you think about it, what is it that would be cannibalized? I think you could take off the residential. I would agree, right? You would agree that that's not a subject of cannibalization. I don't think we're going to cannibalize an arena. I don't think the office is an issue of cannibalization. So you are down to just that 140,000 square feet of small stores, food and beverage. And I'm really kind of reiterating what Danny said at this point. But you're down to less than 1.2, 1.3% of the square footage of Norman retail. We don't think it's necessary. We think it's a very different project than what was on the south in terms of big boxes. And so we think it's a non-issue that needs to be addressed. And sort of a related point, I want to just mention earlier, you had said that the EDA just dropped to you last Thursday. I just want to suggest, if you will, that the EDA from our team has been worked on since mid-May through your attorneys. So while, as Emily said, it may have come to agreement this past Thursday, it has been a work in process for months. And this issue was discussed through that process pretty extensively. So I think we're comfortable with where it's at. Our understanding is that your attorneys are, and so we believe it's a proper document going forward.
I definitely agree that it's been worked on for months, just that the final version of, and a lot of changes have been made over those months, that the final version did not come to us till Friday.
And that's common, Councilmember. In my experience of commercial agreements of this type, this is common, that things get worked up right to the end. It doesn't necessarily mean that infers any kind of a less effort or less diligence on it. Sometimes things go right to the end, right to the head, because there's final points that have to be worked out. But just because they take it to the end, I don't know that it would be any different if we had delivered that agreement to you 4 weeks ago, in the sense that the terms were worked through to the same degree.
Okay. Thank you, Sean.
You bet.
And then, Rick, the comments about a public vote. So we know that one is not required under state law for a TIF. And there's been talk about a referendum if this is approved. What would that look like? Would they be voting to repeal what we approve if we approve it? Would it be a question of whether to do it or not, just to repeal? And are there any other avenues where a public vote could happen besides the one that the council took in June?
I believe the answer to your first question is the way that the Local Development Act anticipates this process to work is council has to approve or not approve an ordinance. The Local Development Act provides for both initiative and referendum, with initiative being if you declined to pass an ordinance and there were enough people in the electorate that wanted that ordinance passed, they could do an initiative petition to put that on the ballot to find out whether the voters wanted that ordinance to be passed. The same is true with regard to referendums. Referendums are council passes an ordinance and enough citizens don't agree with it, so they launch a referendum sort of challenge to get on a ballot to find out whether or not it should be repealed. That's the way that the Local Development Act works. If you think about it, and what we talked about, at least internally, pretty significantly with regard to the prior effort was, what are we voting on? I mean, at that point in time, you just had a process or a proposal for a entertainment district. You didn't really have an ordinance. You had a number out there of 600 million. The question became, what are we voting on? What if it's, you vote on 600 million, but yet the agreement comes back at 500 million? You really didn't vote on that. So those were some of the issues that I was talking about the last time with Judge Balkman being concerned about, because you really didn't have a solid plan to vote on. I've seen, you talked about the question of, is there other options? If you look at our Constitution, I've seen some arguments made about Article 5, Section 2. Article 5 of our Constitution involves the legislature, the Senate, the House, and talks about their initiative and referendum powers. Subsection 2 specifically grants the people the power of referendum, but it also gives the legislature the ability to send it on to the vote of the people. Importantly, in that particular provision, the term legislature is a capital L, which means it's not just some legislative body, it's the legislature. They have the power to order a referendum. There's been an argument that's been made that somehow that power granted in the Constitution to the legislature has been granted to governing bodies of municipalities, but there's nothing to support that. Municipalities in the Constitution are governed by Article 18. Initiative and referendum are specifically governed by sections 4A through 4E, and it specifically talks about the people of a municipality have the same referendum powers as the people of the state. So the people of the state in Article 5 have been granted the power of referendum. That same power applies to the citizens of a municipality, but Article 18 does not grant the governing body of a municipality the same authority to order a referendum that it's given to the legislature. So that argument that somehow Article 18 provides the same power of the legislature is just wrong. What goes on beyond that, there are some specific statutory provisions that talk about initiative and referendum power for municipalities. Specifically, Title 11, Section 15101, again, talks about the power of initiative and referendum reserved by the Constitution to the people, not the legislature, to the people. 15102 specifically talks about in circumstances when the procedure in municipalities which do not provide by ordinance or charter for the manner of exercising initiative and referendum. If you look at our charter, specifically, it is going to be Article 2, which is titled City Officers and Election. Subsection 1 states, the elective offices of the city of Norman shall be a mayor and a council member. All legislative powers except initiative and referendum shall be vested in a council. So not only does the Oklahoma Constitution not give municipal governing bodies the authority to order referendums, our charter specifically says this body does not have the powers of initiative and referendum. If you look specifically again at its, our ordinances, which is 1-101, K has some specific definitions. The council and the city council is defined as the body vested with all legislative powers except initiative and referendum. So at the end of the day, the process for these types of matters to be put before the people is by initiative and referendum under the Local Development Act. There is no authority either in the Oklahoma Constitution for that process to be exercised by council, and our charter specifically says this body does not have the powers of initiative and referendum. So that was the basis of our sort of opinion that for this to be put before the people, whether council decides to vote it up or down has to be through either initiative or referendum. That would be, those efforts would come arguably after you've voted one way or the other with regard to the ordinance.
And so you're saying too that if the council voted to not approve this, the registered voters of Norman could do a referendum.
They could do an initiative.
To vote in favor of it.
Correct.
And if we do pass it, citizens can do a referendum to repeal it.
That's correct.
That is all the questions I have right now. I do have some comments about why I'll vote the way I will, but that's all the comments I have, questions I have.
Councilmember Nash, I suggest that we take a 10-minute break. It's been 2 hours. Let's be back at 20 after. That's 12 minutes. Workplace. All right, Councilmember Nash. Where'd Councilmember Nash go? No, you're not Nash.
It's on me, come back out.
All right, who have I got after him? Nobody's after him. You gonna take his name off?
Yeah, I already did accidentally.
Oh, okay.
So we're just gonna turn it on for Michael.
All call for Councilmember Nash.
Back in the chute.
Hate to get him out of the bathroom.
He's there.
Oh, he's there. Councilmember Nash, would you?
All right. So where were we? I've got a couple of questions. So the 151 million in sales tax that you projected, you might know where I'm going with this because I've asked it already before. The 151 million was about a year ago that you guys made that projection on the amount of sales tax that'd be generated from this area. Is that with the 300, or was it 275,000 square feet of retail space?
Now you got it.
Not me this time.
Number was calculated with 140,000 square feet of retail. I'm pretty sure, I can look at the spreadsheet, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
Yeah, because the 140,000 didn't change until sometime after. In fact, our first reports still had the 275,000 or so. So that's sort of a point of concern, because if it is, well, so even if it's 151 million with the 140,000, that implies about $1,440 per square foot per year on all that retail space. That's pretty productive, right?
We have to remember, it includes the sales at the arena. So it includes all the food and beverage, taxes on ticket sales and merchandise and all of those kinds of things.
Do we have a proportion on that?
I don't know that I have a proportion off the top of my head, but
Kathy, was the construction sales tax in that number?
it does include construction sales tax as well.
30 million?
No, it's about 18.
18?
Yeah.
Okay. So, man, I can't understate or overstate how productive that amount is. Even if you cut that in half, about $700 a square foot. That makes a lot more sense, you know, if it's at 275,000 square feet. The HVS report.
Okay, so I want to clarify something. So the calculations that I did include the 275,000 square feet of retail. But we have to remember that the calculations I did were for the entire TIF district and not just for the property controlled by the foundation. So the $1.1 billion in investment really covers a larger area than what is covered in the EDA agreement. So the EDA agreement at $650 million minimum is kind of a subset of what is in the entire TIF district.
So now how much were they wanting for this? Was it 230 million?
Yes, yeah.
And so how much do you project that we're going to be able to produce with this retail space? If it's not
Well, it's $389 million in ad valorem revenues, $151 million in sales tax, plus Leverage Act.
Okay. So the ad valorem, well, but how much is going to be generated by the retail space? Because it's definitely not going to be like the retail, the sales tax. It's definitely not going to be more than 151, would it?
What I'm showing is the sales tax revenues that I calculated based on the entire TIF district. The retail component of that was about 142 million. Then there's the construction sales tax that I had a little bit lower than the 18 million that the developers calculated. I had 11.6, which is probably because I was more conservative than they were about what items in the construction would be subject to sales tax. Like, you know, what proportion of the overall construction costs are subject to sales tax, because so much of it is labor. And I may have been more conservative about that than they were.
Okay. Yeah, Renier, in their presentation, I think had $54 million dedicated taxes brought in, dedicated taxes being the PSST, at 1.125%. $54 million and the 1.125% with the 3% would imply $144 million in sales tax. So then we go back to that extreme productivity on the retail space. Even if we were to take out, say, like 60% of it for arena sales, it seems a little optimistic for, I guess it's not mom and pop shops, but it's definitely not going to be Costco.
No, but it is pretty high sales per square foot. And a lot of that may be restaurants.
All right, Hal Smith come in today? Right, he went home already? Oh. All right. So let's see. Now, the residential units. At the beginning, and when I say at the beginning, I'm going back to when we were also told that the 275,000 square feet of retail space, the residential units was also over 1,000. But now it's, you know, like 795?
Yeah.
Ms. O'Connor, just like, Councilmember Nass, thank you for the question. Just like Ms. O'Connor said with the entire TIF district versus the 90-acre PUD that the OU Foundation, that is the land that the OU Foundation owns, still the vision is to build out the entire TIF district, not only the land that the foundation owns. So those assumptions were made by us, other landowners, within the entire TIF district, not only the 90-acre PUD. And you're correct. Early on, we had an entire schedule that was built out all 235-ish acres, not just 90, and that included at least 2 more multifamily complexes, which would be in future phases. And I think it was actually 2031, 2029, 2031 is when those would come online. So you're correct in your assessment. The difference is solely the entire TIF district versus this 90-acre PUD where we own the land, or the foundation owns the land. Okay, so neither of those are in the Hunden report. Hunden report's got the original development, 121 acres, and then additional development within TIF number 4, 148 acres. So it's neither of those? No, it's both of those. It's both of those. Yes, sir. Okay, so yeah. So the Rock Creek TIF number 4 district full build out. The 270 acres? Sounds about right. I could have been off a little. It actually sounds a little high, but.
That's 330,000 square feet of retail.
I think the largest retail assumption that we ever saw, which included, again, other landowner assumptions, was 235,000 square feet. I could be off slightly on that. And to answer your question on the sales tax, on the sales numbers, our assumption was $500 a foot on the 140,000 feet, $325,000 a foot on the area, $325 a foot on the area just south of Rock Creek Road that is adjacent to our shopping center, to the University North Town Center, and 350,000 feet to the east of 24th, south of Rock Creek Road. So that, from my recollection, are the original assumptions from all of the landowners that I think you're referring to in the Hunden report, and maybe is where your question drives.
And I'm not trying to sound like a jerk, it's just, well, my wife says it's just my superpower that I can't avoid. But when you say the retail south of Rock Creek, it's not pictured here?
It is pictured here. So just to the south of Rock Creek, the TIF district expands slightly to the south of Rock Creek. You can see Rock Creek Road on the far right, and then you see our shopping center, and there's some raw land in between it that is owned by, I believe it's the original developer of the University Town Center that we bought in 2019. That is a portion of the TIF district where some of those calculations came from.
See, so therein kind of lays one of my points of apprehension is that the material that we're supplied in the agenda doesn't seem to match up with the actual project that's being presented. Because that's not, you're referring to retail space that's south of Rock Creek. I don't see any red boxes on there. Now, the 140,000 square feet, yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to get it clear in my head where all these different numbers go into different parts of the these different reports. Which ones should we believe? Which ones should we consider to be the most recent and up to date?
Again, I would just say that the projections that I provided to you as far as revenue covered the entire 200 and whatever it is, 230 acres. It didn't, the 90 acres that are presented to you in the EDA are a subset of that. So they're a component of that. But what, with a TIF district that has more property in it, Mr. Knighton suggested earlier that there could be multiple EDA agreements. You may see another EDA for some of the other property that isn't controlled by the university in the future, by the foundation.
Mayor Nash, if you look on the screen, I don't know if this gets to your point or not, but if you see on the screen there on the right side, that is the entire project area. The red is what has been presented to tonight in the PUD.
Okay.
So that is the distinction, I think, is what you're pointing to.
So the 151 million is for a larger project area. All the blue?
The blue
Everything-
boundary, in the blue shaded area.
Okay. And so 389 plus the sales tax in just the red area, the red part, is that going to be enough to cover the cost? Because if we go by the HVS report, which, it was calculating a $1.2 million loss from the general fund. It is doing a 50% cannibalization rates, $2.4 million loss, so $60 million in sales.
I would just remind, Councilmember Nash that please leave that picture up.
Oh, all right.
The HVS study was commissioned related to the economic development agreement, so just the red area.
Okay.
The Hunden report and the Department of Commerce report and the COALINE report were for the entire project area, so the light blue. And so there could be a lot of additional property tax and sales tax generated in that area that was included in those assumptions.
Now it just feels like we haven't been given enough materials to even make a solid assessment.
Well, again, all of those assumptions have been presented to council for months. I mean, that is not new, that, this is what we were talking about.
Right.
And I would add from multiple sources, that you have multiple studies coming up with pretty similar numbers.
Yeah. The maps are the same. The numbers have been different. the Hunden report, the Oklahoma Economic Department report. Those are all making a larger, I think the larger assumption of the full build-out. So narrowing it to just this, so $60 million in sales over the course of 25 years. Oh. I guess the silver lining is that sales being that low, it's not going to impact the general fund as much. All right. I think that clears up most of my questions right now. I'll probably think of a few more later.
Thank you. All right. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Oh. Do you want to ask a question?
No, we took it all, but under the public hearing.
They're two together. Okay,
This is your opportunity for comments as well.
yeah.
So, I examined the Department of Commerce report on TIFs of Oklahoma as of July 2024. And in the report, I think it was previously stated that there's 109 active TIFs. So of those, ad valorem represented 49% of the tax increment financing projects in Oklahoma. The largest one was $195 million in Oklahoma City. The sales tax TIFs in Oklahoma represent 10%, and the largest one was $128,000 in Oklahoma City. Then there were some that were combined ad valorem and sales tax. Those represented 33% at the amount of $285 million in Tulsa. Then another, I think there were just two, they were combined ad valorem, sales, and hotel. Those represented 5% of the 109 at $116 million in Blanchard. Then the other was business property sales, business property tax and ad valorem tax representing 2%. For a total of $75 million in Bixby. So given that this is so large, I would love to partner with you, and I appreciate everybody's time that is spent with all of us up here. But this is so large that, I can't stand behind this. If we can maybe, I'm on board with the arena and the project itself. Whenever I attended the Team Norman meeting in June 30th of 2023, I was excited about the project. I love it, but I just cannot support a $600 million TIF for 25 years. So I just wanted you guys to know that. I appreciate all your time, but I can't support it.
Member Holman?
Thank you. I appreciate all of you that spoke tonight, everybody that's reached out to us over the last few weeks or last year or 5 years, depending on how long you've been involved in this. All the comments, I think, matter to us. They matter to me for sure. And, one of the things I've talked about is that the 9 of us get paid $100 a month to make $1 billion decision tonight, right? And after it's done, we'll all go to our jobs tomorrow or to our families tonight, tomorrow, and carry on with our lives and see what happens regarding this decision. Some of the things I want to note about Norman, just in the last 10 years, we've talked a lot about investment in Norman and where we stand compared to other communities and what they're doing that we're not. And I just want to note that in the last 10 years, Norman has really done quite a lot of investment in itself that really should not be discounted by folks who are in support of this. Does not mean you have to discount all of the great things Norman has already done and continues to do. Norman Ford was approved by over 70% of Norman voters in 2015 and is a $150+ million public investment in quality of life initiatives in Norman. It's resulted in millions of dollars in public art, which no other city in the state of Oklahoma can say that they've done. We have invested more in quality of life and public art than any other city in the state of Oklahoma in the last 10 years. Voters approved a water rate increase in 2014 that resulted in a $33 million improvement project to our water treatment plant, the largest ever upgrade to our water treatment plant. Voters then approved a rate increase to our water reclamation fund, which resulted in a $55 million investment into our wastewater treatment plant, the largest ever in the history of that, the largest single infrastructure project the city of Norman has ever done. Both those projects are complete, by the way. In 2019, voters approved the largest transportation bond in the city of Norman history, including 19 projects. We're seeing that program implemented right now with the new Porter Streetscape, the Gray Street two-way that's going on, and the soon-to-start Jenkins Avenue widening and improvement project from Lindsay Street down south to Imhoff. That's a city project that the city's paying for with the help of federal funding. The largest school bond ever in Norman history was approved by Norman voters in 2023. The first visitor tax increase in 10 years was approved by Norman voters in 2023. Street maintenance bonds have been reapproved in 2016 and 2021 after first being approved by voters in 2005 and renewed in 2006 and then renewed in 2011. We're one of the only cities in the state that has a voter-approved street maintenance bond. Edmond is talking about one right now that they're trying to get voters to approve. We got our first ever bridge maintenance bond in 2023 that was approved by voters. Right now, the city of Norman is investing over $20 million in public infrastructure improvements in downtown Norman alone. I mentioned the Lindsay Street widening and improvement project that runs right through the middle of campus that will serve Reeves Park, the new softball stadium. The entire area of South Campus, which there was a comment about Lloyd Noble Center isn't near anything in the entertainment venues. Well, it actually is. It's in the middle of a giant sports complex where you have soccer, Lloyd Noble Center, baseball, softball, swimming, rowing, golf. All the sports at OU are in that area currently, and the city of Norman's Reeves Park is also in that area. Our youth softball and baseball complex is in that area. The city we've had new interchanges put in by ODOT at Highway 9, Lindsay, and Main Street. In the beginning, ODOT proposed closing the Lindsay Street interchange off I-35 completely and not having any access to Lindsay Street from I-35. The city fought back then to make sure that that bridge and that interchange was put in so that those businesses would still have access to I-35. They also proposed not having access to Southwest 24th where Atwoods is. They were going to close off both of those access points to Norman, and the city fought them and won. The city did the Rock Creek Road Bridge over I-35 in the University North Park area at the request of John Q. Hammonds and Embassy Suites. The city was originally going to purchase a conference center attached to the hotel, and at their request, they thought it'd probably be a better idea to have another access point to this area, and so the city built the Rock Creek Road Bridge over I-35 with the help of stimulus dollars under the Obama administration after he became president. It was the first bridge in Norman to cross I-35 with multimodal paths on both sides. And again, in 2019, voters of Norman approved the first dedicated transit funding source in the state of Oklahoma. And we are still the only city in Oklahoma that has a voter-approved dedicated funding source for transit. So I just say all that to make it really clear that Norman and our voters have been investing millions, hundreds of millions of dollars into this city for the last 10 years and beyond. Our city continues to grow. We've grown by over 20,000 people in the last 10 years. That's more than a whole city council ward. Our growth rate is higher than our neighbors. Our total population growth is higher than our neighbors, except for Oklahoma City. And again, our community with this project could be better. This could do a lot of really good things for Norman potentially. But I also don't think Norman will shrivel up and die if it doesn't happen. We've proven that time and time again. So in the end, based off of the feedback I've received, both in person, phone calls, emails, and the speakers tonight, I have around 111 opposed to this TIF and 55 in favor. And based off that, I do think, given the divisive history of this area, going back to the original University North Park development and how it has developed over the years, I've said this for over a year now, that I think the best way for this to be decided is through a public vote. It is a long-term commitment of a lot of public dollars. It may not all be city revenue, but it is public dollars in the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. The debt and financing alone is more than double the principal cost of the thing that we're trying to build here. So, given those factors, I cannot support the TIF funding proposal for this without some kind of public vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant?
Yes. I just want to say thank you to everybody who's still watching and still in here with us. I have sat through many meetings about this project plan. I've made it to a majority of the statutory review committee meetings. I listened to the questions, concerns, and suggestions, and I appreciate everybody who came out for Ward 4, both for and against. I will not be supporting this because the majority of Ward 4 is adamantly opposed, not to the site plan, but to the public funding mechanism of it. And it was my hope that during all these discussions that the public would not be soured on TIF as a mechanism. And as I went back and forth, I didn't get to everybody's emails, but as I went back and forth with some people who said that they were like a hard no, I asked, is a TIF mechanism something you would support in another setting? And the answer was yes. East Side, downtown, things we've talked about in our TIF district master plan. I believe business owners, both in Campus Corner and downtown on East Side, would support that. However, as I did hear from some business owners that operate in Ward 4, I've heard from many more in downtown and Campus Corner who don't support this. So anyways, I felt it my duty to forecast my vote, and thank you all for your comments.
Councilmember Dixon.
I'll try to make mine really short. I've got 2 kids at Norman Public Schools. Family's very, very, very invested in public education. I spoke to the Norman Public Schools superintendent when I started seeing that, this is going to, crush their budget. Talked to him, he said, no, it's not, and explained why. The Norman Public School, they sent kind of their data to, I can't remember off the top of my head, if it was Hunden or HVS. They looked through it and said, nope, you're right, there'd be 0 to minimal impact on your budget. Spoke to a school board member. They relayed the exact same information. I saw 2 other school board members basically say the exact same thing online, that it's not going to impact their deal. I'm probably the only person in the room here that met with the county assessor about this, and I met with him just to double check everything. If he would have said, this is going to wreck the city, the county, Norman Public Schools, more Norman technology, I was probably going to be close to back to being a no. I was a no at one point during this. I've been taking the information in as the process has moved along. I haven't spoken to one expert in school finance that says it's going to harm Norman Public Schools' budget at all. So I understand this is not a perfect project, but man, it's a great one. And the pros definitely outweigh the bad on it. So I'm a solid yes on this.
Councilmember Ball?
All right. Well, I've talked to quite a few people. I've talked to OU. I've talked to NEDC. I've talked to the Chamber of Commerce. Talked to Norman Public Schools, more Norman Tech Center. I've talked with many of you. I've also talked to the business owners, and like the one that came up and spoke from my ward earlier. The businesses in my ward, they're not jealous, and they're not threatened by a West Side TIF. There is nothing that's going to happen on the West Side that's going to make my ward feel threatened. Because the business owners of my ward, they're too busy fighting to make their businesses successful. And like the lady that came up and talked, competition is healthy. It keeps us all growing, it keeps the city successful, it keeps us successful. But more importantly, I've talked to my peers. And my peers are not college presidents. They're not college coaches. They're not college professors. They're not developers. They're not lawyers. My peers are the families that I sit with when I watch my daughter play softball and when I watch my nephew play baseball. My peers are the guys that work at the gas station and the other guys that come in there before work to get a cup of coffee. And I stand there and talk to them. It's the ladies that I talk to when I'm standing in line to pick up my kids from Sunday school. It's the ladies that I talk to when I'm standing in line at Dollar General. And overwhelmingly, they're for this. They want somewhere that after they have to miss their kids' baseball game because they were pulling an overtime shift, they want to be able to use that money to go make memories with their kids, and they want to do it here in Norman. They don't want to have to drive to Oklahoma City. They don't want to have to drive to Tulsa. And just like I do before I cast every vote up here, I've got a 12-year-old daughter, a 10-year-old daughter, and a 3-year-old son. And I ask myself, will this vote make a better Norman for them? Will it give them a city that they are proud to live in? Will it give them a city that when they get ready to have kids, they want their kids to live here? And ultimately, I think yes. I think this is a good investment for the city. So I will be casting a yes vote on this. As far as the public vote, well, for those that skipped history and civics, we are not a democracy. There is no democracy to save. We are a constitutional republic. And the voters of my ward, they elected me to listen to their concerns, to study the issue, and to come up here and represent them and to cast a vote. So if I'm wrong, well, then in February, they can take action. They can hold me accountable. They can do this referendum. And in February, they can vote for the referendum and they can vote for my opponent. But until then, I believe I'm doing the right thing, and I will be a yes. So.
Councilmember Nash?
All right, so now I've had my crummy questions, I got some crummy opinions. So, there's a lot of good things about this project. There's a whole lot of good things about the project. I'm excited personally to see that this is the first development after getting rid of the parking minimums. So this is a project where we can truly explore what it means to make a walkable area from the ground up from that philosophy. I like the location. I like that we can take Moore's money, more likely than our own. I don't like that it's OU's arena over there because I like my sports over on campus, but that's not too much of a big deal. And I think that's neat how it's got the connectivity between the apartments and the offices in particular, right where it's at off of I-35, so that any kind of, if we have skilled, educated people that are living in Moore or Oklahoma City, maybe they can travel down here to work and then go home, and Oklahoma City can pay for the infrastructure to take care of them. That aspect, that's where it can be a positive thing for the community. I feel our job up here to stewards the public money isn't really to critique the minutia of the project. That comes down to the people, whether the people like the concept, the idea or not. We need to make sure that we're handling public money in the most responsible manner possible. And in this particular case, because it's a 100% dedication of sales tax, and I don't like using the word cannibalization, it's thrown around a lot, but every dollar that would otherwise be spent anywhere else in the city that's then spent in this area that's not taxed, say if they were going to go to Chick-fil-A down in UNP South, but they go up to this new area and eat there instead. Every dollar that is lost from sales tax in that TIF area that otherwise would have been spent elsewhere in town is $1 out of the general fund. That's not the kind of problem that we really have to accept. That's just redividing the split so that we're not the only place in the state that's doing 100% deviation of its sales tax. If we do something more, a little bit more responsible, like maybe a 50% or 60-40, ideally, whatever our projected cannibalization rate is, 1 minus that would be what we'd want to go to our coffers to kind of null that out to zero. But am I correct to assume that if this weren't to pass tonight, it wouldn't disappear, right? Like this project would still be out there. I mean, you guys have been working on it for 6 years, since 2018. Came back here. I don't know how much has changed since then, but if it were rejected tonight, it wouldn't mean that it would have to disappear forever, that it could come back with maybe the financial aspects figured out a little bit better so that we don't have to risk so much of our general funds to see it come into reality. Because there's really no reason that we should be taking that hit when it's just a matter of changing that split. And apparently we'd be looking at adjusting it by 16%. If it's 1/3 on sales tax and 2/3 on that, we want to change it to 50-50. So I mean, that's not a huge ask to make this project actually something that's economically viable. And I've heard people say that the PSST, the dedicated funds are going to be fine. That's true. But police, fire comes out of the general fund. That's 28%. It's not the PSST. Adding this area would benefit the PSST in that some of it would be redirected, but any kind of that dedicated sales tax going to that would help supplement it so we're not at as much of a shortfall, but we're still going to be at a shortfall. And in addition to that, we're going to be losing the 1.2 to 1.5 to 2 million a year, based on whatever the future holds with how much people want to go to this area instead of anywhere else. And it's just irresponsible when we have such an easy solution, easy fix to this is just readjustment of that sales tax proportion. If we're looking at $1 billion project, adjusting that to a 50-50 split, when we're only looking at our sales tax contribution being what, like 60, 80 million? For the smaller part, not all the blue. So, that's not really us digging our claws that deep into the top layer of flesh to do what we were elected to do and responsibly handle the people's money. And otherwise, we're just throwing it away. So, I don't know. That small point is the one point that I'm sticking on. And like I said, they're not going to just abandon the project if it gets rejected. and there's no sense of urgency, it means that we have to do it today or tonight or whatever. We can let this come back as a better deal for us. Otherwise, if it's just, if people have a bitter taste in their mouth and people just absolutely don't like the financials because the financials aren't in our favor at all, well, they're just going to throw a referendum out, and then it's going to be repealed that way. The best chance for it to survive would be if it gets rejected today so that we can get these financial figures a little bit more in our favor so that we're not just throwing away public money. Thank you.
Kathy, wasn't the 100% number arrived at because of the Leverage Act? Because they would match at the percentage that we participated in. Is that correct?
And Kathy, just a couple of, the original conversation that was started about a 100% ad valorem and a 25% sales tax split. That was a conversation before the design of the district was put on paper, and there wasn't knowledge of how many square feet of retail there would be. And as we work through the limited amount of square footage of the retail side, it was apparent that 25% out of the limited square footage wouldn't generate enough money to make the debt service. So that's when the conversation changed to what do we need to do to close the delta on the debt service for the construction of the anchor project, being the arena and that parking structure.
And that brought it up from the 60 to 100%.
Correct.
Councilmember Peacock.
Thank you. So I wasn't going to read these, but I figured with everything that's been said tonight, I might as well go for it. It's kind of lengthy, so bear with me. So I just want to take the opportunity to point to some elements of the proposal that are different from the UNP South TIF, which obviously had a lot of public consternation. The financing structure that we were discussing today is the total opposite of UNP South. In the original UNP South TIF, the incremental payouts were front-loaded to the developer regardless if they delivered anything. And the city carried the financing bonds, meaning that the city carried all of the risk and the exposure. Today, the structure that we are considering only pledges the increment to the project if the developer creates it first. If the developer doesn't build the things to generate the taxes, they don't get access to those taxes and have to make up the deficit out of their own pocket. If the developer defaults, the city isn't left holding the loan or the bonds. The city will not own or operate the proposed arena, as that will be a function of a newly created county trust, and therefore the city of Norman will not be assuming that risk either. This is not a blank check to developers or a diversion of taxes based on a flimsy promise, but a contractual obligation between community partners. The exchange here is that the developers won't see a penny if they don't produce the increment being projected. This means that there is zero financial risk to the city of Norman should the developer not deliver on that contract. As has been mentioned, this proposal also utilizes the State Leverage Act, which matches our state sales tax contributions, and that program is only available to TIFs. Because this project is proposed as a TIF, and only because it is proposed as a TIF, the city of Norman will be eligible to significantly leverage its costs by the tune of $75 million with these matching funds from the state. Again, that opportunity would otherwise not be possible without a TIF mechanism. Just to reemphasize another very important point, this is not a proposed tax on the entire city, as has been claimed by some. The only tax that will go to this district will be the property tax generated inside the TIF boundary or sales tax created inside that TIF boundary. If you don't want to support this district, then you can do that with your dollar. Unlike the new $1 billion Oklahoma City Thunder Arena, which is funded through a tax on every Oklahoma City resident, whether they like it or not, this district will only be funded by taxes created in its boundaries and that did not exist before the creation of this TIF. Also, UNP South, for all of its warts, is the #1 traffic shopping center in the entire state, with nearly 70% of people coming from zip codes outside of Norman. Here is what that means to me in overly simple terms. This proposed entertainment district will be paid for by 70% of dollars coming from outside of Norman. If that remaining 30% still gives you heartburn, then just remember if you don't spend $1 in the district, then you won't contribute $1 to it. If this project is paid off early, then that will result in substantially lower financing costs for the city, which make up the bulk of the city's contribution. This has a high likelihood of happening, given that UNP South paid itself off early after only 12 years of the original 25-year term. That's the only legal reason that the UNP South TIF was even allowed to be unwound in the first place. Even though some aspects of that TIF were problematic, the fact remains that the city had satisfied its obligation to the debt in half of the estimated time. What's crazy about this is that UNP South has, by all accounts, been considered a failure. So, if a failure paid for itself in half the estimated time, what could a successful project achieve? All of this hasn't even touched on the dedicated sales tax that will be created in the district. I think Councilmember Holman had a great line of question on PSST, but I've also heard the question of how will we sustain arts, parks, tourism to downtown, other areas of Norman? Well, with the one hotel planned in this district and 3 more rumored to be planned directly adjacent to it, we will see an increase in guest tax as a result of this project that would have not happened otherwise. For reference, MC Suites alone contributes $750,000 in guest tax annually to fund such programs as the arts, parks, youth sports, and tourism, all of which go to increasing quality of life and economic development across the city, not just in this district. 4 new hotels extrapolate out over 25 years of $75 million in guest tax, and that assumes that no other hotels are added beyond that. Again, all of these dedicated sales tax sources are protected throughout the life of this proposed TIF and are expendable anywhere in the city, not just in this district. This district also projects to have an estimated net benefit of $25 million annually to the general fund when the TIF sunsets after 25 years, or potentially much sooner, as happened with UNP South. I don't think that TIFs are inherently evil. I don't ever hear anybody complain about the Center City Downtown TIF or Campus Corner TIFs, neither of which could be considered blighted areas. Somehow, Oklahoma City has pulled off 16 unique TIF districts, with most in non-blighted, dense commercial districts or greenfields, and their budget hasn't imploded as a result, and each individual district hasn't collapsed either. Just like in Oklahoma City, where the tax generated by everything near Quail Springs Mall subsidizes everything in downtown Oklahoma City, like their streetcar and other loss leaders, we don't have to give up what we love about downtown Norman or Campus Corner just because there are more options to generate sales tax across the city. In fact, success anywhere in Norman is positive because there is a spillover effect and market compression everywhere as a result. Several of us on council have discussed at length the idea of a TIF district master plan to ensure equity throughout the city, such as the Lindsay Street Corridor, East 12th, East Main, and Griffin as all potential districts, just to name a few. But we've also discussed it in terms of leveraging investment in multiple areas of Norman. We understand that success in one district jumpstarts investment in a neighboring district, and that this is truly a case where all ships are lifted with a rising tide. As someone who grew up in Oklahoma City, it was not anywhere near what it is today, and that changed only because of their level of public and private partnerships. Mayor Mick Cornett famously said once, "If you don't invest in yourself, then no one else will." As a relevant project comparison, the Ocana Resort District in Oklahoma City, which is their most recent TIF, is a 100% ad valorem and 90% sales tax TIF. Despite the diversity of their council, that project was approved unanimously by their votes. Again, that's a near identical as apples-to-apples comparison to the Rock Creek Entertainment District as a project in a greenfield, not in the downtown core, off a highway, using public funds in a partnership with a large private developer, and they had unanimous council approval. Despite the emotional weight attached to this particular TIF, it remains just that, a standard tax increment financing district authorized by state statute and a responsibility that we as council members should not advocate. If the residents would like a public vote on this issue, then the right thing for us as a council to do is to approve this project tonight and give them that opportunity. As required by state statute, the only way to have a public vote on a TIF is via referendum petition. This is the process outlined at the state level and the reason why a judge threw out a non-binding vote earlier this summer. With this approach, any election that we have will have a binding vote and one that I will respect the results of. Tonight, however, our obligation is to setting this process in motion and moving forward with the plan as presented tonight. I sincerely hope that my colleagues will consider supporting this item based on that fact alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council? No. I'll go back to the question. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion passes by a vote of 5 to 4. Voting against, Councilmember Holman, Councilmember Montoya, Councilmember Grant, Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Thank you. The motion second. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion passes by a vote of 5 to 4. Voting against, Councilmember Holman, Councilmember Montoya, Councilmember Grant, and Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, item number 3, contract by and between the City of Norman, the Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority, UNP North LLC, and the Cleveland County Recreational and Entertainment Facilities Authority for an economic development agreement for the Rock Creek Entertainment District. I'll entertain a motion to approve or reject the contract.
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion and second. Are there any questions or comments from council regarding this item?
Yeah. I will just say that I will be voting no on this economic development agreement. Living wage jobs had been something discussed on multiple occasions, and while there are extra steps to take to ensure it, I think it would have been worth the effort and won over some soft no's. The Planning Commission had also had commissioners that cited living wage jobs as a reason they supported the project, but nowhere was that assured in the project plan they voted on. This was an item to be nailed down in the EDA, and it was not. I also take issues with there being no legal obligation to create affordable workforce housing, nor there being language to guarantee a comprehensive transportation plan. Thank you.
Councilmember Ball.
One number that we have not heard tonight at all is the number 5,000. And that is how many jobs this is going to create. Now, will they all be six-figure year jobs? No. But will they be jobs for your high schooler to have to get into the workforce? Will they be jobs for your college graduate, entry-level positions that they can have? Absolutely. Will these be jobs that professionals will have? Absolutely. It is 5,000 jobs. Yeah, they may not all pay, I guarantee they pay more than what I'm getting paid, but will they all pay a six-figure income? No, they won't. But they are jobs that will benefit our community, that will benefit our kids, not to mention the houses, 700 units. We're expected to grow by 20,000 people in the next 20 years. When I moved here in 2002 to go to school at OU, 98,000 people. We were the sixth largest city in Oklahoma. In 2010, we had 110,000 people. Today, we have 128,000 people, and in 20 years, we're going to have, 160 estimated, give or take. They need jobs. We need houses. We're always talking about housing. This is a chance for us to build. Do they have to be, affordable housing is important. Well, but do we need to designate that you have to have these as affordable housing? That's not our jobs. Our jobs is to make sure that we open the path for the developers to come in and to build the houses that we need. Because they're going to, if they want to make money, they're going to build what they need to build and what is in demand. So that's what I got. Thank you.
Councilmember Holman.
Is it written in this agreement that there are 5,000 guaranteed jobs created by this?
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
That's an estimate.
Okay. And there's not 3,000 housing units guaranteed in this? Right, I know you said that, but we had heard 3,000 was the number touted for several months, that 3,000, so neither of those are written in this agreement, though.
That's correct. The agreement obligates significantly less residential units.
Okay. Would it be safe to say that if we're incentivizing a private development with public dollars, that it would be reasonable for us to ask for a % of the housing to be affordable? It may not be our job, and if it were private investment only, I might agree, but we're incentivizing this development with public dollars. I don't think it's unreasonable that we would ask for that to be included.
Do you want me to answer my answer?
Sure.
My answer to that would be, you're a realtor, so you can take markets and figure out markets and things like that, but I wouldn't consider myself to be one. And I don't know how to choose exactly what zone of houses, what housing prices shelf that I could put things on. to be able to make things affordable. A lot of the things that seems to me to be is to make things affordable, we get the wages up over 1875 for Norman for however long that lasts, above $20 an hour, make it a thing. To be able to make more people afford more houses is the way I understand how to do that problem. So I'll use the word inflict. I wish I could think of a better word, but if we would inflict you got to build 10% of these houses as Section 8 housing or something like that, I think we would cripple part of his deal, and I'm speaking for you, and I don't mean to. Would you rather answer the question than me?
Clarify it if I could, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor. So I don't believe, Councilmember Holman, that anybody has ever stated that there would be 3,000 housing units. What we have said, and I think what has been in the public, has been that this will be housing for 3,000 residents. And if you take 1,250 units, which are in the overall TIF district plan, and multiply that by 2.4 people per household, which is the Norman average, that's exactly 3,000 residents. So we expect this district to create housing for 3,000 residents. And I have a jobs report from our development team that totals 5,077 jobs on average over the course of this development. And that includes arena construction, ongoing operations of the arena, construction of $1.1 billion in total development within the TIF district, residential, food and beverage, office, hotel, people to change the lights in the parking garage. We believe, our development team believes, through the projects that we've worked on and our underwriting, that there will be 5,077 jobs, to be exact, created by this district. So I appreciate the opportunity to clean that up.
I appreciate the clarification on that as well. So the TIF part has passed 5-4. This is the agreement that they would be held to for the life of the TIF. Is that correct? Okay. And that's what you've been negotiating for several months, and there have been aspects that we've requested that have been included. Is that correct? Okay. Given that, I do think that even though it doesn't have everything I would prefer in it either, I do want to make sure that the TIF part has passed. I want to make sure that they are held to an agreement, and this is the agreement that's on here. So I will support the agreement that's in front of us because that's what's going to hold them to do exactly what they've promised going forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Peacock.
I just had a real quick question. If the TIF were to be paid off early and there was extra funds in it, could you reprogram some of those dollars to subsidize affordable housing? I mean, while the 25-year clock was still running, essentially.
That would require an amendment to the project plan.
That's
But-
kind of what I'm asking. You come back and modify the EDA and the project plan to include all that.
That could be done.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I was going to say it's got to be contiguous. All right. Any more? All right. The motion on the floor is to approve the contract. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast by a vote of 6-3. Voting against, Councilmember Montoya, Councilmember Grant, and Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 4, an ordinance rezoning property generally located east of I-35 between Corporate Center Drive and Rock Creek Road from PUD, Planned Unit Development District, to PUD, Planned Unit. It's right. Okay. I'll read it again. It just didn't sound right at 1 o'clock in the morning. An ordinance rezoning property generally located east of I-35 between Corporate Center Drive and Rock Creek Road from PUD, Planned Unit Development District, to PUD, Planned Unit Development District. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. We appreciate the council's consideration of the last two items very much. Thank you very much for that. It's late. It's been a long night. I have nothing further to add. We gave the zoning presentation and the planning presentation a short time ago, a few hours ago. So we will add nothing further. We are happy to answer any questions that you have and are here for that as much as you need. Thank you very much.
Council questions? Yes, sir.
Site plan as presented, that's what we can expect to see built?
That is correct, Councilmember. In fact, if you look at the PUD document itself, I was going to open it and read the paragraph, but I won't even waste your time to do that. But there's a paragraph in the PUD document that we always have in the PUD document that says it shall be developed per this site plan, subject to your ordinance that says it's, I think, 5% shifts you can do in densities and unit counts, but that is in the document.
And that's the benefit of a PUD over just rezoning this area.
That's correct. And a PUD, we can do significant other things in that. For instance, we can do smaller residential units of lots. We can do the stormwater controls. We can do a lot of different things. The small urban residential, we can put in the enhanced businesses that we talked about earlier. We can do a lot of things in a PUD that we cannot do on straight zoning. So significant benefits.
Okay, thank you. The zoning is not something I've ever had an issue with, even going back to the original proposal. So I've always felt that if a development wants to happen there, then I'm more than willing to rezone it to allow for it. So I appreciate the answers to my questions on the site plan earlier.
Thank you, Councilman.
Anybody else? This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak on this item. Remarks should be directed to council only. Madam Clerk, will you please call the first speaker?
I suspect that many of these speakers are gone, so I'm going to run through them fairly swiftly. Dan Munson.
I don't see him.
Rob Norman. Paul Arcaroli. Don't see him. Alex Lampier. Who? No, Andrew Rosenau, sorry. Alex Lampier, I don't see Alex. Marguerite Larson. I don't see Marguerite. Oh, okay.
Marguerite Larson, Ward 6. So here's my question. Housing units are going to be placed there. They say that it's affordable housing. I don't think they understand what affordable housing is. I don't think that people will build new houses that people can move in for $350 a month. Because there are so many people in this community that are living paycheck to paycheck that cannot find affordable housing, because affordable housing is declared by however your bankroll is. So what's affordable to you may not be affordable to somebody else. So my biggest concern is on this housing project, if they're gonna make it affordable housing, I would hope that they would make it affordable housing to where anybody can move in and not someone who can pay $2,000 a month rent. And I don't know if the council can do anything about that, if they can put any kind of subclause in there. But that is my biggest concern. So, thank you.
Greg Heupel. Let's see, Greg. Dan Shim. Holly Hunt. No. Scott Martin. Shelley Cox. Marcus Bowman. Sean Burge, sorry. Amy Wendler.
Good morning. Amy Windler, Ward 2. Okay, things about the PUD. I'm not really sure if it's really the PUD or the plat. All the green space is good. Trees. Fruit and nut trees instead of decorative trees would be amazing. Some of the green space could be used for community gardens. I'm wondering about the lot sizes of the single-family homes. The minimum is 3,000 square feet. And with the setbacks, you can have a 1,600 square foot structure, which still qualifies with the impervious percentage, because I think that's only like 53% impervious. The order of the phases. So phase 1 is the arena, the parking structure, and part of the multifamily housing. And then phase 2 is the office structures, and then phase 3 is the rest of the housing. Could the order be changed so that the offices are phase 3 instead of phase 2? I have a question about which fire station will be affected by this new development. Do they have the capacity to support this new area? And then I was kind of wondering about the phrasing. So there's 37 single-family homes, 758 multifamily, and 24 townhomes. But then in another place, it was 734 multifamily, and then adding 24 townhomes. So curious about that. Thanks.
Kenny Adams, Trey Kirby, Stephen Ellis, Pam Post.
I'm still here. Nice to see you. I'm from Ward 5. Good morning. We have talked about how this project will change our community forever and be transformative. And it is going to be, because now you have taken away over $600 million in up to $600 million of sales tax going to come in. Yes, Mr. Powell, I'm talking to you also. This money is not guaranteed to be leveraged against any kind of state income because the leverage tax is not guaranteed. I hope for you all that this application for the leverage tax money does come through for you all, because I'm concerned that you are going to be cutting services in a couple of years. On August 15th, an important date for me, Anthony Francisco gave a report to the City Council Finance Committee meeting stating that sales tax is down 1.32% for the month of August, leading to revenue being 2.74% below the fiscal year target. And it will be a growing concern if we continue on this trend. I think you're going to be continuing on that trend. At the same meeting, Shakira Kalnick gave a report about internal audits, and she states that the information gathered so far, there's a theme in all departments that they are lean staffed. In other words, you don't have enough people to do the work that the city requires. This recurring theme led her to review the overtime of the city. The available budget is now negative. We are negative over $3 million in the overtime budget. So she's seeking approval to review overtime to more detailed perspective, only to ascertain how many positions she could, or you all, could hire with the $3 million that is used in overtime expense. Those are the hard decisions that you're going to be making that Mr. Francisco talks to you all about in the future. We listened 6 hours ago or 7 hours ago about the history of OU and Benny Owens. I would like for you all to listen to the history of the people who have sat in your chair, the experts from OU that say this is not economically development good for the city of Norman. At what point do you look at the history of the city with the furloughs, the current history of being under budget, understaffed, and to make a decision that are for the citizens of Norman, not the students that were sitting here, and the three that I've had the pleasure of sitting by that were all from Dallas, and the one that I listened to in Austin, from Austin tonight, that are not going to stay here because over 50% of the freshman class at OU is from out of state. Whatever you're going to do is not going to make them stay here in Norman. So for your benefit, I hope the leverage tax comes through, and I hope that you all can live that you have put Norman into. Thank you very much for letting me speak again.
I don't see Mark Campbell. And Chris Moxley, I don't see him. Russell Rice. I don't see Laura. Tracy Bates. Caleb McGee. Where'd he go? I saw him a while ago. Okay. Cynthia Rogers. Paul Wilson.
Paul Wilson, Ward 1. I got a few things to say because some things were brought up. I wasn't going to talk about this, but they were brought up. First is the affordable housing. I've been coming to city council for over 3 years. Other than the two new council members we have right now, I have seen you guys pass countless projects, private development projects that are not affordable housing. Not one time did you say no or send it back to planning to make sure that they are affordable. And now all of a sudden, there's a project that will benefit the city, will bring jobs, will draw people from out of Norman, and now all of a sudden, you're voting no because there's no affordable housing. What is it? Are you for affordable housing or are you against it? Because if you vote for a project that has $300,000 homes, that is not affordable in the city of Norman. We don't know what the projects are going to be like 10 years from now, 20 years from now, the wages are going to be like. We just don't know them. But that's all I'm going to say on that. As far as the economics of this, we've all seen the projections, but I've talked to some people, and I'll be straight honest. When you're doing projections, you're making an educated guess on the information that you're given. Every one of those numbers is fluid. We don't know what it's going to be like in 2 years. We don't know what it's going to be like in 10 years, kind of like we didn't know in 2006. 2 years later, we had a housing crash. We had a bubble burst. Nobody could predict that. If these people that say that we're going to lose $1.2 million a year and they think that's concrete, I want them to tell me what the lottery numbers are next Friday, because obviously they know exactly what's going to happen in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Nobody can see the future. You can make an educated guess and you can go from there. That's why I support this project. As far as the PUD and everything else, I completely agree with it. I mean, at one point, we got to invest in ourselves, and I do agree. Voters voted for bond issues. Did any of those bond issues bring actual jobs to the city of Norman? Did it drive people to the city of Norman? Nobody drove to the city of Norman because we have nice streets. They want to come here and spend their tax dollars at restaurants, at bars, at retail, at entertainment venues.
Thank you.
Brad Shipman. Richard McCowan. Jeanette Coker. Rick Sondag. I didn't see him. Corey Salazar. I don't see Corey. Evan Dunn. Do you see Corey?
He's asleep. Okay, so in the interest of levity and reconciliation, can we do the wave? Because I want to waive my comment. Can we start it over here?
Evan, please address us.
Well, I'm addressing everybody. If we go from over here, on 3, 2, 1. Richard, everybody. Come on, everybody on the dais. Let's get it going. Get this happening. Yes, we're doing it. This was obviously a disappointing evening, but no, I don't hold grudges. I would just tell everybody that if you voted yes on this, go back to your educational institutions and ask for a refund. You got me? Go ask for a refund because there's certain critical thinking skills that you must have just missed. Oh, yeah. Oh, we still are. Oh, wait.
That's all, Mayor.
Yes, maybe some of you heard me using soft yes, hard no, hard yes, all that. For the site plan, I will honestly say the majority of Ward 4 that I've been talking to would probably fall into the soft yes or soft no on this. Some may not like it, but they think that if OU wants to build it, then they can build it. So I will be voting yes on the site plan. Thank you.
On second reading, council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion passes by a vote of 8 to 1. Voting against, Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final, adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Councilman, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance on final reading passes by a vote of 8 to 1. Voting against, Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 5, preliminary plat for the University North Park Entertainment District, a planned unit development located at the northwest corner of the intersection of 24th Avenue Northwest and West Rock Creek Road. Entertain a motion to approve or reject the preliminary plat.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion and second. Are there any questions or comments from council regarding this item? Councilmember?
Are you doing public comment on this one too?
No.
We did it together.
Okay. I just want to say that the original site plan that was presented was not one that I was going to vote for. It did not meet standards I have about walkability and connectivity. But I've met with you multiple times about this specific issue over the last year. The site plan has always been my main interest and is something I think, as Councilmember Grant said, I haven't really heard any opposition to the rezoning, and I haven't heard any opposition really to the site plan as presented. So I appreciate that you took the time to listen to the comments and the feedback from the council about the site plan, and we're willing to make the changes. Not every change, or not everything we requested, but it's not perfect for sure. But it is a vast improvement over the way the south half was developed. And I do, again, appreciate that you were willing to make those changes, which will make this a much better development than I think it would have been under the original site plan. So, again, appreciate that, and that's it. Thank you.
All right. Seeing none other, the motion on the floor is to approve the preliminary plat. Council members, you may cast your vote.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the preliminary plat passes by a vote of 8 to 1. Voting against, Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, ma'am. Next item on the on the agenda is basically, Keith, you were off by 4 hours. And we are adjourned. Let's go home.